on the NAC2 map pool here. And we will start with Arabia. Last map will be Arabia as well. In between, we will decide on the order.
I am so excited. We're going to see so many civilizations here. I think everyone like me wants to see it go to those 13 games as well. We see some of the less utilized civs, and like I've been saying the entire tournament, the draft here, it really changes in terms of the way you think about the games, the way you go in. It's about, do I use my strongest civ at the start? Do I leave one for the end just in case? Do you try and close it off here? And if you can't win with your strongest civ, you just run into so many issues with it, and I am absolutely loving it. But let's have a look at what we've got.
Those aren't the real maps, but I did some predictions yesterday. Those were my predictions for the maps, and I did a side bet against the overlay guy. Every map I was right, I get €2. Every map I'm wrong, I get €1. He gets €1. Oof. And Viper took a map, look over it, and he said, it's probably that I have to pay.
All right, we'll see how close your predictions are here. If I've learned anything, it's always trust the Nilly. He knows what's going on.
Yeah. So, well, you will see the map pool, Land Madness, Rehydration, Eldorado. You know all the maps, guys. You have been here for the last days, and we will set that one up. And, well, I'm really excited. What are your predictions? What will we see out of the first home maps, kind of?
First home maps, it's one of those things where I always expect a lot of water maps from Viper. So Tide Pool, Coast to Mountain, etc. He's proved how strong he is, especially when it comes down to his fish spoon behind everything. But something I've kind of noticed during the tournament as well, TaToH's been picking a lot of the same style of maps. So every chance he's got, I think we've seen Tide Pool from him quite a few times as well. So it'll be interesting to see whether they go for him earlier or later.
What do we have here? We have 6 and 7 lying around, so let's maybe unmute those so that we can hear them as well. And we hear a lot of typing already, so they are ready.
Surprise.
Surprise. Really?
I thought it was going to be East Island, man.
Yeah. Thought it was Black Forest. Let's go for...
First map pick here from the Viper. You said typo. I think it's longer than I thought.
Gold Rush.
Gold Rush.
Actually, the home map that Leary picked against him, I believe.
Absolutely.
That's a tricky one directly to begin with. Rehydration. That's kind of...
I think
that's my €2,
yeah,
right?
I think you're up.
I said map number 1 will be TaToH's home map. And then, obviously, it will be interesting. TaToH.
Pick another one, right?
We will start with Viper's first pick. TaToH 2 picks. So he probably will go for Indians and maybe Mayans or Aztecs.
Absolutely.
So we'll have one of those two civilizations.
One of the options for it. That's it. Because of course we are playing with a ridiculous amount of civilizations here. Only a single ban as well. So you can't get rid of Mayans and Indians. You can't get rid of Aztecs and Mayans, etc. So we're going to see hopefully a lot of good civilizations.
That's the plan, or like a lot of bad civilizations, kind of played to perfection still. Yeah.
That's it. Played as well as they're going to be.
Gold Rush was my pick, and then he picked Rehydration.
Awesome.
Overlay guy in the background, helping us out there.
Yeah, Overlay guy has proved himself so many times.
Oh god, he came home 10 AM, he said.
Oh no.
Meet and greet was brutal yesterday evening.
Tide Pool.
There we go, Coast to Mountain, and...
kind of the second pick Tide Pool, makes a lot of sense.
Regicide Fortress.
Okay.
Say the hump.
Okay.
And Eldorado.
Eldorado.
For everyone who just joined and didn't read up on AoE Zone, 5k for first, 3k for second. So
it's a big difference.
$2,000 on the line for a single best of 13 series.
Oof, that's it. I think, like they said earlier, they're going to be playing their absolute hearts out. Whenever they can pull an advantage, be it lame or not, they're going to go for it, and that excites me. So what do we got? Coast to Mountain, Tide Pool, and Fortress Regicide.
Eldorado, he said.
And Eldorado, of course.
Eldorado will be an interesting map, because, as we said, like, TaToH will get his 2 first picks there. Maybe he just goes for Chinese and Indians even. Let's see what the Viper goes for. Maybe he goes for Chinese instead of the typical Aztecs.
That's totally possible here.
I pick Flooded Cross.
Keeps his water maps up
exactly.
front.
That's nice to be able to be able to fall back on as well.
And now we go kind of into the not that much liked maps, or the ones we want to
Land Madness?
Land Madness, Prairie.
Yeah, those are the two. Lemon and Prairie.
And
Is there
that's it.
anything else?
That's it.
I think that's left. Yeah, and then
Madness.
Arabia is the last.
Exactly. They know. I wanted
Okay,
to type
okay,
that,
makes sense.
but they know what's up. And
Land Madness and Prayer.
you
That
didn't
order?
care.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sweet stuff.
Prayer.
A lot of different maps here, and well, I like that we will see some water early on, some water in the middle, and well, all surrounded by some very heavy land maps here.
Exactly. It's going to be a really good series. We're getting it broken up really well. It's going to be nice to see the civilizations they pick behind this as well. Because I think, this is like every civilization bar 3. Going to have to be picked
yeah,
in.
exactly. Yeah. I asked TaToH yesterday what he thinks, and I was pretty off. Like, I don't want to tell too much because
We already have.
that could.
We're actually starting. I hope we're ready because we started it.
And
Nearly. Are you guys ready? Are we? Can we keep going here?
ready, indeed.
Good.
And
Okay.
they can indeed start the drafting here. Oh, that's the what do I want to click? Something with C. Captions somewhere.
Captions, yes.
There it is. And
Mayans.
here we go.
All right, let's see what we're going to get.
Here we have the start. And let me see, maybe I can speed this one up. Spectate. Okay, we are a bit behind. Let's just see what they will go for. It's very intense for them at the moment. And so Mans and Indians, kind of what we expected there to begin with. Aztecs, Viper's first pick, and now Chinese. Obviously, you want to go for the very strong civilizations. And the big question is, what will we see as a ban? It's very likely that Mayans will be still be allowed for TaToH.
Look, it's one of those things where, especially because we've got rehydration so early on now, and I think the last time we saw him play with Indians, he absolutely smashed it. He's been doing a great job, an absolute an amazing job. So I would say, look, Indians, it would be nice to see them banned nice and early, just so TaToH doesn't get the huge advantage that comes with that on rehydration. But as we know, Mines is such a versatile civ, they're such a strong civilization. Leaving the map pool makes things very hard because he can basically pull it out whenever he needs it.
Yeah, it's like so many civs so good on some maps, and you kind of want to have that advantage going against one of the best players in
Exactly.
the world. But I need your prediction. What do you think? What are the 3 civilizations that we aren't picking in the end?
3 civilizations that we aren't picking in the end. I reckon Saracens won't make the pick. Probably Vietnamese. And behind that as well, I really want to see Goths. See, half of me goes, what do I want to see? And what don't I think I'm going to see? Let's have a think here. And no Koreans would be nice.
Ah.
But I have a feeling that's going to be seen. I think that's more of a personal wish.
Okay. So we will see Teutons then. We will see Khmer.
That's the
think
thing.
Khmer
I want to
isn't
see
bad, yeah.
Teutons. Come on, make the Teutons great. This is my childhood favorite civilization.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, growing up, that was my favorite civilization.
Okay. For now, we obviously will have the more known civilization, and I can tell you, like from what I heard from TaToH, he will have a plan for Saracens.
Really?
So most likely we will see Saracens picked over here at some point.
Oh, I like it. I really like it. All these specific strategies, especially because that's the thing. They know the map pools going in. They know what's going on here. What do we got? So even if this is a 7-0, we're at least going to see Seize the Hump be played as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't expect a 7.
I don't expect a 7-0 as well, but my point being, we're going to make it to Seize the Hump, no matter what.
Yeah, true. For everyone who fears for their well-being, Best of 13 obviously is super exhausting, so we will have a small halftime show after 6 games or 5-0, hosted by Jordan, Dowd, and Mr. Onlu. They will
That's gonna be a good
entertain us
time.
for half an hour, and we'll talk about some of the strategies they did for the first 6 maps.
Absolutely. It gives everyone a chance to have a little bit of drink, have a little bit of a break, and then we can go into it basically full steam ahead again, and we won't sacrifice any play for it, because like you were saying, this is a marathon of a series.
Yeah, absolutely. They will have half an hour of break. Do want to give them a chance to eat, take the restroom, just breathe a bit, and set themselves up for another potential 7 games.
Exactly.
And yeah,
Man, I hope we get that potential 7 games. I want to see everything get used. I want to see these guys stretched to their limits.
yeah. Oh, Portuguese for the Viper. He's
Of course
obviously
he's
the
going to
cracker.
go Portuguese, of course.
Okay, now we get to the
All right.
creative civilizations.
We're in the bottom of the barrel.
Drum roll starting.
There's not many good civs left.
Buys will
Who
be in
must it
here,
be
for
last
sure.
pick for you? Might be Ras.
Good civs.
Kemmer. See, I knew that was coming.
Ah.
Viper really likes the Kemmer.
Okay, yeah.
As he said, we actually did an interview about this the other day. I was saying, do you think they need a buff? And he was saying, no, I think they're a very strong civilization. We just haven't learned how to play them correctly yet."
Exactly. That's what most people like, or at least I believe as well. Khmer and Malay, probably the two civs that we have the least idea how to play them optimally.
Yep, absolutely. And look at that, Ethiopians as well, after buys, so we're getting them in there as well, which they've actually been quite a high pick for a couple of people going into like the best of 9s.
I think so as well. Maybe on Seeds of the Hunt, like TaToH likes to play them, for example, but typically I would have expected them a bit earlier. Magyars, the first time that we
Magyars.
will see those.
Ooh, that's exciting.
And I also wanted to mention that in this best of 13 series we will have 2 restarts each.
2 restarts. There we go, jumping up from the initial series there with the best of 9s, which are only a single restart. This will help them out a little bit more, but of course, like you were saying, this is 13 games. You don't want to use them. You need to use them sparingly, because otherwise some horrible maps can really get the better of you.
Yeah, all games today indeed. Goth
Gods,
being
yes,
picked,
that's what I
Turkey.
wanted. Come
Oh,
on.
Oh, baby. Let's see about
Bring the
that.
spam.
Yeah, and if we talk about bring also all your friends over here. We are trying to aim
That's
for
it.
12k viewers today. Already 4k before the first game.
Haven't even started. Saracen's being picked.
You're
you're
I ban
correct.
first, the civ.
And Teuton's
Advanced
being
the
picked
civ
as
first.
well. I'm
Okay,
happy.
Sweet.
Ah,
So-
man,
Vietnamese.
well, potentially I got 2 out of 3.
So Vietnamese.
Type that in chat as well.
Okay, so an Indians ban here. And that's the right cross. Indians. So kind of what we expected there.
That's it. Can't afford to lose that game just to the civilization straight away on rehydration.
And what is the last civilization?
Persians
Turks,
and-
Vietnamese, and Koreans. Pilz Turksman.
Bill's Turksman. Oh well.
And TaToH thinks about it, what he wants to ban there. And honestly, we did some problems there with the overlay.
Okay.
We only have 10 green crosses prepared.
We'll
instead of-
figure it
I
out.
think we need 11, but it doesn't.
We'll
matter.
figure it out, guys. Don't
Yeah,
you
yeah.
worry.
Yeah. Let's see if we get into game number 13.
I
Would be lovely.
ban China.
He
Okay.
bans China.
Again, pretty much expected.
Pretty strong. Could have gone for at 6, but first time I think we have Aztecs and Mayans both in the pool.
Here we go. Aztecs and Mayans, man. I would love to see them matched up against each other just for how this is going to roll. But let's see what we've got. So headsets come off for the players now. Games are about to begin, and we are just so excited here in the room. We're going to be able to see this go down. Best of 13 series.
Oh man, this could be a long one for sure. And
I want it to be. I want it to be so badly.
yeah, now this is the time where we ask you and the chat out there, guys. Give me your predictions. Left hand side TheViper, right hand side TaToH. We want to see a close series. What do you think?
Look, I am really thinking it's going to be... I want it to be 7-6. Like, that's me saying I want it to be 7-6. I want to see every game. But my prediction is probably Viper 7, TaToH maybe 3.
Okay.
That's
yeah.
my prediction going into that. My official prediction.
Yeah, like yesterday I was asked and I couldn't really decide between 3 and 4 map wins for
Yeah.
TaToH, so I went for 7 to 3.5.
7 to 3.5. Looks like
Yes.
we're on the same page then. This is good.
Yeah, obviously, like, I was also asked for my dream yesterday, and that would be TaToH being ahead 6-0, Viper coming back 6-6, and then TaToH taking
The
7-6.
entire near reverse sweep and then take it out right at the end there. Man, that'd take some mental fortitude to do on both ends.
Yeah,
Oh, that's exciting. That's really exciting.
I'm a dreamer.
Look, we can both dream here, and that's what we're here for, guys. It's why we've got 4,000 people watching already. Everyone's here. You're a dreamer. You want to see these amazing games, and we're about to get into game number 1. I just can't believe the fact we've got 4,000 people watching before we're even hitting game number 1. But then again, look, the Civ Draft is awesome. It's probably been my favorite part of the entire Apartment Cup here.
It's like very unique, right? So
Yeah.
most of the time it's like, okay, they will do that at their home basement, sitting there only in their shorts, and we kind of have to think about like what is going through their head. But now you can see their reactions like, not a lot of good saves left. What do I do? And you can really even get some, I don't want to say timing tells,
Yeah.
but it feels like if he thinks for 25 seconds and then goes for that sieve, he will not be happy if he has to play it.
Oh, of course not. So it's working out really well actually here, and that's the thing. The mind games, all that psychological, it's added a whole nother level to an already strategic game, and being able to cruise that, like, what are we now, 2 decades after release? Being able to keep pushing that, keep coming up with new ways to add more elements to it. It's great to see from everyone in the community is the people we can thank for that the most,
Yeah,
including you.
we are super happy. Obviously, like we have to mention so many people. Like obviously, Microsoft basically came back with some decision with all the expansions and like the massive amount of people just loving the game and pushing it forward.
That's
like,
it.
We kind of witnessed it so intensely yesterday evening with 300 people at the meet and greet.
Exactly. The meet and greet yesterday was absolutely amazing. Meeting so many like-minded people that were just happy to sit down, have a drink, talk about Age of Empires. Like, I was just with like 10 people at the bar all day, and I was just rotating between people, and we were all having the best time. And that's it. The passion of the community is just something we can't even compare to a lot of other games out there.
Yeah, it's like over all this time as well, right? I know like people from like 19, 18 years ago or something. And like yesterday, I met a guy I have met in LAN like 2004. And we just reconnected after all that time. And he was playing the whole time. I was playing the whole time. It's just beautiful.
Exactly, and it's been an amazing experience. So thank you everyone who came down here. Do we have the live viewing today as well?
The what? Yeah, public viewing is there as
Oh,
well.
that's exciting.
Yeah.
Do we have a webcam so we can check them all out again? Or
Potentially.
Potentially?
We will see about that, yeah. And well, obviously now it's only filling up. And well, I heard people have been up till like 10 a.m. So
Well, that's it.
Maybe some people won't arrive for game one at the public viewing.
we don't get that much time to hang out together, so every single moment while we're there, we're doing exactly what we can to meet everyone, spend every single moment.
Yeah, and some people might be confused. Okay, what are we waiting for? Actually, you have to think about like what they are doing now is they have all the 13 maps listed up for themselves. They have their civilizations. They have the enemy civilizations. They will do one list. Those are the maps I want to. Those are the tips I want to play on that map. Those are the tips he probably wants to play on. And then you try to figure out good matchups, and you always need to adjust that if something is going away from your plan.
Oh, exactly, and that's the thing that makes this so hard. You need so many backup options, and at the same time, there may be civs you want, but there's, like you were saying, there's civs you know your opponent wants. Do you take the risk and pull it away from it, even if you don't have the plan to absolutely just hammer them with it?
Yeah.
But do you try and take it away from them just so they don't have the advantage, play a little bit more standard with it? But, I don't know. We're going to have to ask him in the post-game, I guess.
Yeah.
Figure out in the interviews.
And like the mind games are so sick as well, right? If you think about, okay, he wants to win map number 1, so he goes for that. Do I have a chance to counter that? Like, for example, the Viper, he would love to be in the head of TaToH and somehow get scoffed against Mayans.
Oh, that's it. If you can get those predictions going in as well, and this is something I've been talking with Ornlu and a lot of the other players as well. Viper's general thing is he will pick like Huns on Arabia if he's got it. I don't think he got it this time around, but we were surprised we didn't see a whole heap more counter picks for that one, just because it's not set in stone, but it's one of those things where it's been about a 90% chance of it happening.
It's so weird, and it feels like I feel I'm very deep into Age of Empires, right?
Yeah.
But yesterday I looked over the shoulder from TaToH and Doubt
Yes, in the morning.
how they prepared their series against MBL and how they said like, okay, this is going to happen. Though that's his ban. He is always playing this map with this civilization. You counter that this way. Pick this here. Then he will try to counter that because you're 1-0 ahead. And then you go there. It's so incredibly complex.
And I just love it. I love it to bits. Because like you were saying, yesterday we got to witness this. And it is just spreadsheet after spreadsheet, handwritten notes scrolled everywhere.
Yeah.
And I love it. Before the games even begin, we have that strategic element now.
Yeah, and that's just very, very special about this event. And I'm so happy that we include that. Now have the microphones there, and big improvements from NAC1. And yeah, I'm so happy. They will take a small bathroom break. And then we will probably jump into this potentially long series. TaToH is now back. The Viper maybe just relaxing a bit, stretching his legs. It might be a long 6 games here. And if we look at that, Gold Rush can take some time. Rehydration, easily wallable up, Coastal Mountain. I think we haven't seen a single game not go to him. Tide Pool, quite easy. And Regicide Fortress, so 6 first maps. We could be in for 4 hours.
I really hope we are. Like, as much as I hate to say it, because it's going to be such a long day for us, I don't care. I will sit here. We'll be falling asleep at the computers if we have to, guys. But we will make this happen, and we will have the absolute best time here.
Indeed, and that's our plan. Both players up themselves. I will give the host to... Who do you want to have blue and to red?
Oh, what are you thinking? Look, I'll let you call it. This is your tournament after all. You can make the important decision, because this is going to affect the entire finals.
Yeah, let me think about... I like TaToH as red, but Viper blue feels weird as well. TaToH red, Viper blue. Okay, TaToH red. Let's give Viper the host, and we'll have the Viper playing the series in the blue trunks and TaToH in the red trunks. Feels a bit better for me.
Feels a bit better. That's how it needs to be played. Then that's how it's going to be played, guys.
Indeed. Yellow, I know I would love that identification as well with the colors there. If we had the max, we would obviously give them teal, but there's so many colorblind people and so many complaints that we are just going for that. Keep it really standard, really clean for everyone.
That's it. We keep the classic Age of Empires red versus blue, and everyone's going to know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. The game's being launched, guys. I can feel it in my stomach now. I've got a little bit of butterflies going on.
Oh, my body's getting ready as well.
Do my stretches. Get this one going.
Maybe, yeah. Stretch the hands.
How would you like to do this? Would you like to introduce one and me introduce the other?
You just go for the introduction.
I can just go for it.
Yes,
Man,
yes,
I feel so privileged right now.
Let me just randomly...
How long does this take before starting? Probably about another 20 seconds.
Yeah, let me just click some random buttons here. No, it seems like Stream Deck isn't working today. I'm a bit surprised.
No.
Handshake!
Handshake! Oh, yes.
Oh, sweet ones. So they are ready to go. The Viper with a smile on his face. He obviously knows he's the best player in the world, and he is ready to go. A long series, decreasing the variance should be better for him.
Exactly. I think it's one of those things, and this is a stat I've actually brought up a couple of times here, especially from King of the Desert, where obviously a little bit more open mapped, all Arabia based. So it came down to one of those things when in the finalists we had Leary and Viper. Viper's games all went probably about another 10 minutes more than Leary's on average timing. So it's one of those things where it does make us think the longer the game goes, the more it begins to kind of work out there for Viper. So looks like we have the first game coming up here, guys. This is a best of 13 series. TaToH versus the Viper. Game number 1.
And we are live with this one, and well, I will let you take it away.
Let's have a look. Towards the north of the map, in the blue, we do have the Viper playing as the Malians towards us. Towards the west of the map. I was expecting south. We'll see if this tricks any of our players with their scouting, but towards the west of the map, playing in the red, we do have TaToH as the Britons.
Indeed, and well, the first mind games are starting. We will get the camera set up for you as well any second. I will let the view log run, you will take over, and we'll do some technical stuff. Let's see if I can work it out.
Absolutely. So both players' maps at the moment, just judging by the mini-map here, it looks like Viper's definitely got the worse off. He's got that lumber there towards the north of his town center, but that's really about all he has to work with. But check out the level of sheep scouting we're seeing here. This is amazing, guys. It's essentially the best play in the world here you're witnessing. The amount of scouting information they're going to get by basically minute 2 should have them ready to go and have their entire area set up here. Even looking towards TaToH, though, he's got the lumber towards the north of his map, but apart from that, still looking relatively open here. Does have the boar in the back. He's got some stone in the back. Obviously, castles as Britons is nice to be able to get the longbow out, but that's such a long transition. The extra range is going to help you out a little bit, and it's one of those things. Time and time again, we've seen Leary be able to just micro them absolutely amazingly. TaToH, as we know, such a micro-intensive player as well. He's got that option, but it's such a big risk to kind of run straight for Castle Age, as we know, especially on a map like Arabia, and these are just very open. I'm looking forward to seeing some great aggression here from both players, and let's see where the scouts are heading now and what we can kind of get this one. Both of them still playing relatively scouty, just looking around, trying to find what options they've got in terms of the map. Of course, as Nearly was saying earlier, we do have 2 restarts for this series. So best of 13, 2 series in terms they can actually get the restart on that. So want to kind of find as much information about the map as they can by minute 4, and hopefully if they need to call the restart, go for it. But I don't know. I don't know here at all. I'm just happy from some exciting games. It looks like TaToH does have his main gold fort. TaToH's base at the moment, he has so many forward resources looking at this. He's got those berries over towards the right of his TC. He's got the stone over towards the left as well, both towards the front. And the main gold is absolutely brutal there. If you can see it towards the front, it makes it so much harder to deal with here. And then on top of that, the berries. He's got the hill around the edge as well. But look, the same thing could be pretty much said for Viper here as well. Viper's main goal towards the front of his TC. He's got the berries towards the front. Looks like he's got Olumba there in the back, but that's really all he's got to work with here. So it makes things very, very difficult for our players to kind of secure that early I would say just the early game lead in terms of getting your walls up, making sure you can get anything you need done. But I don't know. I don't know how they're going to be able to play this one. Obviously, we're past the 4 minutes, so we've got no restart on, but I think it can be one of those things exactly when we saw TaToH versus MBL. Just play super aggressively, not worry about your opponent being able to get up into Castle Age, and just go for an exact... I think the way to put it is the best offense is a good defense. Hey, everyone's known that saying for a long, long time, and it's exactly what we want to see. So webcams are coming on in a sec here, guys. Don't even worry about that one. Nearly, we've got that one getting set up. Overlay guys on it as well. And it looks like the scouts finally moving out across the map now. Viper, like I said, heading down to that southern position because you do generally kind of expect to spawn on like the opposite side from each other, whereas every now and then we'll get maps like this where it's a little bit kind of more towards one side, and it makes it a little bit harder to deal with when you're scouting there, but both players can run into that. And this is a very hilly map as well. It doesn't make things easy here. All the engagements are going to have that little bit of extra flair to them as well. It's going to come down to getting the position you want, and between players like this, where we have so much micromanagement, so much efficiency in terms of our players, they need to find every engagement they can have, and if you can camp one hill in front of the front, you can kind of camp on there, and just work with exactly what's happening. Farm getting thrown down for TaToH now as well. Both players on 19 villages, 20 pop. Looks like we're getting ready to pretty much see what's going on here. Barracks being thrown down by TaToH. Is on its way up as well. And there we go. It looks like Viper going to get in there with a little bit of aggressiveness, but TaToH, look at those palisades. Beautiful to see from him. Absolutely beautiful. And what else have we got? Let's swap over, have a look towards Viper now. See what he's deciding to have on.
Grayton?
And don't worry, guys. Nilly's still here. He'll get there in 1 sec. We're just getting the webcam set up so everyone can see that. As you can see by now, hopefully you've already got Viper on your screen. TaToH's about to be there, but look at this. A drush opening from both players. And like I was saying earlier, it's just so hard to play a map like this. You've got to get super aggressive, keep your opponent in their base, and that's exactly what we want to see here. And Viper about to move out with his 3 militia here. You can see TaToH trying to move around. He's scouted this is coming, so he's not too worried about it. But I have a feeling both players already knew this is the opening we're going to see. However, both militia going to pass themselves here. Looks like they won't see that one. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I like it. I like it a lot. And it's a good question. Why did I change my name to BQQ? The answer is I don't know. We'll blame the blame guy for that one. Don't even worry about it. Towards the front, it looks like we do have Viper moving in now. So he's going to be able to start getting his first push in here. Start trying to do some damage. And it looks like hopefully the rest of the webcam should be working. Oh, we're getting there. But here we go. Look at this. Viper, TaToH already walling in most of his wood line here. We've got TaToH pushing on top of the berries as well. Viper getting that single palisade up. So you're going to be able to hurt that one. But look at this. Viper denying the berries already. Doing his best to kind of just push his opponent off any resources he wanted here. Push him away. Just poke, prod, do any damage behind this as well. Because he really just... End of the day, militia, we're not really expecting him to do too much damage here. It's just about trying to delay your opponent. If you can get a villager kill, that's absolutely amazing. But let's have a look at this and see exactly how the rest of this is going to play out.
Absolutely amazing is how easily you can take over this. We will set this up in between games, guys. All good. And BBQ Turkman now.
Don't worry, I've got my main caster here. I've done my job. Nearly's back, guys.
Okay, we will see after that, and thank you so much for taking over this. I love your professional approach here. This is not overchopped. There's a small tree behind this. 40 more woods. Now trying to go for some hunt over here. And TaToH, he will play this Drush FC. He's on gold.
There we go, and looking towards that one there. Viper's actually destroyed the mill from TaToH as well, so trying to make sure that he takes every single piece he can here. The wall up from TaToH is walled towards the edge of the map from the town center as well.
5k viewers broken here in early game number 1.
Game number 1.
Yeah. And okay, now on gold here, we see double archer range for the Viper. His resources are looking like he needs to play something in fuel edge here. Goes for man at arms, he will take that barracks out of the game.
Oh, look at this. Viper just playing so aggressively now. TaToH has nothing at home to be able to deal with that. And Viper, even man at arms behind this as well. Whoa!
Oh god, bugging out there.
There
one
we
villager
go. Come on,
could-
TaToH, get the blocks.
Oh.
Good man. This is showing what you can do in a zero lag system here. The good news is he will spy the archery ranges, so he knows this is coming, but look at this. Are we even going to see him get another one behind this as well?
Oh, lovely move there. The block off and while hitting it over there. Let's take a look. The militia trying to overtake. One villager goes for some damage. Now goes down to 29 HP. Could maybe go for the kill against the villager, against the scout. That's what he's getting.
Manages to get him out of here. One more villager from Viper, though, will remain safe. We do have the skirmishers, however, on the way out, which of course means those militia are going to get cleaned up very, very quickly. Look at these men-at-arms here. They're sitting behind, and TaToH, of course, forced into repairing the walls. Slight overchop towards the top there, but does get the palisade down just in time.
And getting stuff up in time. It looks like TaToH's fast castle won't be that smooth, right? He has, what is that, 9 farms rolling for himself here. No
Lost
berries.
his mill.
Yeah, now goes on to some sheep, but food isn't looking too great for a clean fast castle.
Ooh, that's it. And look at this. Viper's getting ready to move out across the map as well. He's already got his skirmish account up. And I think we can even see towards the middle there as well. He's starting to rally units towards the front as well. Even the hippos joining in, making things a little bit harder there for TaToH. And archery range transitions happened. We've got the archer units out. And oof.
One villager going down here.
How does that even happen?
One man down.
Viper, good play. He gets the revenge kill on that. So 29 villagers apiece now. Even Stevens.
Even Stevens. Defensive tower here at the woodline, but gold is kind of exposed.
Now what do you do?
Well,
He's
those-
already got the defensive tower on there. He has to fight this.
And it's not like 5 villagers can fight here. 2 are at the right hand side, 3 at the left hand side, and now they're kind of open here, and that...
Oh, that micromanagement is absolutely stunning from Viper there. Look at this. Pulls the villagers from the other side. Those men-at-arms just proving why they are such a strong opening.
And that's 3 villagers down now, counting the one at the farms here. That one is under quite some danger as well. Archers should clear it up though.
Oh, the one archer, that's it. With some good micromanagement, this should be absolutely fine. But Viper managed to get himself a small lead here at the early game. 32 compared to 30 villagers.
TaToH, well, he is up, so I was a bit wrong there with the prediction. We have a lot of wood for him, so he will get the second archer range. Shouldn't really have a big problem getting maybe even the siege workshop out. I think he will be fine.
I think he's going to be fine here as well. Viper's archers and skirmishers already across the side of the map there, trying to find somewhere to poke, prod, do any damage possible. But TaToH, like I said earlier on, is walled off towards the edge of the map there, so they can't exactly just push forward. Can potentially deny a couple of farms there, but that's about it.
Well, let's take a look. Oh, look at those. Those are running dry anyways. 26 food.
Doesn't
25
even
food.
matter.
Yeah, didn't have course color and dark edge obviously, and well, we will see. Now Scum's even in range of the TC. And this will get tricky now for TaToH if he gets onto Castle Age with +3 range on his crossbows.
Oh, it's going to be nice. And of course, that's a massive advantage with the Britons we get behind this one as well. Wants to push it into Castle Age because obviously the further he goes in terms of the ages here, the more that bonus is going to affect him. And of course, all that extra range gives you that much extra ability to micromanage all your units against them.
Oh, but my read was wrong. I just wanted to
Ooh,
say, he only has
stable.
3 on gold. He will build 1 single scout, I believe, and then just run away. Because that's not enough gold for a reasonable crossbowman production. Okay, now he sends some more.
There we go. Alright, so making it a little bit harder here to get the read. We do have the archer range, the blacksmith up, stable on the way too now, and TaToH's managed to get his walls off towards the north of the base there. It is only palisades. We know crossbows can get through them quick enough, but Viper wheelbarrows, so we are going to see a little bit of time with those archers just kicking around on the map.
Let's see. We have 200 food, 200 gold here. Maybe TaToH will just wait for a night. Scout didn't really make a lot of sense. I will take that back. And, well, Fletching is coming over. He builds 1 TC, trying to be safe at the right-hand side as well.
Definitely a good drop there as well. It will, of course, help him with his macro play, get the extra villagers out, but it's in a very good defensive location, especially being in front of the gold. He's got the wood line there to work with as well, but it means it'll stop any push coming through that area.
Indeed, and, well, Fuel Edge, TaToH shouldn't really take too much damage against that. Should maybe go for crossbow and upgrade. Oh, he's wanted to build a siege workshop here. He's building it a bit more defensively. I'm a bit surprised. Maybe he wants to have the surprise effect on his side.
Look, the surprise effect, as we know, one good mangonel shot can turn the entire game around. I have no doubt Viper's expecting it by now. He saw his opponent go into castle. He knows he has a lot more there to kind of work with, so wouldn't surprise him at all if a siege workshop pops up. He just needs to make sure to keep a good eye on his units. And crossbow already coming down for TaToH there as well. Ooh, this is looking good.
But he cannot really use the siege workshop properly because, well, he doesn't really have any gold.
And that's what makes things so hard here. And it's going to be good that he gets that town center up, so he's going to be in a little bit more of a defendable location. But here we go. Let's see what TaToH can make happen with these crossbows. Can he hold this one off for now?
Yeah, it's good that he isn't sending those villagers into the TC, not really the threat here. Tries to get another TC up at that side. Still not enough gold to build a Scorpion or a Mangonel.
Oh, it makes things so difficult. And look at this. Viper clicking up to castle behind this one as well. Crossbows have to take the fight here. They can't let them on towards that TC. He just needs to buy the time, get the TC up there, and then he's not going to be so bad. But look at how close these villagers are to the archers and skirmishers here.
Uh-oh, tries to pull
This
those
could be
away.
some more freebies. Look at that. Cleans up the crossbows pretty effectively and denies the town center.
Oh man, and well, another villager going down low HP there at the farms. Those are low as well.
This
TaToH
could
with
be
heavy
really
losses.
bad. Oh man, and look at this. We've got the Viper Micro coming behind this one as well. Running straight on top of him. Going to get as many shots as he can as quickly as possible. And look at this. He can't even go anywhere here. He just has to push back towards the town center. Seeing a couple more losses. Of course, we did see Castle Age nice and early for TaToH. But the question is, has he been able to do much of it? We've got the single knight popping out now as well. Starting to deal with those skirmishes, but that's a lot of loss, and that's a lot of idle time on top of this as well.
And those crossmen are going down as well. Military count at the moment,
Oh,
24 to 2.
This makes things so difficult for TaToH. Then with Viper being up in Castle Age behind this as well, he's going to be in such a strong position here. Such a strong position.
We said 2 military, one of those is the militia in a tower.
Oh, no. That one knight, you have work to do, my friend.
Oh man. And well, now one crossman, somewhat on gold. Villager count actually will be somewhat even, and if we get the 30C up after the Scorpion maybe cleared everything up.
Come on, Scorpion. Prove your worth. Everyone needs to see this. And oh, that is an amazing split.
Nice move here
But
by-
there we go. Look at how low HP they all are. The knight on top of that as well should be able to clean this up. So he's in a second knight joining the battle as well. This is basically game over for these guys.
Oh yeah, it's looking really good here for the Viper because he already prepared another army. And
Look at that. That is such a high military count. 21 compared to 5. Bodkin arrow, thumb ring, crossbow, bowsaw. Viper getting all the upgrades behind this as well. Really showing how much, I guess, the faster castle time doesn't allow you to get everything so quickly.
Uh-oh, and
Whereas
TaToH-
these knights, no armor upgrades.
Yeah, TaToH didn't have any input for quite some time now, so, well, he did even take into the wrong defensive units here.
Oh, look at that. Even then, the Scorpions, look, they're not a bad unit, but there's just so many crossbows that you can't really control them. Obviously, with the Mangonel as well, one good shot can really turn around a map, but I guess against a player like Viper, it's just so much harder to get that shot.
Absolutely, he's just so efficient with those crossmen. What will that be, like 5 farms going down? This is going to be really tough when Mangonel is coming over. Yeah, 30C is up. TaToH is 1 villager ahead, but 22 military behind.
It is such a military count here from Viper, and look at this, just denying those farms. It's such an investment early on as well. Luckily, like you were saying, they were on very low food count, so it doesn't hurt quite so much, so really good pickup there from you as well. But look at this, just being able to deny everything towards the town center, and again, this is something we've seen time and time again on maps like this. You get pushed into that box, and then you just can't break your way out.
Oh man. And
Here comes the Mangonel, though. This could potentially be the game-changing shot. Potentially.
Potentially, let's take a look here. That villager, he needs 5 hits. Mangonel not getting the shot in here. I think TaToH will not even try to take a fight here. Let's take a look. First solid shot. Okay, actually missing. Trying to repair that Mangonel. The Viper with the split.
Great micro from Viper. And even manages to snag the villager there as well. Not letting anything go.
Ballistics now for the Viper as well. Tries to micro even better. Viper even with solid resources didn't add any TCs though. So TaToH's ego should be pulling ahead if he isn't taking any loss. Let's take a look. Mangonel dance.
Ooh, here we go. Mangonel, the crossbows, of course, going to make this a little bit harder for TaToH to work with, but no. Viper manages to get the kill on there. That was so clean.
And that is a good start for him in that battle. Let's take a look. Mangonel against Mangonel. That should be a bit better for the
Alright,
defender.
Round 2, and Viper not paying attention. Looks like we're evening this one up here under the town center. And again, oh man, that Mangonel just wants one good juicy hit here.
Yeah, he wants it so desperately. Viper is the advantage. TaToH, he still has some crossmen around, I wanted to say, but it's actually only 1.
But look at the boom behind this from TaToH as well. He's up to 55 villagers compared to the 49. He's starting to regain that lead there. The only stress I'm having is, again, he needs to find a way to push out of this box because Viper just has so much map control. Town Center's just getting thrown down now for Viper. And, ooh, TaToH getting greedy with the extra Town Center. But the crossbows, he should see it because of the outpost, though. He shouldn't lose anything here.
He will absolutely lose something. Crossbows are just so good. He has
Oh,
ballistics.
no.
He will snipe that away. Horse color
Oh,
only coming out.
no.
That's just so brutal. Meanwhile, no dance here with the Magnots. Although 2 Magnots are coming over and TaToH is typing the DD. You can recap the game and I will try to set up the camera.
It was a good start from TaToH. He managed to do a great job. Pushed in, managed to get a kill there with the man-at-arms, showing how good his micro is managing to get those blocks. But Viper coming back pretty quickly. TaToH at home just didn't have the resources he needed to make this one work. He pushed in, he lost a couple of villages, got pushed off the mill there, and ever since then, Viper just managed to take map control. There was a good pushback by TaToH as soon as he hit Castle Age, managed to kind of clean up all the units in his base, get his extra town centers up, but he just got boxed away here too much by Viper. Viper was just using his resources so effectively, and that's exactly what we've seen from Viper throughout the entire tournament. Great decision making, fantastic trades, and I think it's his trademark, we can say at this point.
You need to do some more monologues. I cannot really listen. Sorry, mate.
It's alright,
I think I
guys.
found the source that blocked the camera. I will see about that. And next, try to add this over here. Sometimes.
Fun times.
Sometimes fun times.
And look at this, we're trying to get that webcam going again as well. We understand that TaToH's not there just quite now. Viper already obviously on the screen. And I guess that's game number 1 in favor of Viper. This is a best of 13 series.
Hey!
There we go.
Dorito time.
I like it.
What
Doritos for TaToH, show us in the chat.
Okay, we will see his face from the rest of the series. Sorry for that delay. Luckily, I have the very best man I could wish for next to me, who carried the whole game. Thank you so much. From next game on, I might even join casting.
Oh, I really hope you do, because my throat starts to hurt when I have to talk that much. But this is good. Look at the Doritos in the chat. Come on, guys. Give him your energy. Give him your power. Let him pull this back in game number 2 to even this series up. Having a look at the achievements here, and I think this is going to tell the story so quickly.
Yeah, let's see about that. And KD, the Viper, he lost quite a bit there as well against the Crossman. Obviously, you cannot fight too efficiently, but in the end, yeah, military count was just brutal. Eco, actually, somewhat even more villagers were clearly at the side of TaToH, like 6 more, but as I said, military count 37-6.
That's it, and that tells the entire story here. He had more villagers at some point in time, but he just started losing them so quickly thanks to those crossbow micro of Viper. He's just in such a good spot. And even then, you guys would have seen it there at the end. He didn't have all his army grouped up. He was looking for every single opportunity. He found that town center coming up towards the north. He found the villagers on the farm towards the south. He is just making everything work here.
Yeah, that was just beautiful. The map control just continuously produced army centered at the front and was so annoying.
Oh, it was just brutal to have to deal with. And TaToH obviously going for the greedy play there against someone else that might have worked, but Viper wasn't going to let him get away with it. We're moving on to map number 2, Gold Rush, picked by Viper. So this is Viper's pick of map here. Then game number 3, of course, will pull us towards Rehydration, so we'll see how this one does decide to play out.
And, well, Gold Rush, do you want to, like TaToH, he has the best Gold Rush civilization left over, Mayans. Does he want to go for it? Does he want to save it for later?
Look, I think it's nice to get that early win on the board, just because you don't feel quite so stressed behind it. The psychological factor doesn't come so much in. But I guess the other thing is we've seen some good plays from TaToH here in terms of, like, he's used the Byzantines before in a map like this, just played super aggressively, even dropped down the forward range. So potentially we could see something like that. If he's happy with how it worked out last time, I do believe he got the win with it. So we'll see exactly how this one does work out for him.
It is tricky. Gold Rush, you can wall yourself quite easily most of the time. Feels a bit like graveyards, but you need to kind of have that big castle age control. So I want to see a civilization that has a strong early castle age.
Exactly. So strong unique unit. We can drop that castle down in the start, hold that area, or even then any bonus it's going to give us into castle age, push out, take complete map control, and hold it from there.
Yeah, that would be really lovely. Brits could be pretty good, but oh boy, we will see some interesting civilizations.
Ooh, look at that. Feeling it with the calls right now. Towards the east of the map, playing in the blue, we do have the Viper as Burmese. Your early castle civ, as you were saying there. Get a castle down in the millet, go straight for the Arambai. Then towards the east of the map, playing in the red, we do have TaToH playing as the Byzantines.
And he's going for the civilization that is really strong mid-castle age. Mass camels could be an option, skirmishers, pikemen, all
Exactly.
cheaper for him. Could go for massive army. But Well, look at that. The gold's just super close for the snake.
Oh man, look at that. And look how open his front is as well. But he's got the extra gold there, like you were talking about. I don't think anyone has a full map advantage when it comes down to the wood lines. But looking at those golds, I think it's definitely in favor of Viper here.
The starting gold also super close to...
Ah, that is so close.
Yeah.
Oh man, he's even got lumber around there. He can wall off to the edge of the map pretty easy there as well. It's literally like 4 pieces of palisade, a little bit to the east there. Be able to hold onto that one. Then he can just wall over to the town center if he really wants to here. This is a good looking map for him. A really good looking map. But look at the hippos. I want to see a hippo rush. So, like, I think everyone's seen this on this map before. We've seen some absolute brutality. I'm sure some people remember some videos from back in the day. But this map, if you play it effectively, get those onto the town center, get them around kind of into the wood lines, it causes a huge amount of idle time in your opponent's space.
Absolutely. Would be lovely strategy. Let's see if that will happen. You kind of need to rush, otherwise it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go for that. And, well, Burmese, they don't really want to rush. They would rather go for men-at-arms directly.
Absolutely. Going to have that much more advantage out of it. TaToH looks like he's got the wood towards the back there as well. Gold still relatively close to the town center, so not going to be too many issues there for him. Does have gold towards the center there, as you can see as well, but a massive difference in terms of what we're seeing here compared to Viper as well. Viper getting his scout on at the moment, knows where most of his key resources are, in TaToH bringing in that boar now. Viper not looking like he's in a lane position here at all.
Well, not really. They said in the pre-interview they will go for heavy laming, right? But didn't really happen. Okay, that ball was scouted, so all good there. And TaToH, he's still lacking 2 sheep, right?
Oh, is that relic stuck over there? Or is that actually... Can you get that? Yeah, alright, cool. There's wood there around the side. I thought that might have been stuck there for a second. But we're looking good. TaToH, look at that. We can already see his plans for his wall off here coming towards the front of the map. Obviously, want to keep your base a lot more defended, especially when Arambai are a potential option here as well. They just take down villages so quickly.
Yeah, indeed. Like a Arambai could be really deadly, but I think TaToH's map could be good enough to go for a full wall off, already preparing some houses. I think Arambais against villagers at the home base won't really happen, but maybe in the center.
In the center would be nice to see. Obviously, that push out, it makes things a little bit harder because you do have the initial. It means you are the one that initially has to hold the push when your opponent goes for it. And we've seen so many people take the center so early on, they've had trouble actually being able to hold it. But look at this. Viper getting a little bit greedy, moving away from his town center there, wants to get towards those deer, get every advantage he can. And look, I like to think this is signaling Viper wants to go for a little bit more of an aggressive play, doesn't want to let TaToH over to his side of the map here so he can get away with something so greedy.
Oh, let's see. It's kind of interesting. 3 on wood, quote-unquote only. Not really indicating men-at-arms. Going for that deer early on. Something I really love. Didn't build his mill close to the berries. And now goes for farm first. That won't be men-at-arms.
I think he's playing a little bit greedier. I really like it. I really like it, actually, because TaToH, what we know is he can get his walls off nice and quickly. He can defend against that man-at-arm rush. Maybe didn't show the best in the last game, but he is a very strong player when it comes down to this. Dealing with it, obviously sending some more villagers over to lumber now, and here comes the wall off from Viper.
He will just play a clean, fast castle, and that will be, as we mentioned, massive Arambai with the defensive stone spot. Should be really good, and probably some manglers as well.
Oh, of course, that's absolutely the option here. TaToH as well, looks like he's waiting a little bit longer before he gets his full walls up. He's starting to get that house wall like you were talking about across the front of the map going. Barracks getting thrown down as well, about the 7-minute mark, so seeming pretty standard for him as well.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a dead villager there actually towards
No,
the
no,
south?
no. That's the generation of the map. We
Oh,
should have
alright.
a lot of that.
Alright,
stuff.
cool. I was just worried about that one there for a second.
Calm down,
I was like,
calm down.
ooh, I was like, the scout's there. I'm seeing a dead body. No, that's not that bad. We're looking pretty much dead even here. 20 villagers for Viper, 21 for TaToH. And look at that, Viper clicking up already. Going to be there at 9 minutes, 48 seconds.
So I was wrong again, but what's his plan then? Not on gold, second lumber camp. That will just be a scout approach, probably to get some map control. Not really, willing to have a lot of problems trying to play fast cards against maybe a lot of aggression in Feudal Age.
Oh, absolutely. And we saw what happened before when TaToH went for it. He just didn't have the resources to commit during Feudal Age, and because of that he lost map control and then just slowly was constricted on around the map here. So TaToH, ooh, is he gonna... Nope. Doesn't want it. Oh, it's all... Well, I guess Loom's going to be done at this point, so we've got nothing really to kind of fear too much there. Farm's getting dropped down for TaToH as well. Berries in the back. His resources are actually looking really good. There's nothing that can really be harassed too much from the front there. So he does have plenty of options to kind of fall back, do a little bit of extra walling behind it. I guess the only thing we're really worried about is that gold count. And here comes the militia. Does TaToH know about... No, he doesn't know about the deer towards the north of his map, actually.
He knows about all the wolves here. marked that with the palisade wall. It's just coming over with one single militia, and kind of interesting. Yesterday against MBL, he went for a lot of aggression Feudal Age, and then completely skipped Castle Age to go fast Arbalest.
Ooh, I remember that. That was a very good game, and I hope we get something just as exciting with this one here. Obviously, the trash from TaToH is going to be so cheap to get out on the field, and I guess that's kind of maybe the reason we've seen Viper go for a little bit more of a scout play here. If we do see TaToH decide to go into a lot of skirmishes, obviously without reading it, he's going to see that come out now, however, but this is hard.
Oh, let's take a look. It's still Dark Age Scout and Militia here. Villager at 13 HP, trying to debate a bit, and he might get the kill. Now goes for the block. Nice pickoff.
It's good. It's looking very good there, and of course, stable coming up here from Viper now. We'll see a couple of scout cavalry move out across the map, and of course, that will secure him map control. And if he can kind of hold on to that one, it makes it very easy for him to work towards getting that central location set up.
Indeed, but well, we mentioned that earlier. Rambai might be a good option, but not the greatest option against Arbalest.
Exactly. Arbalest will cut them to shreds on beginning the engagement before they can even get in there and make the hits. They're going to lose so many on the entry, so many on the exit as well, so he's going to have to be very careful with his commitments in there.
And TaToH clicks up with 29 villagers. That's quite a number. Thing is, if you go onto Scout here, like the Viper, your transition into Castle Age will be a bit delayed. One option could have been go very aggressively, something that Viper isn't opting for.
Exactly. I think if we've learned anything about Viper, he prefers to play that macro play, if he can kind of get into it. He likes kind of pulling ahead early in the game if he can, but doesn't like to commit any resources he doesn't need to. So kind of cruising around, he'll look for the picks if he can get them, and if he doesn't think he's going to be able to accomplish anything by building army, he's just going to sit back, macro it up, and look for that long game.
Yeah, let's see how well you can macro it up, because like TaToH, kind of his play is one TC, lots of Arbalest, one-dimensional push through the center, get all the map control. And the Viper, well, if he wants to have something in Castle Age but runs into walls, maybe a good crossbowman, manual defense, booming away isn't really an option because you just died to the first frontal attack.
Exactly, and that's the reason I'm enjoying this matchup so much here. TaToH is such a tricky and aggressive player against Viper, which is such a calm, controlled macro player. His reads are really good, but I have a feeling TaToH, look, he's one of those tricky players, like we were saying. He could potentially give Viper the wrong read, and then bang, army straight in the front and just absolutely demolish everything in his way.
And the Viper doing the tricky thing now, scouting the map to increase his points, to fool TaToH into believing that Viper is building some more army, maybe forcing some more walls out of TaToH.
Ooh, I like it. It's such a tricky level. For those that don't understand, obviously the scores in this top, I should say the bottom right corner of the screen there, it basically shows exactly what's being done, and obviously the higher the score, the more you assume you're behind when you're lower there. Scouting will add points onto that score, and it adds them very, very quickly. And here we go. TaToH the spear. Are we going to get the hippo rush?
I think we will. Let's take a look. Two already getting some
look at how
macro.
many hippos this is too.
But I'm not sure. Those are so many. Will he actually get to the other side? He is catching quite a lot.
He's got the
of
hill
them.
advantage on the spear as well. Oh, is he going back for the others? That could be so greedy.
Maybe it's just pulling all those into the center so that he does not get forwarded. That's another option, because he's fine with buying himself some time. And TaToH, he's pulling them over. Look at that parade. TaToH, he's so sneaky.
Oh, I love it. And this is the tricks we were after in maps like these. He is going to abuse it. Probably as far as people go knowing the maps, TaToH's map ability is absolutely insane. He knows everything about the maps. He knows the tricky plays. He knows the interesting plays to make. And that's what he's going for here.
But, that's still open over here. And maybe he gets over there at the front. Not really an option. Let's take a look. But he is running as fast as the wolf, apparently, or a bit slower.
A little bit slower.
Can he
Hopefully
get
the
over
pathing
there?
will help him
He
out.
just needs to right-click and then, no, he shouldn't really fight back. Let's take a look if he can do something. I think he will just offer himself at the front. And that means those wolves, they are hungry.
They are hungry for the kill here. Look at this. We've even got Viper running down the extra second palisade just in case.
Oh,
Of course,
wolves.
the Wolves not going to really be able to do much there, but I guess it makes it that much harder for Viper to actually move out and secure that first gold there. Does need something essentially in military to be able to deal with those. So, look, I think that's a good option in terms of dealing with that and minimal resources spent.
Yeah, and TaToH, actually, I wouldn't even mind just building some palisades over here now. And look at that, the wolves are following that trick.
They want it bad. Oh, is that a defensive tower up from Viper as well already? Viper knows where his push can happen here. He doesn't want to lose that gold. So Viper even up with a defensive. Man, that's a really good play from him, actually. A really good play. TaToH up in a Castle Age as well now. And again, just something we've expected to see from TaToH on a map like this.
Yes, but he just goes for crossman. No shenanigans here when it comes to fast imp. Will add extra TCs, bow saw, wheelbarrow on the way.
All
So
those eco upgrades.
that will be some map control before Arbalest for sure.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's a really good idea. And on a map like this as well, if he can hold Viper in there, because like you were saying, he does have that gold extremely close to the front there, but if Viper can't get onto it, what's the point in having it in general here? And look at how effective those crossbows are. That Castle Age army is always intimidating.
That is actually a really big pick off. Viper really needed that one to have a lot of more map vision to really see what's going on. TaToH, he can now kind of dictate the game. He can go for some siege aggression here, mass crossbowmen, could even go for a night switch if he wants to go really crazy. And the Viper, he has 0 intel.
Absolutely 0, so he has no idea if TaToH is taking the middle, if he's moving out, if he's committing any more units into this push, and it makes a huge difference, like you were saying there. That defensive tower, though, look at that, manages to push the crossbows away very quickly, and I think we are at a situation now where Viper has managed to fully wall himself in behind. Was a little bit greedy, I would say, towards the edge of the map, but has managed to get there, and look at this, we're even sitting on double palisades.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. He knows, okay, if TaToH went double archer range crossbowman, that could have been really tricky for him. If one layer is broken, he can just come in, and then the Viper could have been in some trouble, but he's safe.
Exactly, the crossbows will stick through that palisade so quickly. But look at this,
Oh,
TaToH laming the deer. He
Someone
wants none of this.
Someone called Peter. It's so ugly. Why?
And look at this, TaToH just getting his extra map knowledge now. Might run into some wolves though if he's not careful, or hippos I should say.
Yeah, it's obviously the same. We're just using a graphics mod for this tournament here, so don't get confused in any ways there. Sending another group of crossmen around. Still has an idea about all those wolves. Maybe thinks, okay, he might be around at some point. Just tries to find a sneak.
I'm really liking this play from TaToH actually. He hasn't committed too many resources into his military. That's just enough to give him map control, give himself a little bit of vision, scout all those little extra areas of the map, be careful with what he finds, and it's actually really working out well for him here, I think.
Where do you want to see number 3? Should it be at home to kind of set yourself up for Imperial Age, or should you go for some map control and build it in the center?
I think the way TaToH has been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it at home. He's been playing a lot more defensively, and he's been a lot more into mounting that first push into the center, because of course it means if Viper does come forward, tries to get the castle down, everything like that, it means TaToH can go up into Imp, push the castle down, then not only does he gain control of the center as well, but the castle comes up, obviously comes down a little bit more aggressively, but look at this, defensive castle from Viper as well. Both of them playing very, very lax here, I would say, in terms of aggression, and look at all the hippos.
Yeah, builds Hippo Man, and now this is the point where TaToH shouldn't have 2 different groups of crossmen.
Yes.
You should always have them clumped up together, and, well, Rambite, their big weakness is the ranged unit, because you only have 1 defense.
1 defense, lower range, so you will potentially lose some units on the way in as well, which is really where TaToH is going to have to secure the wins here. And like you've said earlier on as well, TaToH needs to group up his crossbows now, needs to be in that defender situation, and just start picking off the Arambai before they get into the economy, before they mass up too much.
Important though, it's also to have bot canary here. TaToH thinking about ballistic wanted, those are Rambai, while them running away. Plays with 2 TCs at the moment. The Viper, he added 1 himself. Villager difference at 10 though.
Ooh, it makes a little bit of a difference, and look at this. The first group of Arambai start to move out across the map. Man, I just love their animation as well. It's a nice little trot they've got going on. But moving out across, trying to find somewhere to really harass, and I guess the good news for TaToH is none of his eco is super forward, so it's not like they're just going to be able to run. They're going to have to take down those palisades, and like I said, he can potentially go for the re-wall-offs behind this, but look at that. Already got a second layer there, in effect, utilizing that university.
Yeah, that's walled in between here, so even breaking that palisade wall won't help too much. And you have to think that Byzantines also have more HP on the buildings.
Ooh, will he try and take down the university? Obviously much higher HP, but I guess if he's got nothing better to do with it, can try and get them, then force a second, obviously, university needed for chemistry if he does want to take that route. But look at this, defensive tower coming up, defending the gold, going to push those Arambai back, and university. There we go, ballistics on the way as well.
Is that tower really necessary? What do you think? He has enough crossmen if he wanted to get them over, but he just keeps them away. Doesn't really want to take any fights. Maybe he's trying to hide his tech as well.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about this, but that's a lot of defensive towers coming, actually. That's a lot of commitment.
And he tries to defend here, and well, he maybe is fearing the big Castle Age push, just wants to be safe and get to Imperial Age, because as we said several times, once we see Arbalest, it's looking really good for our Spanish.
Oh, absolutely, because he's going to be able to pick so many engagements before they even begin the extra range, and of course shred them before they come in. Guard tower on the way as well. Guard tower, of course, going to pretty much stop any Mangonel push in its tracks.
Yeah, it's like double the damage, I believe. Once you do 1 damage, and then with Guard Tower you do 2 damage, so they just fall so much easier. Abusing the market here a bit was Mr. TaToH, and now look at that.
Imperial Age on the way.
Arbalest could be around. We still don't have Botkin Arrow, and well, so far quite a passive game. 2 kills on both sides. Well, the Wolf got 1 and now maybe the move in, but I don't see the Viper doing any real damage.
That's it. Where can he kind of move around? There's guard towers at both the front entry points there. Otherwise, he has to go past the town center. There's a little bit of a house wall off towards each side as well. So, man, he needs to make something work here. And I have no doubt that Viper knows this is a play it's going for. Like, come on, this is all the advantages you can get. He knows that Arbalest are going to counter the Iron Fire pretty heavily here. So, oh man, is TaToH going to... I thought TaToH was going to fall with the crossbows. I was just like, wait, man. Wait till you get the upgrades. There's no point to go engage now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and he knows that. He's such a smart guy. Let's take a look at the tower is going up. He should have a lot of vision there, and he bolts back in time without a single loss.
Look at that pull. This is exactly why these guys are at the top. Not losing anything they don't need to. Both players trying to force as many errors as they can, but it's just not happening.
Oh, this is going to be tricky. We still don't... Well, now we have Botkin Arrow. Just waiting for Bracer. 2 defensive towers. TaToH knows exactly what's up.
Exactly. He's sitting here. He knows he needs to hold this first push from the Viper. If he can hold this, get up in an imp, kill the army off, he's in such an advantageous position. Look at this. He's nearly in an imp. He's got the same village account, so it's looking really good for him. But the towers getting powered up. Here comes the push.
And now he moves in. Let's take a look. Can we see the towers going up? And
look at that.
Perfect timing.
TaToH, he knows how to play this one.
Oh god, that was just beautiful. That was like, if those towers go up like 8 seconds later, we lose 10 villagers and the Rembi can maybe even get through.
Exactly, it makes such a difference here, and TaToH just showing just time and time again how good he is. But that was an absolute clench push there from TaToH. He knew what was going on, but I'm feeling it in the casting booth.
Arbalest tech now is coming.
Here we go, chemistry as well.
Juggling around, yeah. I'm surprised that we see chemistry before Bracer. Most of the time, Bracer, well, gives you +1 range and +1 attack. Seems like TaToH, he doesn't want to waste time to also get into bombard cannons.
Of course not. He wants to get that one. It means he can go for any kind of push. There has Viper started to move out towards the middle of the map here. There we go. He's got his town center on the front. Extra castle coming up in the middle here. And this is exactly what those bombard cannons are for. If he can hold it with the Arbalest in front, of course, make sure he can't kind of push on top of it. Just use those bombard cannons to whittle away. And look at this micromanagement. We've got 3 mangonels here from Viper. This doesn't make things easy for TaToH, but look how quickly those Arbalest take them down.
Let's take a look. Now the Rembi trying to jump onto it. You want to have the spread formation. Single volley is killing everything here. That's a lot of damage output here by the Viper.
Ooh.
Maybe TaToH overextended a bit.
I think that's the case here, because those mangonels have made it so hard. He was forced on the retreat. And of course, while he was retreating, he couldn't turn around to engage the Arambai.
Oh man, this is tricky here. 10 villagers now, roughly the lead of the Snake. Let's take a look at his resources. He's sitting at 300 food, enough gold. He has all the control in the center. I think we need to have our combined forces with the Arbalest. TaToH, he's just
what are these guys doing on the sides now? This is the bit I don't understand. Obviously could be looking for anything sneaky, but Viper's made his play. TaToH should know what's going on here. He's got the center now, and he's trying to make a push.
Goes for more. Rembi has Bloodlines as well, and those Arbalests, they are going down. We'll get some snipes done for sure, but, well, so heavily outnumbered.
And that's it. Look, they may be better in larger numbers here, force better engagements, but there's just so many Arambai now, it just makes it such an issue.
Next gold upgrade for TaToH, but he might be running out of gold at some point. Let's take a look at that. 700 gold here. Where is the second gold? He didn't even take this. Oh, this will become very tricky here for TaToH. He has a timer.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. The more this game goes, the more it's going to snowball into Viper's favor here. He's got the economy behind this. He's also got the middle of the map. It's really just going to come down to if TaToH can make a push before he runs out of gold. Obviously, bombard cannon's about to be on the way. We've got elite skirmisher coming up behind this as well. And I guess TaToH's already achieved everything he wants to in terms of his technologies here. He just wants to kind of push it. He's all looking at full army now. Bombard cannons behind this, and really just go for a great offensive push.
Let's take a look. How heavily is he on stone? Only 3 villagers on stone at the moment. Now the move out here onto gold. Text to elite skirmishes as well to have some more damage output that doesn't cost gold.
Exactly. And obviously playing as the Byzantines as well makes things so much easier to get those number counts up. But at the moment, military is still looking very, very even. And look at how quickly those Arbalests get rid of those mangonels. It is so quick. And of course, ballistics thinks helping out there. But ooh, we've got Howder coming down from Viper as well. Interesting. This is really interesting, actually. Battle elephants on the way.
And that is an interesting choice here. Castle Age elephants against the Arbalest tech should perform horribly if TaToH is adding like 5 monks or something, but if he stays skirmisher Arbalest, he will just get wrecked.
That's it. Those elephants can soak up so much damage with their massive HP tank, and then just get on top of them. A couple of mangonels behind it makes things a little bit harder as well. But you're right, if TaToH doesn't get the right composition here, he's going to be in trouble. Look at these villagers. Villagers coming forward with a siege workshop, but looks like he's about to realize Viper's already in the center, and those, oh man, look at those Arambai go.
Let's take a look. Only losing some skirmishes isn't the worst thing. Abeles behind, taking the fight. Look at that. Now we see elephants coming in, and well, they will be so beefy.
That's it, 270 HP, 4 pierce armor already, looking good on that front there, and TaToH will be forced to abandon that siege workshop on the front. And look at that, it takes so many arrows to bring those elephants down, those Arambai running around the top of the screen there as well, just taking out as many of the skirmishes as they can.
When Abeles doing 5 damage here against the 270 HP unit, that's not looking too great. Most of the Rambai going down at the top though. And look at that, TaToH, he's now taking into Halberdiers.
Oh, it's a good plan from TaToH. He's going to have course have the Byzantine. It's going to help him out in terms of getting those units out in play. But he needs the Helm upgrades. He needs those upgrades to get all the bonus damage to begin to be able to deal with his elephants.
I honestly feel like just going for some monks could have been a good answer as well. But
oh, don't leave the bombard cannon undefended. Oh, he's getting it out of there. All right, I was really worried there for a second. That's a lot of resources to commit.
Gold not looking too great here for TaToH. Add some more barracks. The control, he's kind of running out of time. He needs to make something happen within the next 4 or 5 minutes.
He needs to make that play, yeah, absolutely right. But here we go. Here comes the push. He's got the bombard cannon now. Viper can't play this one passively as long as that's there. It will force the engagement. He does need a little bit more masonry coming down though as well. Wants to get the extra HP on that castle. Viper knows as long as that castle stays up, he's safe. But the bombard cannon, second one on the go. Let's see if TaToH can make this happen.
TaToH just sold some more stone to get more gold. That means he will take some time till he gets to Imperial Age, till he gets to castle himself. And look at that, the Viper. He thinks about Imperial Age.
Oh, here we go. Viper on his way up as well. But still, this is TaToH's chance to make things happen. He's got the tech advantage. Like you were saying, he's got kind of 4 or 5 minutes here to make this one really work. That castle, look at how much HP is on it now. 5,280, and he's just being repaired every second.
And bomber cannon number 3 out, I think, or like soon to be out. I think we need like 4 or 5 bomber cannons to really kill a castle with masonry on a hill heavily repaired.
That's it. There's so many advantages here for Viper. It's working out really well. But look at this. Arambai around the side. Viper realizing they're not really accomplishing too much in the middle here. Wants to move around, try and get a couple of villager picks. But look at this. The skirmish is already in position for TaToH.
And he will easily get some snacks here. The Viper, he was trying to go for the raid. Shouldn't really happen. And maybe we'll get some walls behind there. Look at that. 1 villager traded off against 2 Arambai. TaToH will take that fight.
Oh, absolutely. And here we go. The bombard cannon numbers are starting to grow very quickly. Pikemen on the way from TaToH as well, starting to collect those relics. Looks like we are looking pretty even here. We've got 1 relic in the base for Viper. TaToH just picking up his first one there. And look at this, spreading out, making sure he's just finding as many of these units as he can. And oh, that castle, how does it just stay up? Yeah, how does it stay up?
Well, for now it's doing quite a fine job. But look at that. TaToH thinks, okay, well, why do I not take just the hill control here while the Viper is preparing tech switch number 2?
Oh, man. We've got man-at-arms coming as well behind this. And, ooh, a good hit there. Gets some good splash damage on him. Doesn't get a whole lot of skills, but here we go. Those bombard cannons going to force to retreat. Those, man, here come the Arambai around the side. Going to deny that on the hill as well. Skirmishers caught out of position here, but here are the pikes in such low numbers, though.
And not heavily upgraded. Bombard cannons are fine for me, but... uh-oh, those elephants are so tricky, and, well, it just feels like maybe Skirmisher, Pikeman might be the option. Oh, then the Viper, well, interesting. He attacked kind of into the champion line,
Yeah.
but now stays on the elite elite battle elephants.
TaToH getting Halberdier though, so this is going to even things up really well versus the elephants. Of course, the Arambai behind this will cut them down very quickly, so this is going to come down to a lot of the strategic play, how well players can control their units, and essentially match things out about this. Siege Workshop on the front there. Just about taken down, but Viper has all the resources in the world right now. All he has to do is crush this push from TaToH, and then the game's looking like his. If TaToH manages to push him out of the center, though, that's where things start to look a little bit more dicey for Viper.
Oh, the Viper even taking to Faith. He's one of the only guys who ever thinks of that, and, well, that could help him quite a bit against potential monks. But for now, we are simply playing against Halberdiers.
Exactly. Halberdiers, we've got the bombard cannons behind it as well. Here come the Arambai around the side. They should get cleaned up pretty quickly here, and look at that. Viper realizing he's picked a bad engagement. Oh, the bombard cannons getting a little bit forward there, and there's Elite Battle Elephant as they hit on top. But look at those Halberdiers do work.
Yeah, they are just designed to kill those elephants. Comes in the front, just being left. Abeles nicely sniping all those Rambai. Bombard cannons are trying to be saved, and that was a lot of units lost here for the Viper.
A lot of units. Those elephants are not cheap. And look at this, the Arambai. But, oh, how many bombard cannons are we seeing getting taken down now? TaToH losing quite a few. Oh, it looks like he's keeping most of them alive, actually. But here come the Arambai behind to clean that one up. Viper knows if he's losing the fight, get at least the best trades out of it.
Well, he didn't really lose the fight, right? Yeah, it wasn't cost efficient potentially, but TaToH, his army was just so much cheaper. He's designed to do all the trades. But, well, those Halberdiers not really having the best upgrade turrets as well.
Oh, yeah, look at how quickly they get taken down here. The Arambai doing such a good job. He's leaving those elephants forward. And like I was saying earlier, Viper's managed to crush the push now. The ball's absolutely in TaToH's court. He's the one that needs to make something happen here. Viper can play this map for days with the amount of gold he's got available. And TaToH looks like he's just dried up.
Uh-oh, being dried up here against the guy who has all the techs he wants. Lead battle elephants with all the upgrades except the attack upgrades. Look at that, 8 defense here.
Oh, it is insanity to look at. Even then, we've got Viper going down with scale mail armor behind this as well. We've got chemistry, iron casting. The man is getting his techs.
Indeed, and well, Abeles numbers are still nice and high. Won't really do too much against battle elephants, but good against champions. And Rambai, if we see that the castle needs to be cancelled.
Oh yeah, this is going to hurt for TaToH so much. And the fact that we've got Viper and Imperial Age anymore, TaToH can't afford to play this one passively. We've got the option for Trebuchets coming out, which are just going to force the engagements. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from TaToH.
TaToH cancelled the castle, so he's getting some of the stone back. Nice timing there. Knew exactly what was going up. Halberdier numbers, not scary enough. Both players nearing the max out pop 200. Oh, that's a ballsy castle by the snake.
That is a very ballsy castle, but look at the amount of army Viper has here. If that castle comes up, it's basically spelling the end of the game here for TaToH.
Halberdier numbers are still quite high, but the Rambai in the back are just doing a beautiful job. More Halberdiers are spammed in. We have +1, +2 for them. Not enough in the numbers, and wow, the Viper here is just his dream army composition.
That's it. This is the army composition you can only get when you have unlimited gold, and Viper having that center of the map, it's basically unlimited gold for him.
Oh yeah, even pulled a lot of villagers to build the castle. That's why it doesn't look that sick, but we saw it earlier. TaToH, he's in some trouble now, down to pop 160.
That's it. Look how close this is getting. So many military buildings on the frontier as well. Viper, obviously, with the trebuchet, he can push in, begins cutting into this production, and then TaToH, he's just not going to be able to repop. But even then, if we look at the military counts, it's 53 versus 30. TaToH in front, believe it or not, but he's just got such a more expensive army on play for Viper now.
Is your microphone still working, or is it all fine? Okay, maybe it
It's
was
fine.
just my end. Okay, and well, let's take a look. Abeles now continuing to move out here. Can he find an angle without a castle? It's kind of tricky to get onto traps as well.
Oh man, he's having so much trouble here. I wonder if he's going to start selling off that stone, try and get some extra gold with it, because he needs something like those bombard cannons back in. Some way he can kind of make a play against this, because at the moment, Viper can just get a couple of trebs out and just sit in position, slowly whittle away.
Could you explain to me why the Viper is taking for champions? I don't really see it.
Look, it could be potentially to deal with the Halbs, but look behind it. There's so many Arbalest still in play that they're going to get cut down very quickly, but that'd be my guess here, because champions, end of the day, are going to be probably the best trash killer in terms of cost efficiency, but I don't know. That's my guess here. Byzantines, he knows they have cheap trash. TaToH's off gold. He wants to get those trash killers out nice and early, and look at that. TaToH even going down with guilds, but Siege Ram on the way as well.
Yeah, Siege, he's trying to prepare a push here at the right-hand side, but look at that.
Viper knows he's in front. He doesn't want to let anything fall in the way like that, so Stonewall's up behind defensively. It's not like he's short on resources.
Uh-oh.
This could be really bad.
Kansas City shuffle incoming. I believe he will go for a big move out over here and will send his 80 army in here. And that will be brutal. I'm not really sure how this will turn out.
Oh, that's it. He leaves himself completely undefended. But where are those Arambai? Are they? I don't. Oh, looks like they're going to see them coming through. Oh, no. Good play by TaToH. And I thought he was rearranging the whole army there. But here we go. Look at it. He knows the push is coming now. Should be able to regroup his military to home. And look at the amount of champions there at the front.
Let's take a look how much they're doing. They see, okay, we cannot really engage that kind of army, but if you're sending 80 army down, I will take you in your face.
Exactly. He's moved out. He's left himself exposed here. And here we go. Will TaToH be able to make this one happen?
And that's a beautiful move of TaToH. And we have said time over time how Smarties when his decisions. He sees, okay, I cannot win the fight in the center. Let's make it an ugly one for you.
Exactly, just take any kind of position he can here. Siege Rams moving in against the wall, but look at this. We have the Elephants, we have the Champs right in front of TaToH's face there. Even garrisoning up those Rams, trying to get as much speed on them as possible. Viper, of course, having nothing at home to really defend. Viper, he's got that one defensive castle right at the front, but look at this. He's going to be able to run through straight into the eco. TaToH, however, powering up that castle behind the town center.
Pop 200 against Pop 200 now. In 2 minutes, we will take another close look into that. That will clearly change. Let's take a look. The Rams are coming in. Would have loved to see some more Rams. Some even going back because the area was so tight. TaToH not with the greatest movements here. Halberdiers are lacking a bit behind.
Look at those champions just dealing with that Ram so effectively, on top of the trash as well. Aaron Bai trying to push this one back, and oh no, I'm looking at TaToH's base, and I am seeing champions anywhere. Who would have ever guessed seeing champions as a raiding unit? But look at those elephants, they just soak up so much damage, and oh man, that's a lot of idols for TaToH.
Well, the Viper, he just tried to lead the Ram by, and now losing most of those. Not really too great for him. The Ram, I think, came over from the left and tried to attack that you see now.
Here are the Helms, hopefully able to clean up the elephants, but looking back at TaToH's base, look at the amount of villagers under the town center there. It doesn't make things easy for him. Viper slowly starting to pull ahead here in terms of the pop count. We're at 183 compared to 168. 38 military for Viper, so a little bit lower, but again, his military has just been so effective. But TaToH knows what he needs to do here. He needs to raid. He needs to cut down those villager numbers, but 144 to 101. Viper up so far already.
Yeah, but that means more military for Mr. TaToH, and obviously that's how Byzantines work, right? His goal at the moment is, okay, I will let you the gold, you will work with gold, let's maybe try to cut you off wood.
Oh, it makes it so hard here, but look at how much gold Viper has in the bank there. There's someone who's been in the center the entire map and hasn't been pushed away. And look at this, it's slowly getting cleaned up here, and a good gate. Really good gate.
Fire seeds some of those farms. Can we see another gate? Yes, we can, and that's all cleared up. Beautiful defense.
Oh man, considering how aggressive and quick that push came in, this has been absolutely brutal. Viper dealing with this one so effectively, and look at this, TaToH is on the retreat yet again. Good news is TaToH has managed to clean everything up back at his base, but he's struggling to repop here.
How are those people still so high in their population? TaToH just lost 80 military, had massive losses in his eco, and is still at pop 170. The Viper basically maxed out.
Oh, it's amazing. It's all those resources in the bank, and look at how many production buildings we've got here from TaToH. Ready to go, and oh, that was a bit of an ambitious gold mine, but looks like this one here is going to be the real push. Here we go. Viper's just about ready to go. He's quashed the push coming through from TaToH, and now he's going to be ready to go for it on his own.
I would have loved to see like 3-4 archer rangers here as well, just to mix in some skirmishes. He's going for the center push. That is lacking siege though.
Oh, here we go. Might get a couple of those trebuchets for free as well. Always nice to see the free gold unit like that. But Viper, like we said, he's got 5k gold in the bank now. 5,000 gold to work with.
That's just ridiculous. TaToH, meanwhile, he is sitting at 1 relic compared to 3 even of the snake, so that's brutally in favor for him as well. TaToH tried to expand over here, even did the second stone upgrade, but instantly stopped by the Viper.
Oh, this makes things so hard. It looks like another trebuchet might go down just about for free there, but look at that. That castle on the hill just proving how strong it is here. More siege workshops getting thrown down on the front. TaToH, look at how low that gold count is. It makes it hard.
It makes it hard indeed. On its attack now for the Viper as well. That could be some evil shots over here. Let's take a look how he's preparing. Okay, 2 mangles now. But we have the first time ever TaToH playing with some traps.
That's it. He's got some options here to force an engagement, and I think that's where Viper's had his strongest plays in this entire game right here. He's been able to dictate the fights as he wanted them, take him when he was happy to, whereas those trebuchets, it means that he can't really play passively behind this anymore. I know I said the same thing with the bombard cannons, but the trebuchets obviously don't have to be anywhere near as close to the front of the game, but look at those champions.
Those champions won't really do too much. I believe TaToH will just snag that away. The question is, how much will the Rams do? Onager shots could be really deadly here, but TaToH, he's so good at avoiding those.
Oh, absolutely. His micro has proved to be absolutely amazing. The Rams going to get cleaned up pretty quickly here. We've got more trebuchets moving to the front here from TaToH as well. Will he finally be able to get rid of that castle on the hill and potentially claim this gold for himself?
Let's list what the Viper built this game. It's Elite Arambai, it's Onager tech, it's Heavy Scorpion tech, it's
Elite
Champions,
Elephant.
Elite Bad Elephants, he's adding Monks, he even teched Elite Skirmishers, he's going for everything.
He wants every tech. We're going to have to check at the end, see what that is. And look at this, Viper Heavy Scorpions as well, going to be able to hopefully deal with the helps on the way into the engagements there. Those Arbalest have been doing a great job holding on to everything, but man, look at that KD that was just pointed out in the chat there. Viper in such a good spot.
Yeah, but that's how bits
Fighting
work.
trash.
Yeah, exactly. And we don't speak of TaToH.
Of course not. We can look at that at the end. And guard tower comes up defensive, but how quickly will those elephants take it down? Everyone knows how that works. Champion's here to clean up the Helbs. Helbs here to clean up the elephants, but Sally's going to be one winner in this fight. And look at this fight in the center. Viper going in for the cleanup now. Champion's in front, trying to deal with the Halberdiers. Arbalest doing their best to deal with the champions. Bombard cannon, maybe wrong place, wrong time for you, my friend.
And now traps are getting exposed as well. Elephants, though, somewhat dying. But the Rambai in the back just doing such a beautiful job against the Halberdier as well.
Oh man, this is looking like a great sweep here from Viper. Even got his own bombard cannons behind it as well, using it to try and get the bombard cannon micro one. He's been trying to use it to clean up the Krebs as well. Scorpions on the way in. Viper showing us one of every unit.
Oh man, that's just so sick. And we will also have to take a close look later on at the gold collected in this game.
Oh man, the elephant raiding. The elephant. Oh, that's some good Scorpions actually.
Some mispicks here by TaToH as well, investing quite a lot into a unit that he really does not want to build at the moment.
Oh, that's going to be very hurtful on the economy. It's going to hurt a lot. But look at this. Elephants in the back of the economy there for TaToH, making things so hard for him really to be able to hold on to.
Okay, let's take a look. That's actually not too bad for TaToH because, like, losing 10 villagers, yeah, it hurts, but he can replace those. And he can clear this up quite cost efficiently. Look at how instantly his reaction is coming over with the Halberdiers.
That's it. Just re-queue to where they're going to be. And look at this. He's looking for a fight here again. TaToH has managed to buy himself some ground here. The bombard cannon doing its best to take out all the siege. And look at that. Onga tech, though. Oh, the trebuchets do land right on top of that bombard cannon.
Oh, Elon, that's just so sick, right? The Viper just staying so active. And another castle to fortify that area in the center. Halberdiers are clearing this one up here. Nice move by TaToH, but he's running out of options.
Exactly. It's been the same thing for so long now, and Viper is just teching up into all the answers he needs. Second castle on the hill coming up as well. Doesn't want to see that one go. And elephants again just falling on top of everything.
Oh man, and well, trust me, after this game, both players will be warm.
Both players are going to be good for the rest of the series, I think, after this. All the hotkeys, all the fingers, nice and ready to go.
Yeah, well, not for sure here. And, well, score now 20k to 16k, just pushing in here. TaToH without gold against that army composition. Onager landing a solid shot here. And, yeah, Viper can just toy with TaToH now.
Exactly. He's got so many tech options. Whatever TaToH decides to go for, he can push behind as well. Looks like TaToH is getting ready for another sneaky push towards the north there. Champions, however, already being dispersed to deal with that one. And I guess at this point, Viper's just got so much map control. He just needs to hold on. And was that just the worst timing there possible?
But GG. Regardless, in the center. What a beautiful game here by the Viper.
This is good. He took it so effectively. Like I was saying, it comes down to when you really decide to put your push into that hill. If you can hold it, you're in a great position, but we've seen people lose that hill so many time and time again, whereas TaToH, he just didn't have the composition needed to really take it down. And that's what you see out of this. The amount of gold that Viper had in the bank here was absolute insanity. The units he could produce, where at least TaToH was in probably the best spot he could be to be creating trash behind this. Huge military production behind it. It's just sad it wasn't enough.
Yeah, sad indeed. For me, it felt like this one push early imp, right? Where we had the move out with like 20 Arbalists in that direction. And there were 3 Mangonels and the like 20 Rambai as well. And they could really jump onto it and decimate the Arbalist numbers early imp. I think that's where it kind of shifted from the huge tech advantage to too low numbers from TaToH.
Exactly, and having so many units spread out across the map as well, that always hurts when dealing with Arambai, but like you said, TaToH managed to get up into Imperial, he had the tech advantage, he just wasn't able to make anything happen with it, sadly.
Field TaToH, man indeed. Oh, look at that KD.
That is just brutality if I've ever seen it. Can't wait to see how much gold's been mined here by Viper as well. I think that's going to show us exactly how much of a difference that is. Look at that in terms of the difference, guys. This is why this map is so important, where you can't lose map control. We've seen some great plays on it, but whoever controls the center is whoever's going to take the game.
Yeah, that's so true. And, well, we have seen some shuffles around, and TaToH went for the right approach, right? If he had, like, 5 more Rams at that south push and maybe gets 3 TCs flatted, maybe he can have a chance for a comeback.
Oh yeah, he needed to get into that middle though, and he needed that siege equipment, and that's where he was lacking. He had chemistry so early, but didn't even have the siege workshop to drop the bombard cannons into play.
Yeah, and honestly, I've seen a lot of people die to that early push there with all the Arbalists, but it seems like elephants are a pretty good option against that.
Very good, and we are moving on, of course, to game number 3 here. We are at 2-0 for TaToH. Game number 3, though, guys, if you want some hope, we do have TaToH's map pick. This is the one that he wanted. He did sadly lose Indians in the bans here, but he's got a lot of good civs to work with.
Absolutely, and well, we are still far away from being this having the series over. And well, let's find the Byzantine ban here, and bop.
Ooh, that's how it's done. Nilly, with the pro casting abilities, the pro streaming abilities, you've done well. You've done amazingly well here.
Cheers, man. Cheers, man.
Looks like Viper's just taking a quick break, just going to have a little bit of a stretch, because that was a long game, but don't you worry, guys. This is a best of 13 series. There's so many chances for comebacks.
Yeah, indeed. And I will just tell someone in the living room something, and then we will be back as well. The Viper against TaToH. Game number 3. Any second, we will continue. And we are back. Players are ready here as well. I just needed to talk to some of the mods that we need some more bans, not only timeouts, and fix some of the camera positions here. Turkman, rehydration next. TaToH map. Will that give us some hope?
I'm really hoping so here. This is the first map that TaToH picked across the entire series, which means this is the map he's most comfortable with. It's the one he wanted there. It is a shame, though, that we saw the Indians get banned out because, of course, makes it such a strong map. And look, I don't want to say it's an automatic win, but it definitely makes life a lot easier. I'm not sure what civilization we are going to see from him on it, though, actually.
I know that Malay are considered to be pretty strong. The Viper has a good option here of Japanese. Maybe you're trying to find a civilization that performs pretty well against Japanese. But I'm not really sure what I want to have there. Maybe Ethiopians?
Oh, it could be good. Of course, having that crossbow advantage, be able to push that one nice and hard, but what else have we got? Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. We've seen like a lot of Britons on this map. We've seen obviously a lot of Indians on top of that as well. The question is, though, does Viper use one of his lesser civs now? Because he's a little bit up in terms of the play. Does he want to save his better civs later in case it decides to become a little bit more of an issue? Or does he go for the kill straight away?
Well, the thing is, you kind of have to think like the lesser civs, how much lesser are they performing in other maps? Like, if we think about it like Japanese, let's consider them on rehydration and seize the hump. And compare them to Goth. Like, both, Japanese is better on both, but Goth on rehydration, they aren't doing much. On seize the hump, with mass man-at-arms, they have some value there.
Exactly.
So maybe now a Japanese here, Gotham receives the hump, and those are the deep thoughts they will have for sure.
Exactly, there's so much more to work with here. We've got so many more civilizations as options, and it's nice for everyone to be able to see something different as well here, and it's why the format of this cup has been so amazing.
Indeed, and I'm excited. We are jumping into game number 3 here. Players are ready to go.
Game number 3, 2-0 towards Viper. Map number 3, of course, being Rehydration picked by TaToH. So should put him in a good spot for this one. We do have the Viper, of course, playing in the blue as the Japanese towards the north of the map. Over towards the southwest, we do have TaToH in the red, playing as the Ethiopians. So good pick.
Happy with that
The
one.
man knows what he's talking about.
So TaToH, he will probably try to make something happen here in Castle Age with a lot of crossmen, maybe an early in transition and into those strong arbalists, firing faster with the Ethiopians.
Exactly, and look at this, straight onto the shorefish, as we can shoot, or the box turtles. We can be nice and precise this casting here, of course. Both players proving that we know exactly how to play this map. I would say, how are we looking there in terms of the fish there for Viper? Probably not as good with the mill there, because he's got direct access to the 2. And then he's got the ones behind that. He's got one off to the side. So, look, not the best mill I've ever seen on Rehydration, but then again, not anywhere close to the worst I've seen.
And you have to think about the Japanese. They will build it for half the price anyway. So
Exactly.
He will just
Look at
spam
that.
them.
Second mill, already on the way. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care, and even if he does care, he will just invest another 50 wood, build another perfect mill, and then the day is saved.
I am looking at the maps, however, and TaToH is looking very bare in comparison to Viper. Viper's got a lot of woods kind of around his town center here. However, looking at TaToH, he's got kind of one option, and it's pretty far away from the town center. I mean, it's nice to have all the golds that he has there next to him. A little bit of a hill, but nothing really too bad about that, as long as he doesn't get pushed too hard anyway. But he's got good golds, but it comes at the sacrifice of these woodlines.
Let's see, it is kind of close still, right? And we need to see range units from Viper, so man-at-arm opening won't be too scary. Maybe some towers over here could be something, but I personally believe TaToH will be fine, especially because he will open with archers himself.
Yeah, I really hope that's exactly what we see here. Of course, the faster shooting going to make him so strong on a map like this, especially when you've got someone like TaToH micromanaging them as well, managing to get every snipe he can. But this is, of course, just a harder map to wall. You've got the ponds to have to deal with here. Viper, his gold's not in a bad location. Got the elephant there as well. Probably not going to utilize it until at least late here. Of course, he can just work with the box turtles for now. But I would say things are looking good for both players. I don't think anyone has a huge advantage. TaToH's just going to have so much more trouble when it comes to the walling.
Yeah, I think so as well. Something we have to mention though, the Viper, yeah, it is a beautiful map for Arabia walling, for example, over here. And you have to think about it though, if you just wall this area and this area, you're kind of getting low on shorefish and you really want to control a big area with more for yourself.
And that's where map control comes into it so much more. It's a reason we do see such good aggressive games on this map. If you can hold your opponent kind of in that little square, it gives you access to all those box turtles around the edges of the map, which is a huge food income boost.
Let's take a look. That looks like mill number 2 coming around here. No one really going for any goats, no elephants here, and interesting that he just builds one house over here and then moves over. Is that a potential drush?
Ooh, he's taking the gold. I think that spells drush to me. And it looks like that's going to be the option we've got here for him. Oh, man, look at those mills. Viper knows what's going on here. He wanted those cheap utility buildings for a reason.
Uh-oh, and the Viper, he's going for the sneaky goat steal. Look at that, 2 villagers in the TC trying to get that camel done, but the Viper is trying to dodge that. That's 3 goats stolen, but TaToH's stealing 2 back.
That's it. Look, as long as it's nice and even, that's all we care about. But hey, work for it. If you can get the lame, go for it. There's a lot of money on the line here. These guys may be friends, but hey, money will split you up very quickly.
And it looks like TaToH actually went for the big lane prior to that. Look at the mini-map for TaToH, like red dots all over it.
Man, those ghosts showing just how good they are in terms of exploration here as well. Working out so effectively. Camel's kind of cruising around as well, trying to find whatever he can. And oh man, will he actually bump into the extra goats down there that have been stolen by Viper?
At least he's trying to.
Oh no, so close.
Line of sight, not so big though.
Yeah, the camel does make that very hard. Now we've got Viper up to the feudal age, already going to be there about 9 minutes time. Looking like, yep, there comes the mining camp and barracks up on the front as well.
That pulls a man-at-arm aggression. Villager, is he on the wrong side or was that intentional?
Judging by that, I want to say intentional because he's building the house forward a little bit more, but it could have just been maybe it was on the wrong side, so I may as well just drop a house down here.
Okay, okay.
We'll see, we'll see.
Only one on gold. It feels like he went to the wrong side and then, as you said, let's do something with my life. build one
Yeah,
down.
well, we're here already. May as well. Give you a little bit of extra vision as well.
It maybe just like unintentionally might result into forward tower because he feels like, okay, I'm so far out of position, now I can just go aggressively.
Well, may as well. We've got the man-at-arms coming in. We're going to be able to push this one. Just get a tower down because we can.
Let's see about that. TaToH with a reasonable timing, 10-17 here, now sends 2 on gold as well. I want to see him go for some man-at-arms. We also have to remember you don't need to send that villager onto gold too early because we don't naturally need Loom, but the Viper actually went for Loom. That's interesting.
Have we got TaToH going forward here as well with a couple of villagers?
The Viper sees
Here
it.
we go. He's
The
seen the
Viper
villagers.
sees it. And TaToH? No idea.
No idea. Here it comes. And obviously a drush opening is so strong on this map as well. Just because your resources are so spread out. You've got the box turtles towards the back of the map as well. So it makes it very hard to rely on just the town center. And no Loom.
He gets man-at-arms
Oh, no.
of Japanese. That's not going to be pretty, Turkey.
This could be brutal. And look at where the mining camp is as well. Could potentially... He's going to trap the villagers in place. Oh, no. It gets out of there just in time. But look at how much damage they do when those villagers don't have Loom.
Let's take a look. Can he go for some reasonable block-offs here? And TaToH might
Oh, it
even
might just catch it.
save. No. It's
Oh,
I feel
1
that-
HP.
That was fortunate for TaToH.
Oh, that could have been so much worse. Man-at-arms coming in at just the right moment there, I guess, in terms of TaToH. He's going to be able to survive this one. Look at that. TaToH going down with the walls as well. But is it too slow?
Uh-oh, he's pulling some villagers away. Still no Loom. Only now reaching Pure Age. Goes for some more walls. We need some wall over here. TaToH, can he see
Oh,
it?
no.
That's a mistake by him. This is open at the left-hand side, and that's just full scrap mode.
Look at this. So much food production lost there. We've got TaToH playing super aggressively here, even trying to take out the barracks with the villagers. Look, it definitely takes some time. We've even got a villager repairing on the other side, so it doesn't make things easy. TaToH, however, has walled off his wood line, so he is in a little bit more of a defendable spot.
Oh, well, it's still not pretty. Do we have any archer in this? Oh god, this could be a very short one for the Viper. That looks so good. Look at that full
Oh,
defense
no.
here. Man-at-arms now out. Villagers, they are kind of exposed. And still some damage here. This is looking so ugly. One archer alone is just deadly.
That's it. One archer. It's going to force the deletion of the palisades. Can slowly pick away at the villagers, but the point being here, they're going to die if he doesn't delete it. If he deletes it, the man-at-arms are on the other side.
Yeah, ugly spot. What do you do here? Now it tries to get an archer range up himself. It tries to open both sides, and can he save all of them? 2 are being saved for sure. And it seems like he will get home maybe with all 4 of them.
Oh,
6 HP.
wow.
That's actually not too bad for TaToH.
Considering, absolutely, TaToH could have been in such a bad spot here, but Viper is playing this one so aggressively, and it's working out so well for him here as well. Viper on 8 military. We've only got 2 in play for TaToH, and it is showing so effectively now. Look, and he pushes him off gold again. He's pushed him off wood. Man, the snake is constricting around him now, and it's not looking so good.
Oh man, the opening of TaToH, I'm not really sure if the full aggression there with man-at-arms was really necessary. Maybe he felt the Viper was playing something that wasn't really a lot of aggression and wanted to outsmart him, but didn't really happen here. At the moment, no real resource income.
How do you begin to deal with this? His push is on front as well. It looks like he's probably dealt with that barracks now, or at least I'm hoping so. No, hasn't even dealt with the barracks yet. This has been so many idle villagers in front for TaToH. Behind this as well, Viper on a high villager count to push that one to the extremes. And then all the idle time we've had from TaToH behind this as well, whereas Viper's economy working like a well-oiled machine. He only brought the 1 villager forward, and look at how much difference that's made.
Oh man, look at that. Mill number 5 now on the outside. TaToH, it feels like he needs to start farming soon, and that's basically GG already.
Exactly, especially considering he has so little wood to work with here. How easy his wood line can be attacked behind this as well. And man, those archers just pushing him closer and closer back to the TC. But there's the farms.
That's so ugly. And he actually has a lot of sheep still spread around, or goats. Could send them back home. It's just complete loss of map control. That aggression won't really do much. Man-at-arms are coming over here. Not a lot of stuff going right for TaToH at the moment.
Oh man, this has been an absolute crash. I really want to see TaToH bring it back. But if he does, it is going to be through a miracle level of play.
It's going to be tricky. 12 minutes to reach to 6. And we said earlier, I don't really see a lot of army over here, but, well, maybe if army is over here and TaToH cannot defend it, the game might be over pretty soon anyway.
Exactly. He's already been forced onto those farms, so he needs that wood that much more desperately now. And look at these units. Look at the amount of idols. What can TaToH do to push this back? Not a lot, sadly. Skirmish is going to clean up the man-at-arms. Easy enough. But there we go. Game number 3. Viper looking impeccable.
Oh man, the power of Japanese. You can just build so many mills, and the Viper did it. He had a small, short distance spawn to that side as well. TaToH with a horrible map went for an aggression that the Viper scouted, received an aggression that he didn't scout himself, saved all villagers, but military count, just absolutely no option there.
Exactly. TaToH not managing to scout that forward, pushed from Viper, put him in such a disadvantaged position here, and it hurts. It absolutely hurts to see a match go down like this. But the result is, this is why the scouting matters so much, guys, and in a professional game like this, of the level we're seeing, you miss something like that, and this is exactly what happens. People don't give you a chance to bring it back in.
Yeah, and TaToH, he was more thinking about receiving those goats here at the side. Scouted, look at that in this border area, instead of trying to get over here and get all the vision and all the intels he needed, because he needed to see, is the Viper walling, is the Viper going for man-at-arms? TaToH didn't get that intel and just got slapped.
Absolutely slapped away there. And I guess that brings us towards game number 4.
Look at that, game over with 3-2
3-2.
What is this? I've never seen that before.
Oh, it makes such a difference, and that's showing just how map control is just so crucial in a game like this.
Oh man, and largest military 12-7. Viper with way more food income and more gold. Look at overall mined resources, like what is that? 1,400 more in a 15-minute game?
That's insane to look at, an absolutely insane stat, and it shows just, like I was saying, Viper only had the one idle villager this entire time. We had to have to go forward with 4. He tried to kill the barracks off, didn't work out so effectively. Then he had all the idols on his wood line, all the idols on top of the box turtles as well. Oof, it doesn't make things easy.
It doesn't make things easy for sure. We gave them the go. They will launch any second now. TaToH just saying he needs to rejoin. And we are out of Japanese here. The left-hand side number... Oh, let's just move it a bit and we will see about that. And on the other side we are out of Ethiopians. I think that was a civilization that had some potential, but couldn't really get onto the early man-at-arms there. Couldn't really use the plus 100 gold, plus 100 food that he's benefiting. Also, being the greedy guy TaToH sometimes is, and what I love, not having Loom there, kind of put him in a tricky spot as well.
Oh yeah, those militia, you saw how much damage they did and how quickly the villagers couldn't even choose to fight them at that stage. The good news is, however, this is another pick from TaToH. We do have Coast to Mountain picking up. He has Mongol's advantageous position here as well, if he wants to try and utilize all of that, so it does make it a lot easier to begin to deal with. Hopefully, he can move in, secure himself a win now, and bring this into a much more even series.
Let's hope so. Coast Mountain, a map where TaToH can play very creatively. Mongol's a good option. Chinese banned for the Vipers, so he might play one of the mixed civilizations there. Maybe goes for the more water approach.
Absolutely, and we've seen so many times on this map, Viper loves taking that water. He loves having the fishing boats to support his economy behind it, and he's just about unstoppable when it happens. So hopefully we see the same kind of play from TaToH, manages to get the hunt, secures the water, and then just brings it down on top of Viper.
Yeah, let's just hope so. Maybe just ignores the water even, and maybe tries to take it back later if he plays for the Mongol hunt. Early scout is an option.
Absolutely.
Maybe tries to break the walls of the Viper here, which kind of could be an option if he chooses to go for something like Italians, although Italians probably is the pick for tight pool. This could be a creative tip from the Viper.
Ooh, let's see what he does decide to bring out of the hat here, guys, as we go into game number 4. 3 TheViper, 0 TaToH. TaToH looking for the comeback. We are on Coast to Mountain, which of course is TaToH's pick as well. Looking at what we've got here, we do have TheViper as Spanish towards the southwest of the map. Over towards the northeast, we do have TaToH as the Mongols in the red.
Indeed, and well, building the TC in the center, isn't trying to go for the top where we have the mountain area with all the gold and stone, so needs to expand towards that later on. Sends one villager down, so he will have a water approach for sure. TaToH meanwhile just building his base in the center as well.
Here we go. Both players going for hunts. A very similar strategy from both players. I don't think we've seen a restart from either player used yet, actually. So these could become a little bit more prominent as we go back into the series. For the best of 13, each player has 2 restarts to utilize as well.
Indeed. Thinking, okay, maybe this wasn't my greatest start. Maybe this isn't the best map for me. Let's give myself a better chance to still stay in the series or maybe even increase my lead. Let's restart. Not really pulled yet, but... well, maybe the last rehydration map could have been an option there.
And look at that, Viper coming down with his first dock already. TaToH really not looking like he wants to engage the water too much here. You could be right that he just goes for a full scout play and just tries to take absolute dominance on the land, then can start focusing into water.
Yeah. Let's see about that and how he plays it, because we've seen Mongols play with a lot of scouts quite early here, but players have adjusted against that and just went for walls starting at minute 4 or 5, just trying to zone out everything, and then scouts won't do that much.
Exactly, and that's the problem we have here. If Viper manages to get his walls up too early, TaToH's scouts will be totally ineffective. So hopefully we see a super early scout timing from TaToH, manage to get in, because of course that town center towards the center there means Viper won't have any option when it comes down to moving towards the mountain. He gets denied the wood, the gold, it's basically game over.
Let's take a look. TaToH, what game was it? No, that was TaToH's tower, I believe, the sneaky Eldorado tower. Maybe I would love to see something like that as well. TaToH just sending one villager in here, scout aggression, and then maybe that villager later on building some archer range or something. Something sneaky could be so nice here with the better hunt for the Mongols.
Absolutely, and it'll definitely help him out across that. And like I was saying, TaToH utilizing his restart here as well. And was he going down to... Nope, that's just a camel on the water. Let's have a quick squiz around, see what we can see here. But didn't look like he had enough hunt for him to be happy here. Which, look, absolutely fair. You've got the restarts, use them for a reason. We'll be going again. Let's see if TaToH can put himself into better shape for the next one.
Yeah, it looked good. Like, look at that. 2 elephants close by, could have gotten 3. And not too pretty here for TaToH. Both saved the game, so they have no idea how their enemy tried to start this one.
Exactly, a big difference was made. We did have players resigning at the start of the tournament. We've advised them since that save and exit is a way to go, just because it doesn't reveal the entire map, so your strategy doesn't become undone straight away.
Yeah, indeed, and I love that, and that they're thinking about that. Mongols against Spanish. If we get onto Elite Mangodai, obviously it's looking really good for TaToH at the start. He should be the one pressuring, but the castle edge time could be really tricky with all the conquistadors. How can TaToH defend that?
Oh, it's a good question. It's a really good question. I think he needs to do the damage early, make it a lot harder to deal with, because obviously, once they're up and running, they're so hard to deal with. Villager picks, so easy to begin to deal with, whereas if TaToH could move in, get the early game advantage, and just box Viper in, that's where he's going to have the win here, I find. And we are moving in. This is our restart on game number 4. The map, of course, coast to mountain. Picked by TaToH as well. We do know the civilizations already, so we do have towards the south of the map in the blue the Viper playing as the Spanish. Towards the north of the map we do have TaToH in the red playing as the Mongols. And look at that, both players dropping their town centers immediately.
And this is a pretty good spawn for the Viper here. 3 big trees very close by, so he instantly decides, okay, with that spawn, I don't need to build my mining camp that early. Let's go for a nice and early dock. Pretty similar to game number 1.
I like it a lot. And look at this Viper, even scouting around, trying to see what he can find, sending a villager down to the dock already. And it looks like we've got TaToH around here as well. Viper, man, he's getting a really early scout towards TaToH there as well. First elephant is in for Viper, and hopefully TaToH's got some good hunt to work with as well, because, of course, Mongols hunt bonus, you want to abuse that one as much as you can.
Absolutely. First elephant is coming in, as you said. I like that the Viper is going for the straightless south of the TC, so that he can micro a bit better here, and, well, just stays very efficiently. Dock number 1 here, and again, TaToH ignores water.
No water from TaToH. I'm feeling a very fast up timing from him. I want to see him get those fast scouts out, because like we were talking about before the restart, if Viper does manage to get those walls out, the scouts are basically going to be able to achieve nothing. Whereas if we see TaToH go for a nice early uptime, get in the way, deny that mountainous area, so no gold, no stone, no wood for Viper, that's where this one becomes a very easy game.
Yeah, now since 4 on wood, this is kind of the timing where we had the restart earlier. Maybe it changed his build up a bit. And did he get that many more elephants? Not really. They're quite far away. Not again the best spawn for him. Oh, what is that village up to?
Ooh, I have a feeling it's heading down to go for a dock here. Just judging by the trajectory, I would say, of the villager in terms of where it's walking. Hopefully he does spy an extra elephant on the way. It would be nice to see him lure one back to the town center, but obviously it's getting so far away here it becomes an issue.
Not the greatest food at all. Look at that. No real next elephant coming over. Maybe just needs to loom and then get those. That could be an option. Has some scouting with the goats here. And, well, he knows about the dock of the Viper now.
I think we're always going to know that dock is there. Viper is such a water-heavy player. And look at that. TaToH going down with 1 now as well. A little bit later, but look, the dock is coming up nonetheless.
Yeah, but that's fine, right? He will still prioritize his earlier uptime and maybe can pressure the Viper on land quite a bit, and or maybe on water, or maybe even both.
Exactly, and here comes that elephant we were talking about before. Villager, so Loom has been done. Can be able to pull that one in here relatively easy. Kept the villagers chopping the trees just to make sure there was no idle time behind this. And how's the lure? It's looking like a good lure.
Absolutely perfect spot there, and Doc is finished. Maybe could have been a bit early. Look at that 150 wood floating for him even.
He does have a lot to work with here in the early days. Obviously trying to keep those resources as low as possible just to show your efficiency. But, I don't know. And looks like Viper, again, going to get another elephant. This will be his third elephant. Viper having so much luck in this spawn.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's prior to Loom. But TaToH, you didn't really want to take 2 resets on one single map.
Oh, that's it. And like we said, you do have 2 for the entire series, but...
Oh!
Oh! Not the best lure in the world. Didn't kill it with the town center entirely, but... Look, better than nothing. Better than nothing, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely better than nothing, but that weird, right? The elephant did follow the villager and then suddenly stopped.
Yeah, it just decided to go back. Very, very interesting. But look at that. There's the early uptiming we're looking to from TaToH. Going to be up at 7:45. Viper just going down with Loom now. And it looks like he's gone for no walls whatsoever yet. Hopefully a good scout play from TaToH here can really get him back in the matchup.
He is looming now and tries to get some control over at the top, but might be, well, not in time. Let's take a look. Is TaToH maybe sending one villager forward? Now goes on to gold here at the bottom. Kind of weird. Why did he not go at
Interesting.
the
He's dividing up his economy a lot.
He didn't find the
No.
gold spot. He
Oh
has
no, he's going to be kicking
idea.
himself about that later.
Oh, could have gone for that goal as well, and that won't be that efficient here, close to the wood line.
Oh, not what we want to see. Not what we want to see at all. TaToH, come on, man. Pull this one back. But look at this. Viper going up behind as well. Currently going to be there in 8:40, so about a 1 minute difference. Of course, not going to be able to get quite as many spearmen out to defend as early, so it could be good for TaToH again. Oh, but look at that. Viper's already starting to get his wall off on top of the mountains there.
Yeah, as he should. Maybe could have been a bit further forward, but it's obviously tricky to scout the map. You have 2 camels to scout, but their line of sight not that great.
There we go. Come on, give us that instant stable, TaToH. What are we doing behind this? Or is he just going for full water control?
He's going for 1 fire galley. The Viper spotted that dog and won't go for more. It looks like he will play fast castle. He's on gold. He already has 500 food as well.
Because probably the thing being, I haven't even seen a barracks yet from TaToH anywhere on the map, which means, of course, scouts not really an option on that front. And here comes the villager. Ooh, good wall in by Viper. Look at that. And he wants the entire coastline, apparently.
TaToH still going for it. I think we will have the wall behind that.
Oh,
That's so evil.
that is so tricky. But Viper now up into feudal age as well, and his wall off is pretty much complete. We'll be able to get his own fire galley out now as well, and TaToH is going to have that small advantage on water by 1 unit, but we'll see exactly how he can push it out from here.
Okay, so what's the approach? If TaToH just plays a reasonable fast castle behind that and he's just going for some water, he has a lot of resources, he will not play any scouts, he will go for mango dice against conquistadors.
Ooh, I really like it. Of course, he's going to be in a stage of mind here where he wants to play this one a lot more defensive, which is probably the bigger part of his lookout as well. He's not really in a position where he can make too many risks here, so going for the faster uptime, and look at that, Fire Galley versus Fire Galley. Viper going to get the first spawn hits as well, and a little bit of villager combat going down towards the east of the map.
It's not really combat, the Viper not really fighting back.
Running, a little bit of running.
Yeah, let's take a look at resources. The Viper, he has... Oh, he's even building another mill. Maybe he forgot about the mill at the front and wants to have it for the market. Kind of weird. Goes for to stone. Not really getting the buildings up at the moment to get to Castle Age.
I'm really confused by this matchup actually at the moment. We've got, here we go, TaToH having a little bit more of an advantage on water. How are we looking in terms of the health? Ooh, that is tight.
TaToH going for Fire Galley number 3. The demo will be early as well. Gives up the chase of that villager. What's TaToH's plan? He is building the market. Where is he getting the blacksmith? Not really yet. I think it will be somewhat similar Castle Age timings here.
I agree entirely. Both players looking for that Castle Age timing, of course. All the combat we've seen thus far going to be on the water. The only thing I'm worried about here is TaToH's economy is in so many different places. It's so exposed out across the map. All it would take from Viper is some good conk raiding and he'll be in a lot of trouble.
Let's take a look. Conk raiding, obviously one of the scariest things in this game. Let's look how TaToH can defend this. Obviously the castle can defend quite some area. Mango dice on a hill could be lovely. If he gets ballistics, engagements could be an option.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look. Water fight, a good demo hit for TaToH. Could just clear this up. Those fishing ships, they all lost some HP already.
Look, if I have any hope on someone getting a good demo hit here, it's going to be TaToH. So hopefully he can drop it in nice and strong, take out those 2 fire galleys very quickly and efficiently. Because if he takes water, he's going to be in a great spot in this one to be able to begin the push into the next one. But look at that. TaToH going out with Castle Age there. We do have TaToH, of course, in the lead. Viper dropping down his market back at base as well. So going to be just about ready to go for this one. And let's see if he can get a good hit with this demo.
Oh, shouldn't really trade 1-for-1, and he gets a good demo.
Oh, that was pretty.
That
And we are 3v1 on the water.
Indeed, and that will be dead fishing ships. TaToH should send 1 behind to chase this down and kill the fishing ships. That's a good start for him for sure. We'll have most likely 3 fishing ships against none pretty soon. Also sees what's going on here at the top. TaToH, he is fine.
TaToH's looking really good here. If he manages to take the water control away, manages to boom up behind this one as well, he's going to be in a great spot, despite the fact his economy is so spread out. If he can just bring the pinch down on Viper, he's going to be able to hold this one very effectively. And look at this. Water control goes to TaToH.
Indeed, and that's pretty important for him. Viper, is he continuing to do something? Not really. It was lacking wood for quite some time. That's why his castle age time was a bit delayed here with the late market. But, well, he's heavily on stone. He will get in conquistadors. TaToH's defense has to be on point.
Exactly. Viper's going to play this one a lot more defensively now. He's already on the back foot, having lost the water. And like you were saying with the stone count there, a nice defensive castle will seal in his control of that mountainous area, give him the resource and the ability to build the conks out behind this one as well.
Viper instantly sees the stone as well, so he knows what he's playing against. Knows, okay, that will be Mango Dice against conquistadors. Is that a reason to build more conquistadors or less conquistadors?
Oh, look, I really like to think he'll get probably... That's the thing, I just want to see groups of 3 conquistadors, because he's got so many points on the map at the moment he can be pressuring, doing damage behind. I think splitting them up, just trying to outdo the Mangadai, run away from them. There's no reason to take the fight against them. Just try and pressure the eco as much as possible for TaToH. So I don't think overcommit, but I think enough that you can have out multiple raiding parties to deal with the villagers.
And then it will get really tricky for TaToH to defend. He wants to always fight in higher numbers, quite obviously. And while the Viper adding some more farms, that's for me an indicator that he won't add more TCs, but will heavily go for the Kongs.
There we go. Castle on the way up. Great defensive location for it as well. Just up from the town center there. And Viper is starting to be able to scout everything. He knows where all these units are now. He knows how spread out TaToH's economy is. And that's the reason we're kind of expecting to see a couple of conks out, just do a little bit of damage where you can. No reason to keep pushing it. But look at this. A great defensive castle here from TaToH. Discovers he's got the gold port there as well. So we'll have the gold, the lumber, and the stone all under wraps defending from the castle.
Can build a beautiful TC, close to that as well. Now goes for fletching. Question is how early we will see the stable. Oh, probably will go for reasonably early husbandry here. We have fletching on the way now as well, and we'll try to take good fights. Viper finishing his castles. This will be Kongs against Mango Dice for quite some time.
Oh, it's going to be nice. And then behind that, of course, it's just going to be who gets the bigger numbers, who gets the better rating off, and obviously TaToH with the water. He does have a little bit of an advantage here. But those Mangadai, man, Mangadai, when they are micro correctly, are absolutely monstrous.
What advantage is correct, 6 fishing ships here, but he's also behind by 5 villagers, so that's pretty brutal. I think, did he get wheelbarrow? I think so, honestly. And, well, yes he did. So that might be not the worst then, but those villagers, they need to be pulled away, otherwise they will die instantly.
Exactly, I have no doubt. Look at that. I can see dots on the map already. I have no doubt the Kongs are moving down to secure that position. It's good news that TaToH did find that extra gold up towards the mountains, but as soon as 2 Kongs, 3 Kongs get down there, those villagers are all toast.
Okay, good scout off here for TaToH. Will lose 22 HP on that Mangalai, but that's worth it absolutely. Is trying to run away, shouldn't really have the biggest problems. And now the dance of the unique unit starts.
Exactly, we've got high mobility units here as well, so this will really be a test of the player's skill. And look at that, TaToH knows what's happening here now. He's scouting information like you were saying. 22 HP. Lost it on the Mangadai, but I think it was worth it in the long run here. Starts to get his walls up around base as well. Needs to make sure those Kongs can't infiltrate and do too much damage.
Yeah, let's see how he can prevent that. Stable now for Viper as well. Wants to stay, or wants to go for more HP, higher mobility. Is going for the raid, and TaToH, he will be happy with that pull away of his villager.
This is looking really good. Viper's a little bit up in villages at the moment. The fishing ships for TaToH are going to make such a big difference here as well. The Mangadai numbers, as they grow, it becomes more and more of an issue for Viper to be able to deal with behind this as well. Bodkin, Arrow, Husbandry, both on the way for TaToH as well.
That's some pretty strong upgrades. we will have ballistics coming behind that. So TaToH's booms won't be the greatest. Will stay on 2 TCs for quite some time. But well, we said it. The Viper, he didn't build a second TC either.
Ooh, here we go. So TaToH, what did we see? We saw a second TC from him up near that gold. What have we got coming up to the front here? And look at this. Looks like he will deal with the camel. Doesn't want to give away any extra scouting information for no reason. We've seen how effective that is. And Viper moving out to monks already. Will that be in range of the castle?
It should be. And the Viper, he sees the castle. That's so weird.
This is very game.
That's...
Oh, look at that micro. Woo!
Just a prank. Just a prank.
Just passing.
Mango Dice, they saw that and they said like, no pranking over here. Please die.
That's it. In come the Mangadai. He'll get himself the free monk. 100 gold for nothing. But man, that was a stressful situation if I've ever seen one. TaToH going down with bloodlines as well. Going to really buff up those Mangadai. Make sure he's going to have as many options as he can at the moment. Look at this. Conquistador is trying to raid the fishing ships. Viper just trying to make everything happen again.
Yeah, let's take a look what he can do with those seas. Okay, I can't do that much on land at the moment. Just take out this dock. Mango Dice are trying to come over. Will be tricky with their micro though. They need to do some nice hit and runs.
Oh, if he gets it before the Bloodlines upgrade comes in though, this could be really good. TaToH going to get the engagement just before it starts. Looks like the Conk's going to be potentially on the back foot here. And like you were saying, the dance of the unique units begins so many times. But look at this, Viper does have him in a little bit more of a surround.
Let's take a look. Block formation now for TaToH. He's trying to run away. I think he needs to wait for ballistics, otherwise it will just be really tricky for him to take in any engagement. Now goes for Oscar. Has CC number 3 as well. This game won't end in Castle Age.
Oh, it absolutely will not. Both players are gearing themselves up for the long game here. Looks like TaToH may, however, lose his dock here, which is really going to hurt him in terms of his fishing economy. But looks like TaToH's again out on the raid. He wants to find somewhere to hit. Potentially could snag a free Conquistador here. And might even get a couple of villages on that mill if he plays this effectively enough. Look at that. Viper pulls them away.
One Conquistador out here. 7 villagers unprotected. Tries to pull them a bit further back. TaToH is trying to go for some kills. Isn't really getting that many kills in though.
There's 2. So manages to get 2. Starts to even up that villager count a little bit more. Or should I say sway it more in his favor. We've got 54 to 49. But look at this. Viper's reaction is just so quick here.
But finally we have ballistics, so TaToH can continue with his stance here. And well, Conquistadors now coming over here to the top. We have Bloodlines +1 defense on them. Now goes to +2. Kills that zebra exactly. And well, TaToH with some nice splits, but still some hits.
The numbers game right now is not in favor of TaToH. He's getting some great upgrades for his units here, but I'm just worried the numbers of Viper is starting to become too much for him to be able to deal with. That said, TaToH only 1 stone away from dropping another castle down as soon as he's ready to. No doubt he's going to put it in a defensive location here. There's too many Conquistadors to get aggressive with it.
Let's take a look. Well, he's not really taking stone anywhere, so probably just needs to send one over here. And oh, let's take a look if he can dodge this. So he's getting some shots in. Nice moves here by TaToH.
Oh, it takes a couple of hits there on the exit, but does manage to get most of the dodges in place. It's really nice to see such strong micro like this in these games, and Ballistics doing its best to try and make some effect here, but look at this micro from Viper. This is amazing.
It's just so sick. Outplaying Ballistics here. That's not how it's supposed to work, as Doubt saying on the couch for sure. And well, just nice moves here, but also sometimes from TaToH. Look at that, 0 lag. It's incredible.
It is amazing. We haven't even seen a single Conquistador go down yet. The castle, though, gonna get one on the exit there.
One long snipe. We have a longbow up there. He did prevent the monk from getting that relic, and he sniped that Kong as well.
Oh, what a good man. What a good man in there, watching everything. And look at this, though. Viper moving out with more units across the map here. We do have TaToH going down with the dock, though, so keeping his fishing economy working here, despite the fact he's lost his one towards the front.
Oh, and TaToH, he's actually adding another TC somewhere. Or the TC... Ah, yeah.
There we
here.
go.
So his castle will be a bit delayed.
Oh no, here come the conks for the raiding though. Should lose one there on the wall up, and then behind this as well. Look, the town center, it's going to be able to push them away, but if it gets back right into the corner there, oh, it's looking dangerous.
TaToH's coming over with some mango dice, at least that's what he thought for a second, but is going for the attack through the center again. That would be a fight that TaToH would win.
Absolutely, if you can get in there, get a couple of kills now, get the monk, kind of leverage the Conquistador numbers a little bit potentially. Come in, snag a couple of villages as well. It'd be a great play for him. And here he comes. Let's see what he can make happen.
One village to snipe here. The monk could maybe go for something. TaToH, I think he needs to disengage this one. Maybe snipe a Conquistador, but look at that. Those are scary numbers. TaToH, he could lose a lot. He could be trapped here.
Oh no, here come the Conquistadors trying to do what they do best, running back across the map here. Villager counts were at 65-71. TaToH's extra town center is definitely giving him a hand here, but I'm just worried these Conquistadors are going to take down the entire army. We're looking at 23 military compared to the 17 here of TaToH.
Oh, that was important that he keeps those alive. If he loses all his mango dice, he maybe could never get into the spot to really mess up the numbers he wants to go for.
Oh, absolutely. Viper would just have such a lead in terms of military count. And that's the thing as well. The way this snowballs is absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, there we go. Finally getting the wall off in play.
Or 200 more stone, not really going for the stone at the top. Maybe move some villagers from that woodline more to that woodline to free the stone. Could be an option. Where is he building his next castle?
Oh, could it be down towards the bottom there? Yes, right on top of the gold spots. He's got it on top of the TC to be able to defend that one as well. Very defensive playstyle here from TaToH.
What's the next step here for the Viper? He goes for mass conquistadors, but that won't break a Mongol player.
Exactly. The Conquistadors, basically, when you hit Imperial, look, they become stronger with the Imperial upgrade, of course, but it's not a huge difference. Elite Mangadai, however, they are a brutal unit to have in play, and ooh, nearly seeing some free units here. And look at that on the exit as well. Doesn't lose too many. The Conquistador's accuracy definitely not going to help him out too much here while hunting down the fleeing units, but come on, TaToH, how are you going to pull this one back, my man?
The Viper is selling some wood, trying to go up to Imperial Age. Same for TaToH. Both are trying to rush there. Collecting now. Relic number 2 is the Viper. He is up to Imperial Age. TaToH will follow him shortly.
Oh, the resources are looking very, very even. Have a look at this. TaToH's trying to fast the engagement here. Look at the splits.
How did all the conquistadors survive here? That makes very little sense. And TaToH, while microing all this, he just picked up to Imperial Age as well. And then Brace Elite Mangodai, as you said earlier, they perform pretty well against the conquistadors.
Absolutely. It's just a matter of getting there at this stage because he could lose so much economy behind this as well. He's looking good because he's got the fishing ships, he's got his economy behind it. Look at the archery ranges coming down for Viper though. He's getting ready to go for the counter and really make a push.
Okay, let's take a look. I think he will prepare some...
Oh, this level of micro is absolutely amazing to witness.
Oh, TaToH needs to run away. Now goes for heavy plow, getting some upgrades here. And, well, why is he not getting any kills? What is this?
Exactly, Viper is just showing how efficient his control is here. It's absolutely amazing. TaToH going down with gill nets, though, going to really push those fishing ships into the next level. Gold mining behind that as well. Both players up to Imperial. Viper going to be there in nigh on a couple of minutes, so it's just a matter of what he does decide to make work here. Skirmishers coming out. No doubt we'll see Elite Skirmisher behind this as well.
Yeah, but we probably even need a new unit for TaToH then, because only Elite Mangodais won't perform too pretty if we have big masses of Elite Skirmishers for the Viper.
Exactly. If he manages to get into that counter too early here, I'm not sure exactly what TaToH is going to be able to deal with it with. He's got the stable up, so he could potentially go for some options there, but I just don't know if his economy is going to be stretched too thin already.
Tries to go move in here again. Shouldn't really patrol in because he doesn't want to take the mill, so Mangodais could maybe catch something off guard, maybe finally kill. No, not against the Viper.
Not against that. Look at that. Manages to move in, pick the engagement, sees what he's up against, and goes, none of this, not right now, I'm not ready. And that's what makes the Viper such a strong player. The way he picks all of his engagements, every single one of them just snowballs him to the next level.
So sick. TaToH, let's take a look at his resources. Maybe, honestly, I feel like on his attack could be an option. If he had like 20 more farms, I could see an argument for Hussars. We'll see. 2 relics for the Viper. There's still some relic control here for TaToH. Still somewhat of an even game. Elite Mangodai on the way.
Elite Mangodai, that's what we want to see. Buffing those units amazingly. We've got ballistics and conscription, ring archer armor all on the way for Viper. He's getting those skirmishers ready to go. He knows the end composition of TaToH here. TaToH, though, gonna need some siege behind this if he wants to make this push effective.
Yeah, I think for now he's just the one defending, right? He accepts, okay, you will have a lot of map control. I still have some gold to work with. Now goes onto that stone. I think he needs a lot of more map control in the long run, though. Picked up relic number 1 for himself. I think he wants to expand in that area, but not with the Viper.
Oh no, Viper's all about that map control. Look at him go. Puts down the castle nice and defensively, yet aggressively at the same time somehow. Not too far, but takes control of all the resources he needs to in the area, so TaToH can't push out against it.
Yeah, a lot of map control here. As we can see, he's controlling a lot of wood, gold, and stone. Beautiful move here. TaToH, he's moving in, tries to get some kills, but not a lot of unprotected stuff to kill here.
Here we go. Comes in with the push. He's scouted all the archery ranges, though, so he knows what's coming. Chemistry on the way for both players. Pythian tactics as well. Going to really help out TaToH here. But look at this. He looks for something to find. The villagers have all already fled the area, and I'm worried these conquistadors might be able to come in and force this push. Here we go.
TaToH should be fine with taking this engagement, right? Let's take a look. Villager still around, didn't really get killed there. And that's just fine. One Monk should easily die there. That's kind of an ambitious conversion.
Very ambitious there. It looks like we do have TaToH realizing he needs something else behind this. Light cavalry, scale barding going down behind it as well. Really trying to find every option he can. He knows that Viper's over in this position here as well now. Does lose a Mangudai for the scouting information, but Hussar behind it as well.
I love that Hussar tag. Beautiful against all the upcoming elite skirmishers. Remember that Mongols also have more HP on their Hussars, so that's a lovely move. And TaToH, he kind of needs to win this game because going down 4-0 could be really ugly for him.
Exactly, is essentially potentially the halfway point in the match already. It'll be great for his confidence if he gets a win here, and he's definitely putting himself in a situation he can do it. His economy is looking great. He's still got water control, which, look, as it goes on, it's obviously not going to mean quite as much just because the fish do dry up. But right now, he's looking good. His army count's getting up there as well, and that's the thing. His army is still no trash compared. He's got all strong units, all great raiding units.
Yeah, well, really, Mongols, if they get onto late imp, we said it, they are just incredibly deadly. Hussars now as well, goes for +2 defense, and I think TaToH, he can take engagements. Hill advantages now become really important. He wants to take the top.
Absolutely, and look at this. Viper's getting ready for his push. He wants to put the squeeze on here, start constricting more of those resources away, but TaToH, he's looking for the right engagement here. He's not going to be like baited into it. He's going to wait, and down come the siege workshops.
Oh, wants to go for some ramps. I would love to maybe give up that area from him, just squeeze around here, and maybe more of a hilly, campy approach at that area.
But here we go. Viper doesn't want to wait this out. He doesn't want to play TaToH's game here. He's got the bombard cannons. He's got the siege engines on their way at the moment. Trebuchet ready to go. But here we go. Here comes the first big fight of the game. We do have the Hussars on top of the skirmishers. Mangudai doing their best to cut down all that light cav before it gets on top of anything. Some great micromanagement here from both players, but look at those bombard cannons try and get involved as well.
And TaToH's going
Oh,
for
look at that
in
bonus.
the back. Both monks going down. The trap is going down as well. TaToH is just moving in. Would love to see like 5 more Hussars for sure. And T is moving back. Lost, well, 10 Mangudais. Overall, killed quite a bit as well.
Oh yeah, look at the siege. One bombard cannon down, one trebuchet down, showing exactly why the Mangudai is such a strong unit. And here we go. More and more Hussars coming into the field from TaToH.
Let's take a look here. Elite Conquistadors, they won't do that much in the long run. Petted, kind of a misclick, I'm sure about that. Gold count, let's take a look. He shouldn't really have that much left, right? Is going on that one back. Uh-oh, this could be tricky. Now moves out to that one. Could be rated quite heavily. 190 pop for both of them. This is a close one.
Exactly, this is coming down to the nail, and this is what we wanted to see after this series at the moment. We do have an extra defensive castle coming down from TaToH towards the top. He says no to the raiding. This isn't going to happen. He's still very far spread, and like we did have here saying, we are worried about that gold count, but that's really all we've got to work with now. If TaToH can pull out, look at that. We've got drill on the way from TaToH as well. He knows how this is going to work. Look at those rams. We've got siege ram on the way as well. This is looking really good. Hussars on top of the skirmishers so quickly.
I like TaToH's position here. Hussars are going back, just scared some of the army away. Now the Petards are going up front. This feels like a lot of the Rings too. Just running there and like snipe him down. But they were a bit more successful than Legolas.
Look, they're doing their best there. They're doing their best. Not going to sadly blow open the walls, but here we go. Rams on the way. Siege Ram coming in behind this as well. So we'll be able to soak up a lot of the fire here. Mangudai, as we know, is such a strong unit. Bombard cannons doing their best to get the damage in here. And here we go. Look at those Siege Rams fly.
And Hussars, they could use some more upgrades for sure. Would be lovely if he waited for those. But, well, he thinks this is a good time for a fight. Mangudai is just doing a beautiful job of doing some damage. Hussar numbers dwindling down, though. The Rams, they are getting down again close to the bombard cannons.
Oh, those Rams, they absolutely dominate the bombard cannons. And look at what we're seeing here. Those skirmishers, as soon as the Hussars are on top, and look at that, they're streaming across the map to it as well. Probably one thing worth noticing, we do have Bombard Tower on the way from Viper as well. We'll help him secure a lot of map control behind this, but this is the fight right now. And look at that, Rams, Hussars, everything just streaming in here. TaToH does not want to let this fight go.
Absolutely not. All the skirmishers went down, but also a lot of Mangudais lost their lives today. Now this is the spot where I would love to see TaToH add 2-3 traps behind this and really take down those castles.
Oh, this is absolutely brutal right now. TaToH, come on. You've got the momentum. Keep it going. We can see a little bit of raiding here around the woodlines, around the golds from TaToH. Viper doing his best to kind of control the map behind this one. But look at the Mangudai numbers. They are starting to fall.
Uh-oh, until advantage here for the Viper. Let's take a look. TaToH, he could maybe just move over here. Could easily snipe those Conquistadors from the hill advantage. Just needs to move a bit more. I feel like he's fighting uphill a bit too often.
He's just not being as efficient as he could be here, and that's really starting to whittle down his numbers. Siege Rams, again, pushing in, trying to do what they can, keeping that castle up as best as possible. Look at those Conquistadors moving around the side, stopping any attempt at rewalling.
So staying aggressive here with all the raids. There's still a bit more on goal. Would love to see some higher numbers here. TaToH, he is trying to cut off reinforcements now.
Oh, it's a good plan. If he can take him out before they get to the army, it's really going to hurt Viper's numbers. Look at this. The bombard cannon has begun, though. Here come the towers. Obviously going to help him to secure that position so easily.
Oh man, the map controls are so much better. TaToH is going for another move. Hazard here, +2 defense and +2 attack coming in any seconds. Another pattern, and well, TaToH's hotkey is probably not the perfect setup at the moment. A bit weird here until we can move by him.
Oh, here we go. Starting to destroy all those production buildings as well. If TaToH can take these out, it will put him in a great spot to bring this push back. So, of course, it will limit the amount of units Viper can get back in the field, how quickly he can repop behind this. But look at the population numbers. They are so tight. 170 to 162. Villager counts basically bang on even.
Oh man, all the raids down here are just so brutal. Look at that, raiding all the gold spots. That's just beautiful play by the Viper. And well, TaToH just with the one-dimensional army, all the push over here, and loses so many villagers.
Oh yeah, that's where it makes things so hard. His base is definitely not as roped in as we have from Viper. Viper going for as many walls as he can, and look at how well he's managed to build this one up. Still though, look, he's taking down all the military production buildings here. Hopefully we'll be able to outproduce his opponent, but we're looking at still Viper with the population lead.
Yeah, and like we are saying, all the military production, it's still massive amount of stables and archer ranges left. Maybe the Viper could also think about adding some halberdiers here against Narcos.
Oh, absolutely. Begin to deal with that trash component we are getting in play here from TaToH, but look at the resources in comparison. TaToH is being bled absolutely dry. Viper has so much here in the bank to work with. This push has to do something.
A lot of conquistadors going down here. I think that's a good one for TaToH, and now he's moving in here. TaToH, he feels like he can do damage now.
Come on, make those Mangudai work, man. Get in there, push the numbers, those Conquistador numbers falling very, very quickly. Look at this, TaToH does have the military score lead, and it is happening so quickly now.
Oh god, if only he had enough wood control. Look at that, that might be the problem. We have never seen that before, that people actually starve down on wood. He needs to get more stuff down here. Maybe the castle over here would have been a bit better.
But look at this, TaToH doing everything he can. Those Hussars, though, they're starting to really wake up the numbers here, raking up so much effort, and look at that, the Conquistadors taking out everything so quickly, that massive attack on them.
And now all the siege died, so no more pressure on those stables and archer ranges. We don't have too many stuff queued up, and the Viper, he's absolutely limited with resources except for gold.
Gold is looking good for him. He's managed to spread out across the map, control as much as he can. And look at that, so many elite Conquistadors out in play at the moment as well. So many.
Oh god, his eco is just so much better because he had all the map control, getting that gold, could get some more stone. And TaToH, he needs to work with the bottom here, but not really the massive amount of units he needs to have to clear this up.
Oh, look at this. Viper is just repopping so quickly. He was already up to 62 military back from where he was before. It's showing just how good his economy is behind this. He can just continue throwing units into the fight here. TaToH has to be so much more conservative behind this.
And finally, the counter raid here. TaToH thinks, okay, if you raid my bottom, then I can raid yours as well. Kill that elephant. I'm angry.
But look at this, Viper straight down the middle. The raiding's gonna help, but TaToH still needs to stop this steamroller headed straight towards his base.
Random patterns. Okay, that's a nice move here, but villagers will just drop off their gold, then it's all good. Mangudais, they need to get back home safely. Mangudai production, not that scary.
Not at all. He just can't keep the numbers up here now in terms of comparison. Viper, again, just dropping those bombard towers down towards the front lines as well. Trying to get any advantage he can. And look at that. One Hussar in the wood line. It makes so much of a difference.
Oh yeah, some in the back here. And now we see Thumpering quite late here for the Viper. He could have loved to have that a bit earlier for his skirmishes. Conquistador numbers are really scary. And Viper prepares the tech switch for Cavaliers.
Oh no, this is going to make things very hard. The Cavalier push in. That's going to make this absolutely brutal behind it. He's got Blast Furnace on the way as well. Thumb Ring. Viper is just getting everything behind it. And look at this. Keeps his economy walled up behind it as well, so it's so hard to touch.
The Viper even taking for Paladins now. What are we witnessing?
How does he have this amount of resources to play with? This could be the last stand of TaToH here. He needs to push through all this army. He begins to deal with the trebuchets. The castle, though, will not...
Will
survive.
Yeah, if the trap dies while the arrow is in the air, they won't do any damage. And that's what we just saw here.
Oh,
that's why the
wow.
castle is surviving with 144 HP. TaToH really needs those because at the moment his Mangudai production is limited to only those two castles.
That's it. It's only 2 castles. If he loses that one, obviously halving his production. Looks like he is starting to get the high ground here on top of the skirmishes as well. But those Conquistadors, look how quickly they begin to cut through everything.
TaToH, he is still staying active here. TaToH at 122 villagers, I like that. He's staying at pop 180. He's playing out of this mind.
He is making everything he can here work for him. Viper's not making it easy at all, but TaToH, look at him go. He's managed to get into the front lines now, but those conquistadors, look at them do work.
Yeah, and I didn't like that engagement too much here from TaToH. Overstates his welcome a bit. Still tries to go for some more stuff. TaToH, maybe he just moves over here and tries to snag some of the gold and stone, kind of in the area that's supposed to be Vipers.
That's it, TaToH, he just needs that map control now. If he can get the map control where it matters, it'll work out so much better for him. But look at Viper, he's taking over all the mountains there. And there's Paladin, fully upgraded.
TaToH with a beautiful micro here, but that is not a good sign for TaToH. He is absolutely at the limit with the resources, tries to get stuff rolling, and suddenly your enemy is taken to Paladins?
That's it, it can't be good on the mental game here as well, knowing how close you are to bust on so many resources. And your opponent just pulls Paladin out at 50 minutes into the game. Not good to see.
And you're losing your defensive castle here in the center. That's not what you want to see. He's dropping out to pop 160. Mangodai numbers are still okay-ish. They are great. KD, though, still in favor of the Viper.
Oh, this is just looking absolutely brutal now. Look at this. Viper, he needs to be stopped. But there's the GG from TaToH.
What a beautiful game. And if TaToH somehow managed to control the bottom area, maybe instead of the castle at the top here, the castle down below, and stop all those raidings, could have maybe saved him from getting raided there over and over again. Maybe then he could have gone for his Mangodai, Hazar, AD, Pop, Death Ball. But here, he couldn't get it.
That just did not happen. Obviously, so much control being had by Viper in this map. TaToH being forced to spread his eco out to every corner of the map. It just meant the raiding that came in from Viper, so much more effective. So much more. Don't worry, guys, in the chat. There's still heaps of options for comeback here. This is a best of 13 series.
Absolutely. And, well, we saw TaToH the one time he had the breathing room to go for the raid. Gate, castle defense, all walled up. He was just on point.
That's it. Viper's always showing how quick he is here. But come on, TaToH, you can bring this one back to us. We know that's your option. And let's have a look at the achievements.
And let's take a look. Indeed, military numbers. The Viper, he got a lot of villager kills here.
Oh, man. It shows so quickly when you check out the achievements.
And, well, largest army a bit better for the snake as well. Eco, I believe this should be somewhat similar. Yeah, gold similar, food similar, wood, somewhat all. TaToH, one more stone spot for himself.
Just looking at the resource counts there, it just does not make things easy. Map explored as well. Everyone knew where everything was. The relic gold, a little bit more for Viper there. Villager high, a little bit more for TaToH. But TaToH, that's just the mind games and all the psychology that's starting to set into him now. He's quite down in terms of this series. Hopefully, it can take a minute, relax, begin to bring it out, and just believe in terms of what options he's got here.
Oh, look at TaToH. He isn't feeling it.
Not feeling happy at all.
Oh man, we will give them the ready if they want to. Viper, he looks pretty sharp at the moment.
That's it. He's running on the runs at the moment. He knows he's got TaToH on the back foot. He's got a lot more options with his civilizations now as well, because he can play some of the, I don't want to say bad ones, but the ones that are less fitted for some of the earlier maps now if he wants to save some of those stronger ones for later in the game.
We are out of Mongold and we had Spanish for the Vipers, so left hand side will be number 1. Let's go for number 2. Let's go for number 2. And move that over there. Whoops.
Big green X. No more civs left for Viper.
Just a prank. And next map will be Tide Pool.
So the bad news is this one has been picked by Viper, so Viper should have the advantage on it. Feels a little bit more comfortable with it. I will say, though, Tidepool is generally a map we do see Viper play the melee on, and he hasn't got the option from that one. TaToH did take it from him very early.
Oh, look at Jordi in the background. Just doing some chatting, but yeah. Viper, did he lose a single Tidepool game? He smashed Leary twice, I believe. And yeah, he just looked really strong on it.
That's it. It shows the ability of what he can get out to with harbors there. Those basically stone-free watchtowers. It makes such a difference.
Yeah, well, let's see. This time, TaToH has the melee over here, and the Viper will play with the Italians. After the game against Leary yesterday, he said he preferred the Italians.
Oh, man, it could be a bad sign then. But we are just waiting on the next game to get going here, guys. We will be going into map number 5, Tidepool, picked by the Viper for this one. Of course, civilizations yet be known for us, but we do have our assumptions.
well, it kind of has to be Italian for this Malay, right? Clearly, the two strongest
I agree.
civilizations.
I think it's the only way to go, and I don't think... Well, the thing is, TaToH can't afford to make that drop at the moment. Doesn't want to get a weaker Civ in there if he can't, and Viper... Look, I think Viper's in the mood where he's already ready to close the series off. Try and take it nice and early, make it as hard for TaToH as possible.
Oh man, that could be pretty deadly for TaToH as well. Look at that, his, well, mood isn't really like, okay, I got it in me, I will do the great comeback.
That's it. Come on, TaToH. Look at this. He's given himself a minute, though. He hasn't launched directly into the game. Just refreshing, taking a minute, clearing his head, and going into it as if it's no different than any other game.
Well, let's take a look. We are jumping into it. Game number 5 on the way. TaToH, he desperately needs a W.
Oh, yes. He needs to win behind this. We're currently at 4-0. Game number 5. TheViper versus TaToH. We do have TheViper towards the west of the map in the blue, playing as the Italians. Towards the east, we do have TaToH as the Malay in red.
Do you feel that 1v1 water fights Italians against Malays so heavily in favor for Italians that TaToH needs to do something on land?
Look, I would love to see TaToH do something on land, because this is a map where Viper's really been pushing into the water boom. He loves the fish boom behind it. If TaToH can get in there, destroy the economy nice and early, I think it would be a great differential play for him.
Well, we will see maybe aggression on both ends here. As we know, there are a lot of resources all spread around, so if you want to go for some aggression, most of the times you can just go very defensively and find your resources in your back.
Well, let's have a look around here. What else have we got going on? Like you were saying, we do have TaToH. He's got the gold towards his back there. Nice to see. Can't be harassed too much from the shoreline. And then the rest of the gold sprinkled around. Looking like a good donut here.
Looking like a good donut. Is there maybe an option for any players to not go for the center dock? It feels like Malay kind of should be going
Yes.
for it, and Viper likes to center dock as well.
Exactly. Then we'll generally see the corners come up behind that as well, as they kind of boom up with their fishing economy. Obviously, someone doesn't want to fall behind in terms of fishing ships. So once losing the center, the corner docks are always an option as well.
Yeah, I maybe as a follow-up, as you said, TaToH, he should be finding his sheep here. Where is he scouting? Well, want to make sure that sheep aren't here, but should probably find all 4 of those. And, well, I'm really curious to see what they have in store for us.
Exactly. Always excited to see what these two can bring out. Teammates as well, so they know each other very, very well in terms of what they want to achieve here. So hopefully TaToH can kind of get into the mind of the Viper here, read his plays so well, and then basically bring home a series for us.
Unfortunate spot there. Might not even find those 2 sheep. Maybe if he put himself down there, he could have scouted those, but maybe not even that. Will be tricky for TaToH, but not the biggest loss.
Well, let's have a look here. So any other advantages we can kind of see? Looks like ball coming in. No real too big deal there, really. House coming up towards the front. And I guess the question is, who's going to get the advantage on water early game? That's all we can really say.
Yeah, that's the most important thing we are taking a close look at to begin. And villagers coming over should get his stock out. The Viper with the reasonable timing as well here. TaToH maybe even a bit late. We'll build it with like 170 wood in the bank.
Here we go, and Viper, of course, always looking for that dock kill as well. Scout coming around at just the right moment here, but TaToH knows how this works. He walls in the villager, makes sure to get the scout in place as well. None of that at the moment from Viper.
Even looms. That shows you that his start isn't the greatest. Now goes for ball number 2. And the Viper go for a block here. Doesn't really look like it. TaToH sees it though. Where's TaToH with the scout? Why is he running away?
Come on, bring that scout home. We know you need it. Oh, no.
Look at that block. The Viper trying to buy himself some more time. And TaToH is just staying there. This is just evil.
Oh, man. Could you imagine if he got the kill on the board there as well? Obviously not going to happen. Much, much higher health, but does delay the boar a little bit. And look, could definitely have been a worse timing for TaToH, but obviously not what he wanted there as well. Fishing ships on the way. Look how close these docks are.
And let's take a look. Can TaToH instantly see it?
He can
knows
see
exactly
the fishing
what's up.
ship. Both players know how close this is. It is not going to be easy. This water reinforced at the moment. Whoever gets up to feudal age faster is going to have such an advantage.
The Viper doesn't have this intel because Malay has double the vision on those stocks here. And so maybe TaToH intentionally went for the left-hand side because he knows Viper won't see me, but I know what he's up to.
I really like to think so. I like to think this is mind games at its absolute finest here. And what else we got? TaToH finally going around to scout Viper behind this as well. Look, he should know exactly what's going on here anyway, but getting the scouting information, just areas he can pressure, where all the resources are located, always good information to have, because like we were saying earlier, it'd be really nice to see a land push.
Yeah, let's see about the land push. Maybe TaToH had a land push in his arsenal, but then decided, or will maybe decide, this dock distance is so short, I will use my melee advantage and will just play 2 dock full aggression on water.
Absolutely, I'd love to see that as well, because I think the winner here who gets the water is going to have such an advantage, and then if he transitions straight into a land push, because that's the thing, I don't think he should let Viper let this go late game.
Well, let's see. I would love to see TaToH play melee in late game here. We've seen Viper play to perfection earlier, and well, we have enough food now for TaToH to click up. 9-12, not the scariest timing. 10-13 here from the Viper. Let's see if TaToH can use his minute advantage.
Here we go, look at them advance. They go so quickly through up into the next stage, and hopefully with that advantage he gets there, he will be able to get a couple more units out and push this one home nice and quickly. Basically, we just need to wait on the extra docks here as soon as the resources are available, and then we're going to be into the full-on water fight.
Let's take a look. We are going for the second lumber camp first. TaToH, where is he moving out? Is he... What is this village up to?
What does he want? Is he going for a dock on the corner, potentially? I want to say no. I really want the answer to be no.
He isn't going for a second one here. That's weird. He builds 1 dock at the front. And is now building the one down there. His house for a small second. Didn't even build a second lumber camp. That's a weird build up here. What are we seeing?
This is good though. I like it when TaToH does weird things, because it means Viper's not expecting it. And if he's not expecting it, it's generally pretty good. But is he going... Is that villager really going for a dock on the corner already?
Yes.
There you go.
Very early. We'll go for some harassment. Even that's a fishing ship. TaToH, he is 100% sure the Viper is not contesting the water in the center, but actually he is.
Absolutely, look at that. The second dock just north of his main dock there as well. So he is ready to go for this one. Full on, this could be really bad for TaToH.
And TaToH just scouts the corner because he thinks there will be a dock out here, but actually all the aggression is happening in the center.
Oh no, this could be a really bad read for TaToH. A really bad read. This gamble may not pay off.
And, well, a lot of people trying to
There we
avoid
go.
to fight short distance against melee, but the Viper didn't know that it was that short distance. Now even starts to repair the fishing ships.
Oh, he's going to keep these alive for so long now. Look at this behind this demo ship. I'd be surprised if he goes for the one-on-one. It's just not worth it there, but look at that. 3 docks from Viper. TaToH knows they're there now.
Yeah, he has a good idea, and well, what's his plan now behind this? Viper even scouts that dog. TaToH is walling his villager. Will be safe here, but that will be a good start for the snake. Is he going for the demo hit? Not really yet.
Not really. Looks like he's just trying to find something to do with it, and I think he's surprised by the lack of units in the middle here. And look at this. Viper's already got full control of the water. He's got enough docks to be able to outpop his opponent here so quickly and say goodbye to your fishing ships.
Oh god, another horrible start for TaToH, who is now going on land. At least I thought so, but he's just going for another lumber camp. Quite inefficient here as well. Turkey doesn't look good.
I'm not feeling good about this one at all. I really want to see TaToH come back and give us some amazing games here, but from this start, it is just absolute brutality. What are we seeing from Viper? Now he's going for the edge dock. He knows he's already got the inside there under wraps. It's just about securing the outside of the map, and pretty much half of the map control goes to Viper already.
And TaToH was camping that for the last 3-4 minutes here. Just moved down there to potentially kill the scout of the Viper, and what a fortunate timing for him as well.
This has worked out so badly. Every single guess we've seen from TaToH has just not worked out. Oh no. What can be done here? Look at this. Viper's just got such an advantage already.
Okay, let's take a look, and well, we will get potentially the kill here, but no, the Viper is pulling the fire galley over to get some raids in, and not even damaging the fishing ships. Look at that, already 7 out.
This is just... I don't have words right now. Viper getting greedy, going for the other corner as well. Look, I want to say getting greedy, but he's managed to pull off a great win here in the middle already. He's already getting his eco jet set up around the sides as well, because he knows if he gets the fishing ships out of the center, TaToH's probably got some back docks going on as well, especially because he put up no resistance there in the center as well.
Let's take a look. No resistance indeed. He still has 1 fishing ship himself, not really too efficient there. And well, 1 fire galley could even lose to TaToH if the Viper has the first shot here. Could be an option. TaToH, well, it's not like he can get a lot of stuff done on land. Let's take a look at resources. 400 food, 300 gold here for the snake. TaToH, even there he's behind.
Oh no, this has just become an absolute snowball effect already. Viper having such a good win here. Even here he's going to be able to reinforce from his dock that much quicker. He's even got a villager there, so if he does want to repair the fire galley, he can go for it.
Let's see if he goes for it. Maybe he just wants to wait a bit more. That seems like a 1-1 trade. Okay, Viper, he's human
Yeah.
after all.
He is indeed human, but he is playing out of his mind.
Barracks now for the Viper. He's fearing an attack on land coming, or maybe he just feels like, okay, I have all the aggression on and all the advantages on land. Maybe I'll just add some archers as well.
That's it. Look, there's only really one option TaToH has from here. He's already lost the water in the center. Viper's taking control around the sides as well. So the option TaToH has is to go for a land-based assault behind this, try and get in, do some damage where he can. Viper, a great read already. He knows that's the only option, so making sure to get some military buildings out into play.
What happened on water? The Viper moved out all his fire galleys and already lost 4 of his fishing ships. He spread himself too thinly, didn't finish the dock off. Quite a mistake.
How did he manage to get this one here already? I'm really surprised by this. Viper just getting some out-of-the-way positions there. Didn't know what he was kind of doing behind everything, but I guess just trying to make sure no extra docks were coming up. But look at this. TaToH's back in the middle.
TaToH is back, just like Jordan. And oh god, that might be a good kill here. TaToH's trying to fight this one back. Can he save the villager? Tries to be saved. And oh god, Walt's at the wrong side.
Oh, no.
And can he wall behind TaToH? Oh no, even screwing that one up. Oh god, feels so bad.
That's it. TaToH under so much pressure here. Everything becomes such a big deal. And look at this. TaToH with the demo ship as well. Look, gets it on top of both of them. Doesn't get the kills, but it's a good trade.
Alright, kills that scout at least. Castle Age champions will be somewhat reasonable, both with the same amount of villagers. Fishing ship count 3 to 3 only.
Man, this has been more contested than I thought it was going to be thus far after the beginning we saw. However, Viper, look at that. Back in control in the middle as well. And Archer's already out from Viper. Looks like he's going to get nice and aggressive with this one as well.
Where's TaToH scout? He needs to have some intel. He needs to know what's going up. Only clicked half his screen away. Does he want to scout if there's a 4 stock? That's an unlikely scenario. He needs to have some intel if the Viper is maybe going for stable to archer ranges.
Here we go. He's looking for it now. He knows something should be around here. But, man, he's picked a very bad scouting pattern here. He knows he's on gold, but look, he's been creating fire ships. We know this the whole time. It's just a matter of... And he goes for the fire... Oh, gets the kill. Good pick there. Really good pick.
Still, that's more important that he could see that. The first house will be the indicator here, but look at that, no town watch. He might only see the archers coming when they're already at the woodline.
Let's have a look here. Here come the archers now. Gonna run down, get straight on top of TaToH's economy, make things so much harder to deal with. And TaToH going for that control around the outside again, making things as easy as possible for himself, but I don't know if it's enough.
This is going to be so tricky, and TaToH, he isn't having a lot of wood, is building 2 extra TCs, so that's nice for him. He's building another dock at the side here, is contesting the water, so that's all going pretty well, but there will be some lost villages, and look at that, double bid X only now.
Exactly, we've got crossbow, bodkin arrow both coming down behind this. Look at the villagers, absolutely pushed off the wood line there. War galley on the way for TaToH as well, but this is a lot of dead villagers, and man, we could even see this TC towards the south here that could be denied as well. But it looks like Viper, man, look at the villager kills now. He's starting to even this one up so quickly.
Oh man, that's not looking too pretty here. War galley's now coming over at the top, trying to do something. Some villagers saved at least. Oh god, but we'll lose some as well. And so many villagers exposed here. It doesn't look good.
Just look at the idle time, and that's the thing. He got a lot of kills there at the start. As long as he keeps his crossbows in base and keeps those villagers from able to do too much, it is a huge loss. And look at this. He can just cruise behind the wood line there. He's got 1 crossbow on the gold, and just stops him being able to get anything.
Viper, he looked invincible in the group stage, but from there on, 5-0, 5-0, and now leading 5-0 again.
5-0. This has been absolute brutality. Viper has been playing out of his mind. TaToH's been putting up a fight, but it seems he's just having some quirks in his builds that's really kind of holding him back here.
Oh man, he just looks so sharp. I can't really believe it. And Viper, he's just playing impressive, and that was a sharp build-up. And TaToH, he went for some sneaky strategies, kind of tried to anticipate the Viper's build-ups, but that didn't really happen.
Exactly. He saw the dock there, didn't think he was going for that middle, decided to go down to the corner from the start, and everyone saw the game and how it happened from here. It doesn't make things easy to compete against. But looking in towards the military count, we're pretty much even across there, but Viper just being so efficient as always.
Indeed, and well, KD was somewhat even after we retook the water, killed a lot of fishing ships, but didn't really matter too much. Just a crossman out there in addition to everything else. Just too beautiful for him.
Exactly. Looks like the obvious option for Mayans is TaToH.
There's also an Viking play.
so long now.
Vikings.
There's a lot of work to do. Pop it over blue towards the south of the map, or I should say east towards the west of the map. We do have TaToH as the Vikings in red. Good pick for TaToH.
Hello! Winning the mind games here, and the Viper, he kind of tried to counter the Malians, but then switched around, and now Vikings and Berserks, they perform really well against anything.
This is some really good play by TaToH. Obviously, Viper trying to get the counter pick here, but TaToH predicting that one, going for the counter pick.
Weird mind games for
Mind
sure.
games everywhere in here.
Pam! Head exploded, and this is looking good for TaToH. He should have the better eco. He should have the better unit. He should have the mindset 1 here, and well, he also has to be really rested now as well.
Exactly. He had time to have a break, get out of all the funk that's going on here in the general. So, yeah, let's hope this works out really well.
Guys, this is the time where you spam your Doritos. This is the time where you put the nearly energy in the chat to give the love to TaToH. He needs it. Give us a long series.
That's it. All we want here is 13 games if it can happen. But hell, TaToH, come back, do a reverse sweep. Who knows what's going to happen out of this? Let's have a look at the maps and see if anyone's got a clear advantage here. Looking towards Viper, he's got his Mind Goal towards the counter there, actually. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. It's not too bad. There is a hill to work with as well. Does have a couple of forests towards the back there. Does have one towards the front as well. Over towards TaToH, what have we got? Stone towards the front, gold towards the front. Did he end up with a second gold inside his base, actually? Yes, he's got that one towards the back. Also one at the front. Castle in a good position to defend the wood line as well. And look at that, though. Viper's got a lot of golds right next to his base there, kind of moving around the map. Relics looking pretty even, actually, which is kind of nice to see. TaToH definitely having one right next to his base, however.
Yeah, some in the corners, right? Pretty spread around. The Viper, well, he probably has to walk a bit longer for those. Nice advantage here for TaToH. I'm hyped for the comeback.
That's it. I want the comeback out of this. He's got everything to make it happen here. He's got the Civ. He's got a good map as well. Hopefully he can find the counter here and just take Vlaka down a peg.
Okay, but now let's think about it. If TaToH thinks about going for Berserks, what is the approach here for the Viper? Is it maybe some hand cannoneer, bombard cannon, early imp aggression?
Look, I definitely think the gunpowder is the way to go with it. Obviously getting all the bonus damage, because, you know, they'll just absolutely slaughter most of the infantry he has access to. Going to be a little bit cheaper, but it's not going to work out quite so well when it does come down to it. Oh, come on, wall him in.
Uh-oh.
That would have been exciting. Look, definitely not in position to be able to do it, but come on, I can get excited for this stuff.
We could have run out with the villager there and maybe gated up a bit. The king, as we all know, does not have any damage, so could not fort himself out. That could have been the GG, but, well, villagers not around this time.
Not this time. Not this time anyway. We've definitely seen some very...
Villager does not have...
not but all he has access to. Going to be a little bit cheaper, but it's not going to work out quite so well when it does come down to it. Oh, come on, wall him in.
Uh-oh.
That would have been exciting. Look, definitely not in position to be able to do it. Going to be all the bonus damage, because, you know, they'll just absolutely slaughter most of the infantry he has access to. Going to be a little bit cheaper, but it's not going to work out quite so well when it does come down to it. Oh, come on, wall him in.
Uh-oh.
That would have been exciting. Look, definitely not in position to be able to do it, but come on, I can get excited for this stuff.
We could have run out with the villager there and maybe gated up a bit. The king, as we all know, does not have any damage, so could not fort himself out. That could have been the GG, but, well, villagers not around this time.
Not this time. Not this time anyway. We've definitely seen some very quick games on Regicide Fortress. This one, however, hopefully not going to be the case. We're past the point of restarts now, guys, so this is going to be the game we are seeing.
Also, something else we have to mention that is good for TaToH. You know, sometimes you can lose a lot of food eco here if the goth spam is coming in, but look at that. The map is really clumped up, right? There's not like multiple areas where you could be forced to defend. If we look at the Viper's map, you can like build barracks here, build barracks down there, and could really swarm. If TaToH walls up this area, he has a very nice tight base.
Exactly. He's very easy to defend it. It won't be too much trouble out of it, so... let's see what he can make happen. That's probably the big thing. I'm just worried there's going to be so much goth spam. But then again, we know, look, Vikings have the better eco. Hopefully it means he can get nice and aggressive before that goth economy really is full rammed into top gear.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. And like how the Viper is approaching it. Maybe he just goes for the champ spam. Then TaToH maybe even is forced to add some of the Arbalest. Maybe he just goes full Huskarls. Then the Berserks are fine. Maybe Huskarls plus heavy Scorpions, but then we get into the really tricky compositions.
Exactly. As soon as we get to that end level, you've seen how many different conversations or just man, people have been going for everything they can in this, absolutely struggling there. But the combinations just get more and more ridiculous as the games fly on. You saw what it was like on the Gold Rush. We had Viper teching into just about everything, ready to jump around again, find the counters, and it's been working out so well. So hopefully we do get into that part, and TaToH gets a little bit of an edge here.
Yeah, like, how many different unit types did the Viper build in that Gold Rush games? Like 12 or something?
12, and pretty much with the upgrades on all of them as well.
Oh, yeah, we will see about that this time. Viper, I don't see him on stone as of yet. Did he not scout that earlier? Oh! Okay, now he sees it. Now he sends some villagers over. So just a bit lack of scouting. Was more active on the map and did a nice job on that.
Man, it's looking really good, actually. He knows where just about everything in the map is. Looks like he did miss one of the relics there, and missed that one, and he's still missing that one. So, look, he's done a good job. He's definitely getting into where he needs to. Are we looking for TaToH? Is his map control, or I should say map vision, just about as good, or close enough?
We'll see. Well...
Ooh, he's found one relic.
That's kind of unfortunate for both of them, right? Didn't see that one. He kind of missed that one in the bottom here as well. So both kind of unlucky with the scouting of the relics so far.
Yeah, look, the relics have definitely found themselves very, very close, but... Oh no. Oh no, oh no. TaToH, be paying attention. TaToH's paying attention. Oh no.
What are we witnessing here?
Oh no. It looks like TaToH has left it alone.
Okay, well, he did one hit. As we all know, the king is faster than the scout, so the Viper, I think he's just sending it out to get some more map vision here in the front. If we see some aggression, it's just absolutely perfect, right? Because it's very unlikely that the king will actually die against any melee units. So, yeah, just having it for extra vision makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. Getting all that map vision there, and we've seen so many times where knowing where all the resources are, being able to get a stranglehold on them nice and early, has really made a big difference throughout the entire game. But there we go, TaToH up to Castlage a little bit earlier. We do have him behind in one villager, which is pretty much acquainting for that as well.
Yeah, let's take a look. Still waiting for 10 more stone. That's why the Viper is forced to go for heavy plow and bowsaw here before the 30C. But still should be fine, dropping off those 10 stone. But, well, as we mentioned, the Vikings eco with wheelbarrow and handcart already.
That's it. You can't afford to let them get ahead like this. And that's the thing. TaToH's third town center should be coming up pretty much straight away. Yep, there we go in the back. So he's got the wood line there. Town center towards the front as well. And look at this. Players starting to find the rest of the relics.
Let's take a look. And yeah, the Viper now spotted 4 of them. One in the corner is the missing. TaToH, well, he's still only one. Kind of unfortunate for him. And... well, that kind of isn't great for his strategy. Look at that. Bowsaw and heavy plow directly behind that. They will have similar upgrades.
Oh, of course. Slowly getting there, which is probably the important part behind this. Obviously, throwing up that extra town center a little bit earlier is going to be nice in terms of his villager count, but obviously going to make a little bit of a difference there overall. Let's have a look around here. And I guess we're basically just waiting for them to kind of spec up into their army compositions, get what we want out of them, and really whether or not Viper decides to lead with the Goth spam, kind of start with the... I would say probably champions, back it with gunpowder, and then make the transition depending on what we do see from TaToH.
That could be nuts. I'm quite surprised that he's already switching on to stone. Although he has a market up, is heavily on gold. So if he wanted to go for TC number 4, that normally means he will just buy 100 stone. This could be an indicator for an aggressive castle at some point.
Look, it'd be nice, and I guess kind of clicking onto it and doing the damage before the economy of the Vikings can fully get rolling would be nice, but I like it. He'll be behind, though. That's the thing.
I'm surprised by that. That shouldn't really work, because
yeah,
well, you start with the barracks, so you can just instantly tech if you want to go for the longsword defense.
Exactly.
You have a castle that you can produce berserks out, so I think a castle edge push of the Ghost Bram shouldn't really work if you're already completely walled up.
Excellent. Like, exactly what I was saying there. I don't think the castle push should be enough. It'd be nice to secure some map control for him, maybe even drop TaToH back into base there, so be able to hold him in position, but that's pretty much all I can really see it achieving, because TaToH's base is just so well set up.
And even, like, this hill, it looks ugly, but giving up that stone isn't the worst thing, and it's not really controlling too many of the important gold spots or the wood line, so I think this spot, if the Viper wants to go for it, I'm not that scared for TaToH if the Viper takes it.
Exactly, it's not going to affect him too much. He's got too much resource in his base there. He had the extra gold towards the front. He's got the gold towards the back as well. So he can continue to build up behind this if he does want to. It's just about holding the push as much as he needs to, and then going for it when he actually has the resource to.
We will see about that. Still only 2 on stone now. Send some villagers out. I think that will be TC number 4. And
There we
indeed,
go.
both going for the very heavy boom approach. We won't see any castle edge aggression from either player.
That's it. Both players moving towards the 4 town centers now. Looks like this will definitely be a late game we're getting into here. Playing with maximum eco, really trying to push that one as much as possible.
TaToH, meanwhile, finding the second relic. Will spot the one in the top. No one really going for that. Most of the time, we... I know just when I'm saying it.
There we
Monastery's
go. Monastery's ready.
Send some more on gold. Spots that relic. So we'll see 3 of them. That one could be spotted as well. Viper still with less HP, so Scout Wars should go in favor for TaToH, who's even going for the stone upgrade.
Ooh, wow. So he really wants to get that stone income going. Obviously, if he does want to make the berserks happen here, does really need to make basically the castles to get the numbers he wants out of it. Can make a lot of differences there with that. And like you were saying, it is a good counter towards the Goths. Only thing I'm worried about is as the Goths get going, they manage to get their gunpowder up behind it as well. Hand cannon, bombard cannon, etc. It could be for a really big push. And essentially, Viper could just hold him in place and slowly just advance on it, as he's done every other game.
Yeah, he is so brutal on that. TaToH even has loom, so that scout not too scary to maybe pick off a villager here. TaToH even, I wanted to say micros that one in, but actually she was just dropping off her 20 wood.
That's it. Sometimes it just looks good and we just think it's the wrong thing, but that's why we have Nilly here. Nilly's checking all those details for us, making sure we know who's good.
Well, villagers are good, dropping off wood at 20 wood, because then it cannot carry more. So, handcut now for the Viper as well, so we will be even with all the eco upgrades. TaToH had by roughly 9 villagers here in the late castle age.
And here come the barracks from Viper. Viper's looking to get aggressive now. Looks like he knows what's going on. He wants to mount that castle push, and starting with the barracks as well in base, this will put him up to 3.
Interesting. What can TaToH see? He isn't really going for it. We'll pick up the first relic. Now spots 4 of those. So he will have some map control. We still didn't see Anarchy. Anarchy is coming. The Viper, he will have 1 castle age all in. If TaToH defends this, he wins the game. If the Viper breaks him and spreads around like a virus with all its Huskals, it's Viper.
And that's exactly what we know about Goths. Once they kind of get going, if they're into the base, the Huskal is just about impossible to stop with the town center, the castle. The raid just becomes very, very real.
And look at that. Oh no, why is he coming back? He was on the way. He was on the way to spot that forward siege workshop. It could have been so good for him. Could someone out of the living room go over and tell TaToH to scout this area? This is so important. If he scouts this, TaToH has all the tools to defend this. He is clicking up Imperial Age pretty soon. He has a lot of stone to get a defensive castle up as well. He moves over here. Viper spots that, and he can lure the scout away.
Oh man, this is really well played by Viper, actually managing to pull that scout out of position there, and potentially, look at that, gets the monk as well, pulls the scout out of position, and you're right, if he spotted this one, he would have had the red flags up, he would have known an attack's coming, but here we go, Huskarl's on the way. This could be really dirty. This could be really scrappy for TaToH to have to defend.
TaToH has no idea. We'll get the scout kill, and now he should know, okay, this could be an option. Needs to scout that desperately. He's moving out with some villagers. Okay, at least those will scout it. I think he will lose some of the villagers. It's quite important that he instantly walls behind this. And
here we go. He sees the siege workshop. He sees the Huskals.
Let's look at TaToH's face. He should know what's up here, and all the tools should be flying in now. It should be the door. The gate is even locked behind this. He is moving away. I want to see some more stone walls. I want to have a defensive castle ASAP. The villagers are opening this. No, TaToH!
No! What have we done here? What have we done? You've left it open, my man. I am sorry to say it, but look at this. In comes the push. The Berserks not having what they need right now. There's too many Huskals in play. Tries to get the house up behind it to stop any kind of spam on the way in. Look at this. Viper just starting to take full map control behind this as well.
It's still stone walls. We need some stone walls behind there.
There we go.
This is still fine for TaToH. Petard is getting killed. The scout, can he get the kill? Good job here.
Good stuff. Loses a scout, but does still push a little bit longer behind this one, putting up more and more stone walls. This is all about time now for TaToH. If he can bake this one out, pull it into a longer engagement, he's absolutely going to have a win. But look at that. More units inside already.
Yeah, but converted one of the Huskals. Now the Berserks are doing fine. They're lacking some upgrades, but they are healing themselves. The castle behind here as well. I think he should be fine. I think TaToH's defense will stay strong.
Come on, he's got the defensive castle there now. He's finally starting to get his units out. Viper getting his ups behind this one as well. Really trying to make something happen here. But come on, TaToH, if you get into Imperial Age, get your ups behind this. Look at the amount of resource he has to work with here as well. He can just drop out everything he needs to.
Yeah, goes for the second Black Panther. I absolutely love that. Needs to get some of those upgrades. We need to see a defensive mangonel. So many open areas over here. And Huskarls, they're beefy against towers.
Oh yeah, they take so long to take down. Bonus damage against buildings as well. So take them down quickly if you're not careful about that one. You've even got some towards the north there starting to take down the gates. But look at this. Here comes the got spam from Viper.
He is sitting at 92 villagers here. Siege Workshop might go down. He needs to send more villagers to defend it. We see Elite Berserks here.
Yes.
From now on, every fight is going in favor of TaToH if he gets onto somewhat reasonable numbers.
That's it. He needs to hold this one down. Come on, put a
Quick
wall up.
Okay,
That's
important.
just a house, but it's enough. And is that a gap between there?
No, it's
Blacksmith,
fine.
good. All right, we're all good. Towers trying to do what they can, but against this composition, what are they really going to do? Mangonel, of course, being used to take down those ramps as much as possible and just delay this push again and again. But look at this, over towards the north of the map, we do have Viper in, and he's trying to do the damage here. Elite Berserks, they've got the +1, they've got the +2 armor now as well.
TaToH 11 villagers ahead. He is heavily behind the military count, but his military is just so much better. The Mangonel in a beautiful spot kills the rams. We need some more repair here, but the Huskarls
there is
are
a
in.
hole. I told you there was a hole.
Oh god, we saw it coming indeed. Now we see some openings here, but the army should be strong enough. We have 2 relics ticking for TaToH. He needs to defend over here. Didn't lose a lot of villagers yet.
That's it. His economy is still in good shape. If he can move the Berserks over, hold out the Huskarl spam, he'll be alright. He's already got the tech advantage behind a lot of this. But look at that, a siege tower from Viper.
Was preparing that. He even has enough resources to potentially click up to Imperial Age. Ecos are still looking reasonably fine. Now ungarrisoned here, but that's 2 castles shooting those down. Do we have fletching? No, not even that. That's why the Huskarls are taking close to 0 damage.
Oh man, this is so brutal to go up against. He just needs the Berserk numbers and he needs them in the right place. They're all dealing with the issue towards the north of the map there, so they're just flooding into the middle of his economy.
Oh, that could be that castle. Let's take a look here, and the castle survived. Oh god, the shot was over it, so that's pretty important.
Oh,
Huskar
no.
numbers at the left-hand side are dying as well. I think TaToH is staying strong.
That's it, his economy is still looking good. TaToH still with the villager count on top of this. Look at this, the Berserks in the base, they're able to deal with those Huskarls. There's just a couple of stragglers now that he needs to take out. If he can get rid of these, he can stabilize behind this.
TaToH winning the mind games here. The Viper went for the castle edge in and is now ready to tech switch into champion.
And that's exactly what we were thinking is going to happen here. He's going to tech switch up into champions, potentially some gunpowder behind it as soon as he hits Imperial. But TaToH, this is your chance. This is your chance to reboom up, get some map control behind this, and now push this one back across the map while you've got the advantage.
Indeed, but what siege will he go for? Will he go for traps? Will he try to go for some rams? For now, just stabilizing, get your eco set, and tag to more elite berserks. It's totally fine for me.
Oh, let's have a look here. And he can see the long swords now. He knows the switch is happening. Berserk's moving out across the middle of the map, but you're right. He needs some siege to back this up. He needs to start pushing all these barracks in the center of the map down.
Just next that siege tower here, and funny how he dies like implodes
Crumples.
himself. Yeah.
Alright, come on TaToH, you've got some numbers now, this is good. You've got the military lead as well, 37 compared to 27. A little bit less villagers, but you've got what you need to make this work now. Low resource in the bank, but here comes the push.
TaToH actually had him villagers, but massive amount of idle villagers. That's pretty ugly for him. Well, Eco, that's pretty scrappy, but now he can maybe take that one good fight. The Viper needs to retreat.
Here we go. Obviously, those long swords not going to be in a full position here at the moment to actually be able to do what they need to. The tech line is nowhere near done, missing some key upgrades on top of those guys. The Berserks are just wrecking their way through.
Let's take a look how we see some more of those engagements. And Swordman instantly coming up. The Berserks still taking great fights here. I like how TaToH is advancing here.
Exactly, use the tech while you've got it there. Blast Furnace on the way as well, trying to get as many as he can, but look at this castle. Castle has been denied in the center of the map for Viper.
Oh, and that looks like TaToH might get another one up himself. He bought 200 stone, wants to control that gold. Trap out as well, will go for the production here of the Viper. 50 population advantage for the guy trailing.
Oh, this is nice to see. This is really nice to see. TaToH, come on, man. Hold this one out in the center. Trebuchet is doing a great job at knocking these barracks down. We do have the castle coming up in the middle for TaToH as well. Gonna get him some great map control, limit Viper's access to stone here, and knock down all this military production in the middle here.
Champion tech, not really here yet. +2/+2 against +4/+4.
It's
looking
good
for TaToH. He's getting more outposts. He has the relic advantage 2-0. He is set up with all the castles, getting castle number 4 up. The traps are around. Viper, he cannot take any fights before champions, and even then, Berserk's just so damn strong.
That's it, my friend. That is absolutely it. And TaToH is not stopping the assault. He knows how this works. He's taking out any stragglers he can, trying not to engage the army in full at the moment. But look at this. Those units are created so quickly for the Goths. So quickly.
Oh yeah, but well, even if you kill all the production, if you kill 5 barracks, he just built 5 barracks over here and has the spam back again.
Exactly. It takes next to nothing for the Goths to get that ridiculous unit going on at the moment. And look at this. TaToH collecting all the relics around the map. While he's got map control, utilizing it as much as possible. Gonna make sure if this does go in for the long haul, he's there for it.
The Viper, look at his gold control, that's dry, and those 2 gold spots now taken away. He might have trouble to keep the the champion spam up.
Oh, it's gonna hurt. Look, they're not exactly the most gold-intensive unit, but when you've got no gold to work with, it is impossible to pull back across. TaToH with the forward siege workshops as well, got the trebuchets there, and look at this. Viper's trying to mount a counterattack to the side, but these units are in the completely wrong space.
Okay, let's take a look. Maybe we have to remember this game is decided by either who resigns first or if you kill the king of the enemy. TaToH, he's looking in dominant position. He has his king very far back in his home base. Shouldn't be a problem here.
And here we go, more hostiles coming around the side. It is just not enough to deal with the amount of berserks. We've got TaToH. TaToH is just about pop-capped behind this as well. And look at this, Bodkin Arrow, Ballistics behind it. He knows the tech switch he needs to make to deal with these champions, and he is going to go for it.
Indeed, and do we see some archer ranges? It's for now only some scorpions at it. Goes for the gold here at the front, and he's taking solid fights. But those champion numbers, they are high, and those are cheap.
Oh, that's it. He can just continue to go at it. But look at this. The raid on the gold spot as well. Viper running out of his only gold source left to him. He's going to be absolutely bled dry. And look at that. We've got over a K of gold in the bank there for TaToH. He is looking so strong. And look at these berserkers. They are queued up everywhere.
Oh man, so beautiful move. And that was a lot of dead villagers here. The Viper, he's struggling to even keep up.
And look at the raiding.
Oh god, TaToH's playing this beautifully.
The Berserks doing exactly what they're meant to do. Vikings in their natural state, raiding across all the villages there. Look at how many idols there are for Viper. 100 villages, 32, 33 idle. It is so hard to keep your economy going after this.
Oh, look at that, so tough. The Viper is playing his heart out as well. Tries to save all his villagers, but the Berserks, they are just going ham.
Oh, it is so hard to deal with. They're such an effective raiding unit. And look at this, down go the trebuchets as well. I don't think Viper's going to have any chance in responding with that whatsoever.
Pop 200 against Pop 130, more and more villagers going down. The Viper is trying to migrate here to the top, but TaToH, he's just going in for the kill. Snipe those traps quite beautifully and keeps his forward base and all the gold control.
Exactly. If he manages to hold this position here, he's going to be in a really good spot. Look at this, over towards the east of the map. Viper's had to move his entire lumber economy over here, and the Berserks are about to be on top of it. The small farming village, again, just cops it from the raiding.
Oh man, look at that spam as well. It even has so many scorpions behind there. That's a tech switch that I maybe expected from the Viper, but also beautiful for TaToH.
Oh, look at the villager count. It is absolutely plummeting. It's down to 80 versus TaToH at 127. Even then, the Berserks are just shredding their way through what's left of Viper's base.
Oh man, Viper, he wants some camera time apparently because he cannot feel like this is his game to win. I'm always trying to check the minimap if we have like 30, 40 champions trying to sneak around and get a king kill, but the Viper simply doesn't have the numbers.
Oh man, and that's where things come into so many issues there. Viper about to plummet under 100 pop as well. He's looking like he's just about down to his last stand here. He's got no resources left in the bank. And look at this, he sees the number of berserks and he has to get out of there. Try to utilize that castle as best he can, but castle got the king in it.
Uh-oh, let's take a look. Where's the waypoint? It's more to the top, so the king could be ungarrisoned here. He sends the villagers out. That fight just goes heavily in favor of TaToH. And that's under a castle and 2 towers.
Exactly, something I was about to point out. Even with the castle fire, the tower fire, the berserks just stand so strong against the champions. And there's the GG from Viper. We may have a good series on our hands after this. We may make it to all 13 games.
Yeah, that's true. And well, that's what the player said in the halftime analysis, right? It has to come down on how to outsmart the opponents. And we also always said TaToH, he is one of the smartest in the business. And here, he anticipated, I pick Marians, he might counter them with Goth. Let's crush him, the Vikings.
So not only did he get the Viking win here, he's also saved the mines for a later spot in this tournament as well. So he's got 2 wins off the back of this pick.
So true. And well, the Viper, he was kind of in an unfortunate position, was heavily out-sived here. And how did he try to keep his winning chances as high as possible? With a castle age all in, TaToH luckily saw it with those villagers moving out, walled behind it, let some Huskarls in, but enough berserks behind this. Nice defense here with all the mangonels, cleared this up after they broke in. Beautiful defense and secured the victory.
Exactly. Off the defense like that, Viper had committed so many resources in. TaToH was able to push back towards the center of the map, knock out all those production buildings, and then from there secure the gold spots and bleed Viper absolutely dry.
Indeed, and well, what a lovely game. The gold spot control was really something that we didn't focus on early, but well, maybe TaToH sees a bit more than we did.
Oh, absolutely. And the man is showing how much he sees on this map. This has been absolutely great. We are at 5-1 now. TaToH is on the board, and he is back with a vengeance.
Let's see how much vengeance he can deliver, and well, Mayan still open there. That's a nice spot from you as well. And well, Goth though, one of the later picks from the Viper.
Yeah, definitely try to use it. Make sure it's not, I guess the counter pick was probably the best time to use them now. But that said, we do have Seize the Hump coming up. We were talking about how good it is to basically have anything where it basically favors the militia line, anything in terms of that champion line, because you do get such a good advantage when it comes down to there. But we've got Seize the Hump underway. This is a map also picked by TaToH now. So TaToH, has TaToH lost a game on this map? I actually don't think I remember him losing one on it.
Did Viper lose a map?
It's a good point. It's a very good point. But TaToH, though, this is usually in his draft. This is a map he wants to get onto. What have we got access to here? We've got the Franks, we've got Saracens, Teutons, Incas, Mayans, and Huns left for TaToH.
Well, we have seen that Man-at-Arm play is really, really strong on that one. Maybe we will see something like... What did I just select? Didn't I have that one selected? Yes. Okay. And so Man-at-Arm openings are so good. The Viper loves Celts. He played those against Leary yesterday. TaToH on the other side, what can he have to defend there? Well, not the biggest fan of Huns. Did I X one Civ too many? I think we didn't have the Ethiopian threat, right?
No, we had Ethiopians, didn't we? That was on Rehydration.
Did we have 6 maps already picked? 6 Civs?
So
Yes,
going
we
into
did.
map number 7, Seize the Hump.
Makes sense.
And I think we've seen Franks be quite successful on this map before as well. But we'll have to see and decide what he actually wants to go for behind this. Because he could definitely use some more early wins here, but this has to be great for his confidence. Absolutely great.
I don't really want to have Mayans there. Is Hans an option? Let's think about it. We have map number 12 Prairie, where Hans could be the strongest remaining Civ, so that would be lovely for him. We have Land Madness, still a potential Civ win for TaToH. We have Slavs looking good, Mayans looking good. The Civs of TaToH are still very powerful.
That's it. He's played this one really well. Land Madness, obviously something he wants to save Franks for. Eldorado, he played an amazing Incas game with that as well, so could potentially save them for there. Who knows what he wants to go for here. Let's see exactly what's coming on. The players are launching into the game, and we go into map number 7. This is Seize the Hump from TaToH, and we've got the Viper playing as the Celts in the blue towards the south of the map. In the east of the map, in the red, we have TaToH playing as the Teutons.
And I believe this map generation is good for TaToH. Distance a bit longer. Celts can be so annoying with early man-at-arms, spearmen here. TaToH, he enjoys that we have a big woodline dividing the two of them, and only then he is coming. And will he play man-at-arms as well? Will he play for scouts? I think also having more villagers in the towers could be something that he's looking for.
Absolutely. If he's pushing for that trash, it could make a big difference here. We've seen how good tower defense is and tower aggression can be on a map like this. Somewhere where you can shut down resources so quickly with one effective tower. I think we saw that in Leary vs MBL. One tower literally decided the game in that match.
Yeah, like this map is really like give it in your face map. This is so much like early aggression, heavy pressure for sure. Looking forward to that. TaToH, we have to mention, this is a pretty good map generation for him with all that saved wood in the back.
Exactly. He's got a lot of options to run for here. He's not pushed directly towards the hump in the middle of the map there. Obviously, will need to move out if he does want to go for any kind of gold, stone, berries, etc. on that front. But here we go. Looks like TaToH getting the first hit on the scout there as well. So an easy advantage there at the lead.
He will take that. Let's take a look. Can he maybe snag a sheep? Not really. What I obviously would have loved to see here is the Dock and TaToH demos. We won't really see that with the big distance here, but, well, I think still against Celt, he won't mind.
We can keep our fingers crossed and hope it happens, but looking at around here, any kind of advantage we've got for either players. Boar's pretty close to the town center for TaToH there, and again for Viper as well. Looking very even in terms of generation, just a lot less wood.
And I was thinking, why is the Viper going on those far away deer? And look at that, he's just putting the lumber camp behind it, and pop! Look at the wood, just jumped high.
There we go. He knows exactly what's going on in this one.
Right. Thanks so much for $50 donation as well, supporting NAC2. And now we are getting ball number 1 on the way here for the Viper with a nice, interesting build-up. And, well, he scouts the center, scouts one wood line, and, well, he thinks that wood line is way thicker than it is.
And there we go. He knows what's up now. He's got the map, and I guess when we kind of look at that middle area there, Viper does have a little bit of a gold closer to him as well, plus a stone, whereas sadly on the other side, TaToH's only got the berries to work for. However, looking towards the actual hump of the map here, both players having a very even gold spots. As soon as they make the migration across, they will be able to jump onto a gold. There's a couple of berries and things around as well. Probably the only thing I would say that's hurting TaToH at this stage is just that stone is looking very vulnerable.
TaToH is still around here, and he shouldn't really lose his scout. Can we maybe see some laming here? He might be a bit late. Can you see that? I think... Oh! 3 seconds too late.
Just a little bit late for that one. It would have been nice to see there. TaToH could use anything to help him get ahead in this game. Because like I said, we really want to see him come back on here.
Indeed, that's what we want. Spawn number 2 timing is now. 3 on wood here for TaToH, 4 on wood for the Viper. That's most likely going to be scouts against the Man-at-Arm opening.
And here we go. Looks like we are seeing Viper making the ride for the center here. And the wolf or hippo, I should say. Villagers do not have loom. Easiest way to look about this one. And looks like he will have the hill advantage there, of course, but 2 villagers will deal with this one nice and easy.
Absolutely. Did try to micro against the wolf there. Wolf not really clever in that scenario.
And look at this, we've got TaToH taking the deer as well. Every single shred of food income he can get here, everything for free. May as well go for it and try and hammer this one at home nice and quickly. Viper, though, on his way to the hump, is looking for somewhere to start getting those resources in. And look at this, TaToH has found him. That's a low HP villager, no loom as well. Has realized this one, and he's going to get out of there. Both villagers will survive.
He took 15 HP away from this one, while this one only had 12 HP left to begin with. Oh.
It makes it hard to deal with here. Obviously, just having a little bit of trouble when it does come down to that intense management there. Checking the HP on the villagers, sadly not so good.
Yeah, well, it is tricky, right? He saw no loom, let's attack. He thought he might have gotten the free win against the first villager there. If it was, for example, the first villager just moving out to the gold, he could have had the free win.
Exactly. And look at this, Viper on gold already. He knows what he wants. And TaToH, looks like the scout is getting pulled back across the map now as well.
TaToH will have a solid uptiming here, pop 21 coming up for him. Meanwhile, the Viper will probably do the same. Perfect uptiming, look at that, 945, 947.
2 seconds between. That is the caliber of play we are seeing here today, ladies and gentlemen. These guys know exactly what they're talking about.
I'll try to go back, maybe they can get some more damage done. No, not really. TaToH is moving back as well. Still has some sheep left, and well, he has to be happy with his wood line. I wouldn't mind some walling around that as well. Maybe in 1-2 minutes.
That's it. As soon as the aggression becomes apparent, he's going to be able to wall that one in. Make sure nothing hurts in. Look, I don't think TaToH is going to be taking any unnecessary risks at this stage.
Let's take a look. Barrage now over here wants to zone out all the area. Actually, that feels a bit like Acropolis, right? If we walled that area, we could have walled this.
I agree entirely, actually. That's it. Just use the little kind of stragglers of trees we've got around, and there we go as well.
Yeah, okay, now he kind of decided to wall them individually. Obviously, it's for us easier to scout everything, right?
Exactly, exactly. Probably the big thing we're looking here in terms of difference, Viper's already made his way onto the hump. He's taking the deer there. He's taking the gold as well, something that TaToH hasn't begun to do yet.
But I think he maybe adjusted that because he has such a good wood line on his starting island. If we think about it, like the Viper, he couldn't really stay endlessly here with the 1-2 lumber camps. He needs to go for the center.
It does make it very hard to begin to deal with, and obviously the map generation is something we love about Age of Empires that makes it so special, and this difference in strategy is what we get out of it. Militia finally moving out across the map for Viper, Man-at-Arms coming up behind this. Kel's obviously going to be able to run down those villages, so it's a good thing TaToH already has his walls up.
Nice getting the stable up. Oh, down here with only 1 villager. Most of the time we see 2 villagers here. An outpost for TaToH. Normally I would have loved to see that more here at the side. He walls up all the area, this top as well. He will be safe.
That's it, and stable coming up behind it. There's the second villager like you were talking about. Trying to get it up, and look, in comes the Man-at-Arms. Villagers fall quite quickly, but some bumping on that villager is going to cause it to go down to the Man-at-Arms already. Viper getting a nice early kill, and will he get the blocks? Goes for the blocks behind this one as well. The scout combat going on, and oh man, I can't believe he got that second one. That is some amazing micro by Viper, and what did we even witness?
At least he got the scout, but wow, what was that? 2 villagers going down, 1 scout there, incredible micro by the Viper. That just felt so bad. That was a moment where I felt like TaToH shouldn't lose a single unit.
That's it. It was just the way the villagers bumped against each other, a little bit of the pathing working against him, and it didn't make things easy. Look at this. Man-at-Arms now know where they're trying to get to as well. They just need to get behind into that wood line, and it'll put him in an even better spot than he's already in.
Okay, but at least solid farming started, and shooting farming is pretty strong, as we all know. You can get a lot of those up. Scouts, let's take a look what they can get done. For now, the Viper not really with the spearman numbers spread all around the map.
We're playing a little bit greedy. Hopefully the scout in the middle there will notice the hunt. Potentially might be able to get 1 or 2 kills there as well. Does need a couple more scouts in the map though to make this quite effective. Could have potentially seen the deer carcass there, but obviously not going to show up too easily.
Okay, we'll have a good scout over here. We'll see that, and well, he now shows. Well, he will go for the low
We're
HP.
going the
villagers,
low
that's it.
HPs.
Oh, sweet one here, and the Viper, he knows about that low HP one. Instantly walls her.
TaToH doing a great job trying to even it up here. Just needs to come in with a couple more scouts. And looks like we do have some villagers migrating towards the center of the map as well. So TaToH will finally be seizing the hump himself.
Okay, that's with an archer range. He is not on gold yet. I'm quite surprised that he isn't more going for that direction. So he will mainly go for skirmishers. Would have loved to see him go for some archers. Interesting tower.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to help me out. It does look like he deleted it off, so not going to find himself in a too bad a scenario there. And the spears are already out in play for Viper. Viper getting this a little bit more defensive right now. He knows the scouts are coming, so he's ready to push them back.
And those 3 men-at-arms, after getting the double villager kill and the scout, well, they didn't really find any good spots for engagements.
And here we go. Looks like he's trying to take out the spear. Potentially going to lose. There we go. And oh my. What? Oh, was that the deer in the way? The deer was in the way. The scouts are in on top of this. Going to be forced to delete some palisades off here eventually and be able to deal with this one. We do have the gate coming up behind as well, dealing with the men-at-arms there. And look at this. The scout fight doing the best thing they can do here. We've even got a wolf involved in this one.
And well, scout couldn't really engage properly here. Look at that. It's so weird. And trying to lure out the villagers. The deer is blocking those walls off. Nice move for TaToH.
This has worked out very, very well from him. Some very precise movements here have worked into his favor. Even that wolf doing its best here to be able to deal with everything. And look at that. Going to finally clean that one up. Skirmish is there as well, so the palisades won't even be able to save Viper now.
Okay, let's take a look. Skirmishers need to save themselves from the men-at-arms. Nice villager kills here. TaToH suddenly 3 villagers ahead.
That's it. He started off a little bit shaky, but look at what this man can accomplish on Seize the Hump.
Now the stable switch for him, and those 3 men-at-arms, well, they will have some mobility problems. We see more men-at-arms for him. Spearman to defend TaToH. If he gets onto like 5 archers, he would be looking really good.
This would be looking really nice, and he has completely shut down the middle of the map for Viper.
That's why he didn't go there.
No, he doesn't know. Oh man, it's been scouting that's hurt TaToH on so many different occasions now. He doesn't know where any of the gold on the map is. And look at this, we have Viper moving out, more men-at-arms, but there's some... Ooh, look at these farms. Some of these farms are quite far away from the town center. Potentially could get 1 or 2 snipe here.
Oh, Viper should know about it. TaToH wants to snag some villagers here, but... well, all those villagers already gone and sent to this kind of safe center.
That's it. Where he has at least some military count that he can actually hold on to this. The men-at-arms, man, there's a lot of men-at-arms out in field right now. Hopefully they don't get on top of the wood line there. Can deal with the tower relatively easy if there's no military around to support.
Well, we will see. Tower of Teuton still does a lot of damage. Skirmishes around as well. Maybe we can see some snipes against the Spearman. How is the scout count looking here for the Viper at 2?
Here we go. Here comes the push. Going to be able to deal with that spear quite effectively with the skirmishes. If he can get it into the right position. Great play from Viper, making sure it's not going to be in front. Scouts coming around the side as well. Going to get engagement on top of the skirmishes. These are the trades he wants.
Let's take a look. Skirmisher numbers are okay-ish here. Spearmen all going down, and now the hectic tower coming up here in the back. But that could be 1, 2 dead villagers. Oh, got the walls in time.
And look at this, Viper again showing how good he is. But look at this, the man-at-arms right under TaToH's TC. Going to lose 2 for free, potentially a 3rd one for free here as well. But ungarrisons the TC, and the arrows do miss.
Oh god, what a sick movement here at both sides. Actually, we are attacking kind of at 3 spots at the same time. More scouts going down. TaToH, he keeps on putting on the pressure on the Viper.
That's it. More and more villagers coming across here for Viper as well. Trying to shut that one down with the scout skirmisher mix there. It's working out quite far for him at this stage. But look at that tower. That tower's going to make it immediately harder to put in on.
Yeah, that's fine. It is maybe TaToH going on some gold. He is just building an outpost here. Wants to have some more vision, but I'm not sure if... Oh, Turk, is the tower going to spot it? Oh,
No.
oh.
Again, TaToH is just hurt by his lack of control over the map, his lack of visibility. It absolutely hurts, and some skirmishers getting caught off guard here as well by the scout. But look at this, there's some potentially freebies around here on the stone mine, and TaToH finds it.
Yeah, he does. But those villagers, they are kind of getting away. Spearman is around as well. That one villager will probably go down, but one scout in exchange. I think after that, TaToH needs to run. Indeed, it's getting scared away from the Spearman. That Spearman, though, on the other side, doing some scary stuff as well.
Exactly, Man-at-Arms still trying to find themselves useful somewhere here. But look at this, TaToH has the squeeze on. He knows exactly where Viper's economy is behind this. If he can manage to slowly chip away at it, keep doing the villager damage like he is, he's already 5 villagers ahead. He just needs to keep this one up, and he'll be in a good position. Both players also going down with forging, really looking to maximize that damage.
Look at the time, please. It looks like it's time for forging.
Time for forging. 1 second difference between both players.
And, well, that will be better for the guy having more melee units. Obviously, skirmishers, not the greatest one here. Tries to go for some attacks against the spearmen, but beautiful split indeed. But most of the spearmen going down now. TaToH can actually fight this one quite reasonably. And did I just hear a second stable? Hallelujah, TaToH goes all in.
That's it. This is what we want to see from TaToH. And on a map like this, if you can kind of spend those resources, take control of it, you are in the victor's position from the beginning.
Still no spot of that gold spot. TaToH kind of feels, okay, I need to go for it, but those scouts, they're kind of limited to 45 HP because we cannot have bloodlines here. TaToH simply unfortunate with not finding any of the gold spots, but nice, beautiful tower here. And, well, Viper, he's looking at 150 stone, but look at that, he will be up to Castle Age any second. TaToH needs to do damage
here we
now.
Go. That's exactly it. We've got TaToH, bloodlines coming in for him. Not going to be as scared of the spears as he has been with those scouts, but he needs to do the damage. You're absolutely right. If Viper gets ahead here in terms of his technology, he just needs to make sure he's got nothing left to make it happen.
Oh god, production needs to be insane now. Bloodlines. We have the +1 defense. Nice quick walls here. We need to see more towers though. It's pretty important that the Viper won't tower up, otherwise all the aggression of TaToH won't be that efficient.
Exactly. We've got Viper on the stone. He knows what he needs to do here. Could potentially see some town centers come up as well, which is going to make this so much harder to push into. Skirmishers doing their absolute best, but look at this. TaToH coming around with the villagers, wants to get that aggressive tower.
Do we want to see an engagement here? Not really. TaToH is going back. Those Man-at-Arms still pretty scary, and you don't want to wait till they are longsword men. Builds another house here. Maybe wants to lure him into the tower here.
Here we go, lures in straight under the tower. Scale barding armor about to kick in for TaToH as well. Taking the fight though, wants to use that tower to its maximum advantage and begins to clean up those Man-at-Arms so quickly. Man-at-Arms on the run, but they realize they just have to fight it out here. Deals with a lot of the scouts, but it looks like we are going to see Viper very low in the army count now.
Military count 16-7. This is the time where TaToH needs to do some damage. Defensive house, defensive tower here. This is the time where maybe Viper could still receive some damage against him. Now goes for some attack in the center. TaToH could potentially have scouted it. Didn't get an attack sign here, and well, he looks fine, but Viper's resources not that scary. What is he going for?
That's the question behind this one. It is probably the big question to answer. We do have the aggressive tower coming up from TaToH again, trying to do its best. Hopefully he sees... Does he know it's there? There we go. He knows he's got gold to work with if he wants to. Viper in Castle Age though. Look at this. Long sword, chainmail armor coming down as well. Gonna be so hard to engage this army.
Yeah, you cannot really defend that with feudal age houses anymore, so it needs to be mass towers, and TaToH somewhat needs to transition, will do some more damage against that, but that army is not really looking too scary. TaToH needs to buy himself some time. He's 11 villages ahead though.
That's it. He's got economy on his side if he doesn't lose too much behind this one. I'm just worried the longswords are going to be so hard to deal with here, but he's still got the military advantage. He's got the villager advantage. He just needs to hold on to this one as much as possible, buy time like you were saying, and manage to just hold out until he can get into castle himself. Oh, ho, ho, here we go. This is how you buy time TaToH style.
Oh god, he will have one demo here, and that could be potentially the hit against all the longsword if he decides to go over there. We continue with some more of the towers. Spearmen are trying to defend against the knights that lack a lot of upgrades.
This is it. Look at this. Forces the garrison in the tower. Does a good gate, so manages to hold those guys in position there. That's a lot of scouts coming in for TaToH, and if he takes the engagement under the tower, this could work out quite well for him.
Well, let's take a look. TaToH needs to micro a bit further back. Does not really want to fight under there. He wants to like debate it, debate out, and now the tower is really helping out. Yeah.
Exactly. Use those tower arrows as efficiently as they're going to, and looks like that will be the end of a lot of those long swords. Does catch a couple kind of screaming across there towards the middle as well. Oh, this is a very, very tight game now. TaToH just needs to get up into Castle Age, and look at that. He's got nearly 700 food in the bank. He can make this happen.
Okay, let's take a look. Tower now trying to overlap here. Tries to save the right-hand side tower. He won't really intercept that one, though. Maybe some range units could have been lovely. The skirm coming over, maybe some archers, but those longswords are just looking really scary.
Oh, absolutely. That's such a strong unit. He's got the upgrades behind him as well. Playing as Celts are going to be that much faster movement as well. Makes it so hard for them to deal with. And look at this. TaToH's just about got the resources. There we go. Sells off 100 wood, and he's up to Castle Age himself. It's just about survival now. He can't take too much damage during this transition.
Take a look. What does he have? He has one demo prepared, some idle villagers here. Save the tower. Nice move. Arson now for the Viper. He goes for a lot of kills. Those scouts still around. Maybe can. Oh, the problem is, with all those scouts, light cav tag feels kind of fine.
That's it. When you've got enough out in play, it does become a lot more worth it. Just need to keep those units alive, keep hammering it, but look at this. Siege Workshop out for Viper. He's got the Ram there as well. Needs to start dealing with this one. And look at that. TaToH utilizing the market, making sure his economy is as good as it's going to be behind this. The question is, what's he going to switch into?
Oh man, well, it has to be Knights. Light cav, not an
Has to
option
be.
here for Teutons. He isn't controlling a lot of gold though. Is getting pushed away from that. Tries to get the tower up, not in time. Remember that if he gets Castle Age, he will get Murder Holds for free. So that's pretty good for him, but he still isn't.
Oh man, this is looking absolutely brutal. The tower's been denied. Another tower about to be denied as well. But what can you really do behind this? Like you were saying, the light cap would be nice, but too bad.
Too bad, he is Teutons indeed, and well, some more defensive towers would be nice here. He has a lot of farms apparently, at least food count looks quite solid for him. Maybe abusing the market a bit more could be an option. A good counter against the Kel's longswords isn't really on the menu yet.
Oh, not at all. And look at this, Castle Age incoming for TaToH, about to get there. Oh, come on, man. You just need to hold out from here. Villager lead still barely hanging by a thread for TaToH here. Military count barely even. Needs to make something happen. These light cav at the moment, or I should say scouts, not going to go to light cav, but not going to happen.
Tricky stuff. We'll snag another villager over here and see ya, Jordan.
Bye-bye.
Jordan leaving. And yeah, he needs to work tomorrow, so we agreed on that as well. And oh, let's take a look. Gets another tower up here, sends all the villagers back. Where will he be? Maybe tries to get another TC up in the back. 3 villager advantage at the moment.
And look at these longswords just wrecking everything in their way. It makes things so hard to be able to deal with. Houses on the way, and look at this. The scouts just trying to do something they can, but of course, not exactly what we want. Look at this. Longswords, the demo's there patrolling, the demo's waiting. It wants to find somewhere to push, but I think Viper may know a little bit more about that. Knock him off the option and don't give him an option onto the water.
I think with all those 2 towers here with Teutons, I think that shouldn't really be enough. I think the Viper should be losing that one. It should be a lot of arrows in the air. We only have fletching though. Let's take a look what the Knights can do. Maybe just focusing down against the battering ram could be an option. But we also have Arson for the Viper.
The question is though, Viper's just put down a castle. Has he put it in a nice defensive location? Yes, look at that. Taking control of the town center there. He's also got an extra castle to back it up. Gold positions covered by that one. And look at this. Villagers are just getting streamed out of the towers. The scouts coming in, trying to do what they can, but look how quickly they get cut down.
No man, Scout's not really the unit you want to have here in mid-castle age. No more raiding at the, well, starting island of the Viper as well. At least the ram went down, so the tower is still doing some damage, but well, it's only watchtower with only Bodkin.
Exactly. That's it right now. It makes it so difficult to be able to jump into here. And look at it. Viper is just expanding out everywhere, taking every single option he can, taking every single resource pile. This is where he manages to win these games so well.
Oh man, he is just incredible, and well, a lot of low HP. Longsword here tries to get some snacks here, but TaToH, well, that's not really the unit you want to have, and now can even tag into boat raiders.
Look at how this is switched around now. Viper on 55 villages, only got 45 for TaToH. Military count in terms of favor of Viper as well, 17 compared to 11. Like you were saying, Woad Raiders on the horizon now. This becomes a huge issue.
Let's take a look. So we have some Knight defense for TaToH. He is now 10 villagers behind. Maybe we can still see the sickest demo hits, but the Viper is here even trying to attack the starting island of TaToH. Not as of yet.
Not yet at all. Bosaw coming around for TaToH, so trying to get in there, but Viper up on so many town centers now. I'm not sure how he can catch up behind this. He needs a phenomenal amount of rating to get this, because if he just continues to play this passively, Viper's just going to snowball out of control.
Yeah, but where can you really raid, right? The starting island, yeah, you can snag 1 villager here, 1 villager there. The rest kind of towered up. Now we have the defensive castle, 2 TCs up. There are not that many exposed villagers.
That's it, and Viper's doing such a good job of keeping everything under wraps there. Heavy Plow, Bosaw, looking to get his economy in the best wraps possible here now at the moment as well. Knights moving out for TaToH, but like you were saying, where can they find anything to do any damage?
Well, it is tricky. We see Bodkin Arrow now for TaToH. Is he switching into archers? No, he actually built another stable, so that's only for his TCs and the towers. Interesting. No crosswoman switch.
Let's have a look here. Where can he kind of make this one happen? That's just, I am so worried that TaToH is out of this game now. He's trying to find where he can do some damage. He needs to even it up, but I just don't think it's possible now.
Okay, let's take a look. We'll snag 2 villagers. Good job
Potentially
here.
a third over there as well.
That looks good for him. Maybe could even sit a bit longer to snag some of the farms. Not really happening here. Towers now cleared up. The Viper, he will buy himself quite some time. How are his resources looking? Oh, just buying himself some more food and now takes into pikemen. Interesting.
He wants to be able to deal with those knights as effectively as possible, and look, with the bonuses on those pikes, it is going to make things absolutely brutal. Not sure what we can even see TaToH tech into to be able to get to end this one. We've got extra town centers down in the center there for TaToH, but look at this. How can he begin to deal with it? We've got university on the way for Viper as well.
What is that for? I don't really see an upgrade that he desperately needs at the moment. Masonry, not really. I don't really see how he would need ballistics as well. Was it just ballistics for his towers in the castle?
Could potentially be, but the only thing we'll know, time will tell. Let's have a look here. Pike's on the way. Nice to defend the actual farms there he's got. Anything that's out of reach of the town center will be able to be pretty much covered by those, which is going to be nice. And, man, I'm just looking at this middle island, and Viper just has such a clamp on it.
Take a look. We have 3 TCs for both players, so that's pretty okay-ish, I would say. TaToH now goes to another spot, trying to expand here. Pikemen, they are scaring away those knights. Look at that. +2 on those.
That's it. It's not easy to look at in terms for TaToH's view here. Everything's kind of working against him, and he needs to find a place to raid. He needs to find a place to do damage, but it is just spiraling out of control here.
And the Viper indeed goes for ballistics. I don't really know what for. We have the crossband switch now for TaToH. That's something I wanted to see a bit earlier. Maybe the Viper wants to go for skirmishes. Not really taking for that either.
But here come the woads being produced in the castle now. The raiding is about to get real very, very quickly here. We know what the woad raiders are capable of. It's got it in the name for a reason. And these town centers, I don't know if they're going to be enough to be able to push this back.
How can he engage this? Beautiful stone wall here to zone that out. He just counted, okay, how many tiles do I need? And he will be super safe. Wouldn't mind to see like 2 houses down here. And that TC can't be protected.
That's it. Say goodbye to the TCs. And this is the slow decline we're going to see from TaToH. He's going to be pushed off this middle island, which means he's going to lose access to stone, gold, even most of his lumber options as well.
He's trying to stay active, tries to play his mobility card. We even hear the Viper thinking about relics here. He's trying to snag a pikeman here and there, maybe some more villagers. He actually is only 9 behind, but the Viper, if we look at his resources, he isn't that far away from him.
Oh man, if we see this go to an imp level game, one sees the hump, I don't think anyone was ever expecting that, but look at this. He's doing a great job to hold out and everything. Viper's slow push here is just what's being such an issue for TaToH. He's being so careful, so cautious, like you said. He even put up the pieces of stone wall in front of the mangonels. How do you even begin to engage something like that?
Well, he has an answer, just run on the TCs and snipe those, but those are really low HP. Some quick gates here, look at that. Age of Gate Fires at its best.
This is it. You see exactly what happens here when you challenge the Viper in this kind of position. Oh, all those knights getting taken down. Such low HP. The pikes and the swords after them as well here. And look at how quick those pikes are.
Oh god, that was just brutal. One of those gates only had 32 HP, so he could have gone in that. Meanwhile, he lost another one. Still trying to defend now. Guard tower for TaToH. Maybe he still has a chance to somehow hold this off.
Look, I'm really hoping he does, but Viper is just getting increasingly and increasingly further in front at the moment. 38 military counter, 13. It becomes a huge issue to be able to deal with. Ballistics, padded archer armor on the way, and look at this. The raiders find some of the economy from TaToH.
Yeah, but, well, he can return the favor. So comes around with some crossbows as well. That ram kind of on a weird mission. TaToH, does he know about that? Should try to spot some more villagers, but not even the numbers to one-shot those. Okay, now he has.
There we go. Imperial Age on the way for Viper. However, this is where things become an issue. How is he going to be able to begin to deal with the Imperial Age army behind this? Manages to try and push them back. The gate's still on quite low HP, but that micro, look at it go.
Oh,
you
god.
need that ballistics, TaToH. I know it's just about finished, but you needed that so bad.
Oh god, he is so great. Wout's doing some damage here at the front, and the Viper, he's just so good with his quick walls. Crossman still trying to defend TaToH's resource. Look at that. Forward, 0 food.
Oh man, it makes life so difficult to be able to begin to fight this. And of course, the count at the moment, we are seeing Viper so far in front. Imperial Age underway as well. Once we see those last kind of upgrades kick in, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if TaToH continues to play after the Viper reaches Imperial Age. TaToH knows, okay, it's kind of a tough game. My eco isn't the greatest ever. I snagged some villagers, but, well, what can he do against 2 castles here and soon to beat traps out.
Oh, that's it, my friend. That is absolutely it. He's secure, and that is a good hit from the Mangonel as well. Viper proving time and time again why he's such a good player. Every single unit counts, every single kill counts, and he adds them up so quickly.
Oh man, what a beautiful ground attack. TaToH was trying to move forward there, but the Viper anticipated that move. Nice ground attack there, and just got a good shot off.
And look at these Woad Raiders. They're just living under the guard towers. They don't even care. Holding down a lot of this, killing off as many villages as they can find. The Siege Workshop Rams doing their best to kind of take down all these production villages and units from TaToH as well.
Now tries to go and resize the hump here in the center. Some more towers. I like the approach and using Teutons because you only need one tower. But now 400 food, 500 gold in the bank. He knows it's over.
That's the GG from TaToH. Look at the upgrades we had coming down as well. Plate mail tracking. Those infantry were about to become impossible to deal with.
Oh man, and well, TaToH had some nice moves there with the scouts. It all obviously started quite unfortunately here, losing those two villagers that early. They could have gotten some more wood, they could have gotten some more farms up, then he had more scouts, and not scouting that gold was so unfortunate for him. If he had the transition into archers instead of skirmishers, he could have done so much more if you know.
And it's a sad trend we're really starting to see in a lot of these games here. Missing those little key pieces of information seems to hurt him in the long game so much here. Viper playing such a strong game. TaToH had a good raid back at the start as well, but again, the snowball effect that is Viper really seemed to hurt him.
He's just brutal and relentless.
Exactly, and he said it before, even though we're team members, we owe everyone what we do, we're going to play our best the entire way through.
Yeah, as they absolutely should. And well, KD, somewhat even. We saw a lot of villagers die there, and obviously Pikeman not the craziest. And Eco better for the snake, I wanted to say, but actually it's only in the gold count. Everything else pretty close together.
That's it, and it's how do you tie something up like this? That matchup, man, I don't think anyone was ever expecting us to see an imp game on that one. I'm glad we got to see that at least, which is nice.
Yeah, and it feels like Kelt might be somewhat of the best, very best picks here. The Viper said, like yesterday, he clearly felt he had the chip advantage, and Teutons. It was TaToH's pick number 14.
That's it. We've got Eldorado coming up for the next match here. We are on 6 wins Viper. TaToH 1. This is a best of 13 series as well. So Viper is playing for the win now.
We are out of Teutons, and Eldorado. Is that the spot where we pull our Mayans card? You don't really want to do that.
There's so much we've seen on this map. I know we have seen TaToH do some incredible things with the Incas here. I feel like the Meso Civs are definitely the way to go here, just because you've got so many options with them, which is probably the big thing to really run behind. Even then, Viper Aztecs, we've got Graveyards coming up later. Look, good Boom Civ can have the relics if they need to, but the question is, does Viper just want to end it now?
Well, we probably won't mind, right? Best of 13 finals here. Obviously quite some variance if we go into all the 13 games, or if we have kind of a one-sided series here. And I'm still very happy that we have over 8,000 people watching at that prior to prime time.
Prior to prime time, my friends, stick around for a lot longer. We've got a lot of games coming up after this. Hopefully, we'll see how it goes. TaToH has the skill to bring it back, so let's see if it happens.
Okay, let's take a look at civilizations. TaToH. He wants to have Franks for Land Madness.
Of course.
Huns for Prairie. Graveyards could be... Oh, he just goes for Incas. I think just Incas makes a lot of sense. And then what are we playing against that? Maybe Magyars? Maybe Khmer? I think Khmer aren't that bad either. Huh. Let's see if the Viper gets creative here. At some point he needs to pick those wacky civs.
Fingers crossed, because that's the thing. If he cuts it off here, we don't get to see a lot of the more wacky, interesting civs we're looking forward to seeing, and hopefully we can just see TaToH push this one out and get another win.
Well, we will see. I'm really interested. Let's think about a bit more about the civ picks here. So Incas kind of feels standard. Then we could go for probably Saracens, Slavs, Franks, Huns, Mayans. Or just keep Saracens for the last. Then we have Mayans for Flooded Cross, maybe, or Mayans for Graveyard. Makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
Then we have Flooded Cross, Slavs. That doesn't make the most sense in my opinion. On the other side, Portuguese kind of feels for Flooded Cross. Magyars are still good on Prairie, I'd say.
Yes,
Just
indeed.
if you want to go for the mash there. Persians, I don't want to see them on Graveyards. They could be good on Flooded Cross as well, but where do you pick Portuguese then? Still tricky. I feel like the civilizations for TaToH are a bit more straightforward at the moment.
Absolutely, it's a little lot more options there for him to actually work with, but like you were saying, we've seen some amazing plays from TaToH using Incas on Eldorado already. Hopefully we see another masterpiece like that. Game over in 14 minutes, TaToH's victories.
Yeah, I won't mind that. Interesting ones. So TaToH, he's just ready. The Viper took a break, and they are in the game. Can launch any second. And Saracens for the win. Actually, now since the Viper muted himself, I can tell it. I think TaToH wants to play Saracens on Arabia. He even thought about picking Saracens for map number 1.
Ooh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That would be an interesting one. Like you were saying, he said he had a plan with Saracens, so we'll see if we get up to that point. Hopefully we do, because I just want more games, but things are looking so tough right now for TaToH.
Yeah, absolutely. He's back against the wall. 6 games in a win needed here for TaToH. Let's see what he can. Oh god, that looks like they hosted the wrong map. If I just look at their faces.
Just looking at their faces, let's find out.
And yes,
There we go.
sees the hump.
Alright, we're going to go one more time here, guys. Make sure we're in the correct map. And then just go again, you know?
But we can talk about the civilizations because it's going to be pick number 1 against pick number 1. Aztecs against Mayans on Eldorado.
This is a classic matchup that we have seen over like the last decade and a half, and we have been having the best time with these games. Obviously comes down to a little bit in terms of late game. What do you think we're going to see here, Nilly?
I think late game isn't really what Eldorado brings most of the time, especially
Not
with
as a
our
map.
two Meso civilizations here, right? Whoever controls the gold in early castle age most of the time wins, because if one of the players doesn't have gold and the other one can just eagle spam,
Exactly.
eagles win the game.
Oh, absolutely. We see that so many times from the Meso. As soon as you get up into Imperial from there, or even just Castle Age now, because obviously we have the Eagle Warrior as an option as well, straight on top of the Eco, and how do you begin to deal with that?
Well, you don't really have any options. Maybe get a castle up and like your last limited gold, go for plumes or jaguars, but very unlikely there. And we are jumping into it. Number 1 out of potential 6 match points here for the Viper.
Let's have a look at what we've got in the blue towards the north of the map. We do have the Viper playing as the Aztecs. Towards the east of the map in the red, we have TaToH as the Mayans.
And well, the Viper, he is willing to finish this game here. Aztecs considered to be one of the strongest civilizations at the moment, if not the best civilization.
That's it. And for those that don't know, Eldorado is a map. Most of your gold and stone will be in the middle of the map there, highlighted by Nilly. It is all visible revealed as well. You will know when your opponent makes a push for it. The other thing being of this, if your opponent doesn't decide to actually micro around the middle of the map for a push, you will see it coming.
Indeed, and well, we're starting very quickly here because we have fish in the sand. You cannot farm around in that sandy area, so your eco, kind of tough to be protected.
Oh, absolutely, and we've seen that so many time and time again on this map here. Of course, we do have the deep sea fish around the town center in the sand there as well. Can't build on top of it, so it makes it very hard to get farms going early in the game as well.
Indeed, but let's see how many farms we will actually have for ourselves here. Now we see, well, deer being pushed in quite nicely. This kind of has to be Man-at-Arm opening here, and then Aztecs, extra gold, and the faster working barracks. Looks good for them.
I think we're predicting it. It's something, on this map particularly, you need to get that early advantage if you can. Take map control, so that way you can move out to the middle whenever you want. If you just, again, keep them in their base, keep them away from the resources. So many maps like this we've seen. It's just a matter of just bleeding them out over time.
Let's take a look how this continues here. Man-at-Arm opening. It will be what we have to see. It's just so important to control that center area, to be aggressive on this map. Walling is absolutely not an option if you just fall behind. That gold not even too great for TaToH, I think. Oh, is that? Oh, we should have spotted that a bit earlier. Do you consider that to be a bugged one? Because, well, we only have 2 tiles, right? You should probably access that reasonably well.
Well, that's it. He's got the 2 tiles there. What's he got? He's got 2 faces he can work with on that gold towards the front there. It's your call.
I think we have to give that one. Like, it's just... He only has 2 tiles accessible from potentially 6. So, I will give an admin restart here, and we'll go over there. You will mute the 4, and I think that's just not fair.
That's it, friends, and even though this is a randomly generated game, we do try to encourage the fairness behind it. There is a whole spreadsheet in terms of the rules that we use in terms of the RNG, so that way, if a map is ridiculously unfair, we will do an admin restart. This doesn't require any of the restarts used from either player as well, which is probably the big part behind this one. Anyway, if it is an admin restart, both players did have 2 restarts of their own to use from the start, but we're just making sure everything's as fair as it's going to be, and in a tournament like this, we've got to make sure that's how it works. Well, let's see what he wants to do. Nilly's in the other room now. Looks like he's chatting to the players about it. And we'll have some details in just about any second, guys. Why are there fish on the sand? Because there are. But very much with this map. So for those waiting, we'll have a little bit of a cruise around and I'll show you exactly what's going on. So the sand around the TC here, we will see the great fish around here as well. So very, very quick in terms of getting your food count up. The bad news is though, you can't actually build buildings on this piece of sand. So farms can't come up around the town center, which means it's so much easier to raid as a mill comes up later in the game. As I was explaining earlier, all the gold and stone is found towards the center of the map here. So if we put the Fog of War in, you'll actually notice as well, everything here is all visible, and this is to both players. So if they do decide to come with a push across the middle of the map there, they will actually indeed be able to see anything that comes towards them. Welcome back, how'd we go? 4?
And it was a bit tricky because TaToH initially liked his map, and the Viper wanted to know, like, yeah, is it only like 2 tiles or is it at the side? And then I kind of painted it down, and he did draw it, and he was like, oh yeah, that sucks. That should be an admin restart. So we all agreed. And TaToH, well, he had, if you like take a look at that, he had all his resources in the back. So he liked his map generation in general.
That's it.
And he scouted the gold, but didn't even realize it.
So for those asking about the admin read, that gold in the back there, basically surrounded by trees. So there was only 2 spots accessible.
And if you only have that 1 gold spot, it's just way too important.
Well, that's it, especially on a map like this as well, where everything's in the middle. You need access to that gold.
And yeah, so we'll give them another try. Gold, well, at 6 against mains, we said it. We have to go for men downs, we have to go for archers, potentially go for eagles, so you have to have the full access there. It's just the game deciding resource.
Exactly. So jumping in again, let's see what we've got here. We'll check the resources nice and quickly and see how we go.
And well, they're jumping into it, and here we go. Try number 2.
Alright, towards the east of the map, playing in the blue, we do have the Viper as the Aztecs. Down towards the south, in the red, we do have TaToH as the Mayans. Of course, for those that don't know, map being El Dorado. We do have sand around the town center. This will generally contain some deep sea fish for the villagers to actually use for their water. Then they can basically move on to that, use it as food, and then you can't build on top of it.
I'm a bit surprised why we are waiting here at the moment. Shouldn't really be any issues, and seems like they are discussing something. But
What did we miss? That's the question.
we missed something. Okay, I will ask them what happened here. What happened?
Here we go. Launching up again. 3rd time's the charm.
Ah, okay, so it was a snow generation, and the Viper did have the wrong grid mod. So for everyone who isn't as familiar with the game, all the pro players are playing with kind of chess design under the game so that they can quick wall a bit better, and that wasn't properly generated here with the mod on the snow terrain, so they will just reload it and hope for a non-snow map.
That's it. Let's go again. See exactly how much these tiles are going to matter here. Viper and basically TaToH agreeing to the restart as well. So good boy. Good man.
Makes sense, right? It's tricky kind of. We always switch PCs. For example, Jordan is playing completely without any grid mods.
There you go.
Feels weird, right? Because
It does.
everyone in the top 50 plays with grid mods, kind of.
Exactly.
Does
They
make
want to know those details, how small they can get away with in terms of the walls, how close they can get to in terms of their builds with their mangonels. So let's have a look and let's go again.
And here we go.
We are back on El Dorado towards the south of the map. In the blue, we do have the Viper playing as the Aztecs. Over towards the north, in the red, we do have TaToH himself playing as the Mayans.
We'll take another look at the map, and this generation isn't as fortunate as it was before. Open berries, tough to farm around that. Stone, well, nice defensive, but woodline not that big. Gold quite open. TaToH probably would have loved to have map number 1 with an unbugged gold.
Oh, if the map, man, if that trees weren't around the gold, that would have been just about the perfect map generation. Viper, though, look at that gold. He's got it up on the hill towards the front of his base as well. Not exactly nice to see from him. Stone is quite close to the town center, however. Berries in the back, which is always nice to see, and he does have the option there for the woods as well.
And is that a map where one of the players could call a restart? TaToH, he won't really like his map too much, and he knows, well, if he loses the next game, the tournament is over.
That's it. He's got to push for the win here. He's got to bring it into the next set. And look, hopefully he can do it. But Viper has been playing an amazing level of Age of Empires today. TaToH's been proving he can go up against it, but it is hard to hold that one back.
Well, let's see. TheViper, he is an absolute beast. TaToH is playing his heart out for sure. We saw that in the Regicide game. And, well, we will scout those sheep as well. Mentioned it several times. The openings kind of already predetermined. TaToH, well, he will go for a reasonable woodline, now pushes some deer as well.
That's it, getting as much food advantage as he can. Already has a deep sea fish to work with in the sand there, so going to be able to push them towards, and ooh, some bad luck there on the deer, sadly.
Yeah, that's so true. We'll try to push it around a bit more, and goes into the weird direction. But, well, in the end, it should be all fine. Goes for the deep fish first, and then for the kind of slower hunt.
He's doing his best here to make everything happen. Just looking at the map, obviously, he's got a couple of options for walling it in. Obviously not as easy. Probably one of the big things we have seen between Viper and TaToH across this entire series. TaToH hasn't been walling off nearly anywhere significantly as the Viper. I would say he plays a lot more of an open standard game. He definitely still gets his walls up, but Viper is so careful to keep his entire economy behind that. He doesn't want to interrupt it, and even when it does, it's just 1 or 2 quick gates, and it's basically entirely fenced off again.
Oh, yeah. I think sometimes the Viper's map was just a bit better if we think about the rehydration. TaToH simply couldn't wall, right? And we had this one barracks already functioning for a really good wall. So I think it was a bit fortunate for him. I think both of them have kind of the similar approach.
That's it. And I think that's what we're running into here on so many different occasions. TaToH, hopefully we get a nice aggressive game for that. His Eldorado games have been super aggressive every time we've seen them. So hopefully he can manage to outplay Viper in the early game here and get himself a massive lead.
Let's see about that. We all are hoping for that. Last sheep are found. Let's see, can he push another deer? Already 2 in, now goes for some of the berries. Aztecs against Marians. Aztecs will have the advantage. How can Marians approach this to survive?
Look, Mines, I think the thing we're going to see, if TaToH does decide to push out to the middle nice and early, we saw a lot of tower play from him last time he decided to play his Incas, so wouldn't surprise me to see him take that advantage there as well, but I think kind of taking control of the middle, putting some pressure on nice and early, so that way Viper just can't sit comfortably and boom up behind it.
Yeah, maybe about that, but I think Viper, he will go for a lot of army to begin with, so it will just be the mass of infantry. Maybe he can get onto his cheaper archers and can make something happen. His micro has to be on point.
Oh, absolutely. There's not a chance on this game he's going to be able to drop anything. He doesn't have the gold back at home to really allow for it.
Still some deep fish here, but wants to prevent the food from rotting here and just goes on it quite heavily. After that he will click up. Looks like pop 21 on the side for TaToH, and most likely even, yeah, pop 21. No, pop 20 from both. What?
They're going for it nice and early. We can see the barracks getting thrown up there from Viper already as well. Wants to get nice and aggressive on this map. Really kind of push TaToH away from the gold there in the center.
I think TaToH could have clicked up here with all the food he had in his hands, but decides to go for pop 22 instead of pop 21. I didn't see that coming.
I don't think we would have been able to guess that one. But here we go. Look at that. Viper is onto gold already, which is nice to see. TaToH already starting to get his gold camp up now as well. Barracks been thrown up from both players.
Yeah, indeed. And, well, militia production started. Same on the side here for the snake. He has 5 on wood. Still heavily on food. Exactly what we want to see. Man-at-arm production will just roll in. How many man-at-arms will we see from each player?
Look, Aztecs can always go for the 5, which is pretty brutal in terms of their gold count there, which is nice. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little less numbers, though, so I'm expecting 3 probably from TaToH in this situation. I reckon Viper's probably going to try and rely on his micro in this case and try and probably make the 3 last a little bit longer. Nope, not at all.
We will have at least 4. Looks like maybe even exactly 4. TaToH, he is going for 3 at the moment, and he is starting to wall himself up. I think he will be fine on the right-hand side, but the Viper actually, he isn't going for full aggression.
Looks like he's going to sit around home a little bit there, play a little bit more defensively. Could be he's predicting the push from TaToH as well and wants to head that one off before anything really happens. But he's moving out across the map now. Did delay it a little bit though.
Look at that. He goes for the double bit X before Man-at-Arm upgrade. TaToH, look at his food amount. That's just ridiculous. Drop some gold, then get the Man-at-Arm upgrade himself. Viper will have it a bit earlier. That will be horrible. Where is TaToH scouting his eagle out of position? Oh no, TaToH, that will be tough for him.
Absolutely, we are about to see Viper click into Man-at-Arms here as well, so it will make it even harder to fight this one. TaToH going for it behind as well, but look at this, he's already been pushed away, and Eagle Warrior joining the fight as well for both players.
Why did the Viper keep chasing here? Or why didn't he keep chasing? I mean, like, he kind of stopped there. He could have done so much damage. The Eagle obviously is faster than the 4 Militia. That could have been really good. A lot of villagers being pushed here to the front now. And TaToH, I thought he had a very bad timing working against him, but he's absolutely fine.
This is working out really well, and even behind this, we can actually see TaToH's managed to get his walls up as well, trying to make sure no damage comes into that economy that he doesn't want there, and at least he's going to be able to deal with that one a little bit stronger as well. Viper's walls coming in a lot later, must be feeling a lot more comfortable in this matchup.
Well, he obviously has the aggression with that 6, so that's fine to delay that. TaToH, he felt like he needed to zone that out a bit more. TaToH, I'm a bit surprised that he isn't trying to quick wall this. Could be really scary, but for now, a very campy game.
Absolutely, both players not wanting to lose anything. TaToH knows how much this game means as well. He can't afford to really take any massive risks here. Viper, though, looking like he just wants to start controlling and dictating the pace of the game. Double archery range coming down at the front as well.
Oh, interesting. TaToH goes for the Eagles, and with double archery range from the Viper, as he said, 1 archery range now delayed. This kind of, well, means Man-at-Arms will dictate the game now, but after that, probably skirms.
Exactly, we'll move to that skirb, and then from there as well, such low resources available to both players until someone decides to move out and claim the middle. It means we will be seeing a lot of that trash warfare. Players only have 1,600 gold to work with on this map until they branch out into the middle.
And 600 gold, we already invested into some Man-at-Arms, so there's not a lot of room to go for a lot of Eagles if you do not have the center control.
Exactly, it makes things very hard. Eagle's a very expensive unit when it comes down to the gold cost there, and here comes the farming economy in the back for TaToH as well.
Viper started the same, will run out of berries pretty soon. Look at them, that has to be some idle villagers. And, well, not the greatest wood income for now. Those are going for the berries here. Expecting a blacksmith any second. Needs a house as well.
And here we go, blacksmith on the way up as well. Viper trying to get all the ups he can to make sure this army is going to be as effective as possible. And TaToH, is that already? Yep, look at that. He's already got the extra eagle in there as well. So it looks like Viper is going to get a little bit of a peek in terms of what's going on.
I can't remember the last time I watched the El Dorado game where we are close to minute 15 and didn't have a single kill yet.
That's it. Everyone likes to move out nice and early for that middle of the map, but it makes it so much harder to begin to deal with.
Yeah, normally it's also just taking some fights here. Man-at-Arms are always out there trying to get some aggression done, but it's rarely that both players feel like, okay, defending now is the better option.
That's it. I don't think anyone wants to get caught in the middle here, because if you get caught in the middle and pushed away, it's basically game over territory, whereas now we're seeing that little intricate dance of strategy, both players trying to push as much as possible without losing any units. Viper looking pretty good in terms of his archer count here, however in come the skirms from TaToH.
Fletching for the Viper, skirmishers here, the nice counter. We see Eagle skirmisher against, well, a lot of archers for the Viper, is now taking some losses. TaToH even going for the +1 defense, then it gets really tricky for the archers here of the Viper.
Oh, exactly right. And the thing is, everything behind this is starting to become so costly. The gold count is going to start slowly trickling down for both players now. And it looks like TaToH's doing a good job to kind of conserve as much as he can. Whereas those archers from Viper could go down very quickly here.
Oh, let's take a look. Beautiful split here. We'll get doing some damage against the Man-at-Arms. And we mentioned before that 1.6k gold for both players. But actually, then I remembered, Mayans, they even have longer lasting resources.
Of course they do. So it's going to work out that little bit extra in favor again.
Indeed, and well, maybe that might be the difference, where you can squeeze out some more eagles when both of them didn't really go for the center yet and just throwing it at each other. Defensive tower here by the Viper. He seems to be scared.
He isn't Indeed, he's definitely holding it out well. And here come the skirms, because he doesn't want to push into that directly with the archers. He's got that one gold spot in the lumber as well, so he can defend both the towers. So the positioning's great. Got it on the high ground as well. And look at this, Viper's even moved on to some of the deer as well. Skirmishers looking for somewhere to poke, prod, do any kind of damage, but that tower's going to be a great deterrent.
Yeah, he is just super safe here. So many villagers around on the hill as well. We have some more production, but mainly of eagles. What's the switch here for Viper? Is he thinking he can somewhat transition into castle age? Would surprise me, but TaToH, he doesn't have like the sickest army to break him.
That's it. At this point, it's so hard to just break someone entirely with a feudal age army. He's just going to try and constrict again, find all the resource points, do as much damage as he can. Trying to actually take down the blacksmith there, because look, if there's a building he can take down, I guess it may as well be that, apparently. But skirmishers, it looks like he's going to try and clean up what's behind this now. Viper moving into skirmishers as well.
Oh, defensive tower here being forced. So the Viper does not want to lose the blacksmith. Feels like, okay, I cannot really repair it because there's too many skirmishers around. Oh, TaToH feels okay. Forced enough reactions. Let's try to find another angle.
That's it, and I think he's going to be hard-pressed for it. Viper knows all his resources towards the front there on that hill. He's put up the defensive tower, and it's already worked out amazingly well for him. Pushed TaToH away once already, and look at this. It makes it so hard for TaToH to be able to find any way to play aggressively.
I just had my hand over it. What do you think is the KD of the game?
KD of the game? 1-0. 0-0 still.
It's
I
still-
was hoping someone got something. I was
No.
hoping.
It's still, that is the first skirmisher going down here at the 20-minute mark. TaToH is going up, and well,
There we go.
the Viper even squeezes in wheelbarrow, so TaToH will have the better timing, and that could be an interesting move out. Do we see him going for stone? Yes, that could be some nice control here. Maybe he will get either a castle or some towers up in the center. A castle could win him the game.
Absolutely, it could give him access to, of course, claimed archers and then defend the section of pretty much everything, which is really nice to see. TaToH, though, he just needs to hold out. The push is coming now from Viper, so it would be excellent to see him hold this one without too many losses.
We will see. The walls are set up here, and TaToH, he cannot really do the damage, and that's only Palisade Gate, not really having the best armor. TaToH, he needs to rush out the tower. This is not enough of a defense here. One eagle only and two skirmishes.
Oh man, he needs to hold this push now. The castle age is looking really good. We did have the archer armor just get dropped down for TaToH as well. Sorry, the infantry armor upgrade. So those eagle warriors are going to become a lot more brutal. But look at this. Slowly managing to push it in the back of Viper's base, but denying the gold here.
I think he needed two gates like this, and to surround that area. I think that's not the perfect direction by him. Yeah, he won't lose a single villager, that's fine. But, that's an ugly spot for him. Goes for the stragglers now. Maybe abuse the market could be an option. Goes for the third barrack. Meanwhile, he was trapped down here.
Oh no, this happens on so many occasions. TaToH looking for anywhere he can do any kind of damage, and look at that, walling him in with the stone gates as well. Skirmish is going to deny it coming in across the rest of the palisades, which is good to see, but Viper on his way up to Castle Age just behind this as well.
Let's take a look. This is just so good. Needs to attack that palisade now as well, and that was while he was moving forward over here. Eagle now being stopped. Is the Viper trying to jump onto it? Not really. TaToH, what are his resources like? 550 stone. He could go for the castle any second.
Oh, it's looking pretty brutal. He's also going up to 3 barracks, and I believe Viper has seen all of this now. He had the scout there. He should know what's going on. Eagle Warrior on the way for TaToH. We've got Bodkin Arrow on the way as well. Viper, though, already understands what's going on. Fortune coming out of his researches for him.
Uh-oh, we have 600 food, 600 gold left here for the Viper in his gold count. Let's see how big the armies are. This game could be decided within the next minute if we see the big fight. All the armies are coming over. TaToH is trying to regroup himself. Is split though at the moment. Eagles here at the top. The villagers, they need to wall themselves. Can we see the quick walls? That's still a lot of army here from the Viper.
Castle coming up in the center here. Like you were saying, this is going to dictate the entire pace of the game. Skirmishers coming through from behind, though, getting trapped on a lot of those resources, trying to deal with those archers as effectively as possible. The Eagle Warriors doing their best to circle everything back through, and I think Viper is going to be pushed out of the center here. That castle should come up.
Oh boy, this remember guys, this is pick number 1 against pick number 1. Such an important thing to win for TaToH here. He needs to make best use of his millions, and it seems like the castle will go up. The Viper, he will be out of gold. That just tiny bit better of the castle age time was so crucial.
Man, it makes such a difference here. Eagle Warrior coming down from Viper as well. Chainmail armor coming down from both players. Looking like they really need to commit here. 3 barracks from both players. They want that map control, but look at this. Mayans, middle of the map, TaToH, he's got control.
And he will build one beautiful mining camp here. No, he will even do the TC here. Not that great of a gold placement here, but that's just perfect for him overall. And just he just needs to survive another 1-2 minutes, and you know how he survive.
Walls.
with this.
Lots and lots of stone walls.
He is so clever. He reads this game just perfectly. And the Viper knows as well. I need to do some damage now. The center, impossible. Let's raid at home.
Exactly, and this is what it's about. Hopefully no overchop here. TaToH should be able to hold on to this one. Even if it is, it'll be a long way behind now, but the stone walls come up. Eagle Warriors, what do we know them for? The best raiding, one of the best raiding units in the game. And if you can deny that, it means TaToH is going to continue just to get further and further ahead in this game.
Yeah, 80 wood here, and TaToH even knows it. Look at that. TaToH knows. He didn't even see the Eagles, most likely. He just knows, I need to survive. How can I lose this game? This is how his brain works, and he knows, if I hold at home, I'm fine. And look at that. Beautiful. Just stone walls everywhere. He plays this so smart.
Exactly, holding that economy in. He's in the advantage already. Plumed archers underway. And look at this back home. Viper, no walls. Eagle Warriors already coming in with the raiding.
Plumed Archers lost here. Not the greatest move, but not really the condition for the biggest comeback here for the Viper. What can he do? He is now out of gold. 20 gold left. What is his next move?
Oh, it becomes so hard because Eagle Warriors, as we know, they are just so good against pretty much every single unit of trash on here. Obviously not going to have any scouts or anything available to the Meso Civs as well. So Eagle Warriors can clean this up so easily with the gold count he's got.
Uh-oh, I can tell you what he's up to. The Viper, he will go for the big all-in with his own castle. He's preparing all his army. Can TaToH maybe scout that? He does not see anything. That one hero man-at-arm. That one hero man-at-arm. He can see it. He sees all those villagers, and he has to be like so weirded out. Like 15 villagers moving out there, building one house. I think you're up to something.
Alright, here we go. He brings the Eagle Warriors over as well. He's already seen this. Look at this. Using the man-at-arm to keep on top of everything. Viper getting pulled out of position here. The skirmish is coming over to help deal with the situation as well.
All the army should be here. And look at that. TaToH even buying some stone. He will build a counter castle here. And it's impossible for the Viper to build the castle and also deny the one for TaToH.
Whoa, look at the Eagle Warriors coming in for Viper though. Gonna get on top of the skirmish circle. Look at this. This is an all-in if I've ever seen one. Plumed archers targeting down the villages as quickly as possible.
This is so tricky, and the Viper, even if he gets the castle up, if he doesn't deny TaToH's castle at the same time, this is over. Nice quick wall over here. A lot of villagers not really doing too much. The Eagles all will go down. I think this is the spot where maybe the Viper's castle might go up a bit earlier. We're only at 60% here. TaToH is still having some problems. He's only at 70%. On the other side, we are at 90%. Oh god, TaToH, he might actually lose this castle and not get it up, but is that deciding, thing here? I think he's right-clicking it. TaToH will get this castle up. I think TaToH wins this.
The castle is coming up behind it. Manages to keep his villager lead as well on top of this. Look at this. We've got the Plumed Archer production from 2 castles now, and it hasn't even denied the entire gold spots here.
And
this
now
is looking really bad for
it's
Viper.
just not pet-out production. One pet-out in the wrong direction, though. Viper, what is he doing?
It's a really good question behind this, actually. What is he doing?
And the first pet-out connected from TaToH.
The Petard War, who would have thought we saw something like this? It is game on over here.
This is so crazy. Pet-out war, yeah. Plumed Archers shouldn't really die in there. The castles can't detect each other because they don't have murder holds.
And look here, they are spawn after spawn. The Petard just needs to keep production up. Siege Workshop on the way up for TaToH as well. Wants to make sure he gives himself an edge in this fight.
I think you should even attack with villagers here. Just attack with villagers because he does not have murder holds, right? You can instantly join into this. Look at this. Petard against Petard. I've never seen something like that before. Another Petard connecting.
Another one on the other end as well. This is very, very tight. TaToH, though, does have access to that stone at the top there, though, so this isn't going to be his complete all-in after this, but it's looking like he's in such a strong position.
It's just madness. Connecting and connecting. 1700. Oh no. TaToH just lost a Petard. Peter, look at that. 1700 HP against 2.3k HP.
No.
Let's look. Let's track it.
Is Viper out of resource? Is that what happened here?
He just
and
lost
the raiding in
everything
the
at
back
home.
as well. Oh no.
Okay, those Plumed Archers just killed it, but I needed to watch it. Look at that as well.
Oh, of course. That's something you don't get to see in every game, guys. And look at that. TaToH takes the game back.
What a crazy one. And, well, the Viper was absolutely out of options. Couldn't really even save all this stuff here, right? And Eagles didn't come in. What a beautiful tactical masterpiece by TaToH.
He's said this so well. You said it from the start. He was dictating every move of the game. He walled up back at home. He took every single option here that he could to push himself in front. And it worked out for him so well.
Oh, man. I'm so happy that we are here to witness that. And first match point. Pop! Slept
There we
away.
go. TaToH in it, ready to go. 6 for the Viper, 2 TaToH. TaToH has a lot of work to do, but he is constantly proving here if there's a man that can do it, he might be the one.
Let's see if he can go for the whole distance. Confidence? level should be rising.
Well, that's it. He's managed to take a couple of games now. Look at that, having a glass of water, relaxing for a second there. Pressure's on top of Viper as well now. Doesn't want to throw too many games here because he's in a comfortable position, but he can't afford to lose them.
Yeah, that's so true. And I mentioned it, this was one of the most important civilizations here. And let me take a look. We are now out of Mayans and we should be out of Aztecs. Let me see if I can get a green cross. Give me one. That's one. Bam, out of Aztecs.
There we go. Aztecs is gone as well. So we are getting down to the bottom of the barrel in terms of picks here, guys. We do have Flooded Cross coming up. Remembering, this is Viper's pick, so obviously he's the one that wanted to play this map here. What are you expecting out of it? Huns have been a super strong civilization on it, but what are you thinking we're going to see here, Nelly?
I think now we're getting that deep into the maps where it's not like really the Viper splitting anymore. It's more like, yeah, he decides the order, right?
Exactly.
The first ones you decide, okay, those are the ones I like to play the most. And let's get those nice and early into the series. This is more like, okay, let's do it now.
Yep.
And to answer your questions, Portuguese could be really good. I like that they win most of the water fights. You can go for cheaper men-at-arms. You have good
Absolutely.
archers. And, well, even monks, knights, everything cheaper. I love them.
And plus, I think the last time I saw Viper pick this map, he did take Portuguese on top of that as well.
Could be a really good option, especially out of the remaining civilizations. We don't have Malians, we don't have Japanese, we don't have Huns. Huns could be an option here for TaToH. We will take a close look at that.
Exactly, we'll be in 1 second. The game is already on the way to be launched, guys. We are jumping into game number 9. Current score is 6 for Viper, 2 for TaToH, and let's see if TaToH can make another miracle happen here.
I'm so excited, and well, we are going for the strongest civilization here. TaToH cannot wait for Prairie to pick his Huns. He is going for the Civ advantage here in game number 9.
Game number 9, towards the north of the map, playing in the blue. We do have the Viper as Portuguese, a pick he has favored time and time again. Down towards the south of the map, we do have TaToH in the red, playing as the Huns, which, again, one of the strongest civilizations we have seen on this map pool.
You don't need to build houses. You have the extra wood and can just transition so smoothly onto water. We have seen that from TaToH actually play to perfection, like 9 fishing ships there in early feudal age even. So that was just beautiful, while also having a lot of pressure on land.
Absolutely, this should be an insane matchup. Like you were saying with Portuguese, cheaper gold units makes life so easy. You've got the knights, men-at-arms, everything to work with. Of course, we have Viper's favorite as well, dropping the castle, getting into full organ guns behind that. The question is, though, will TaToH let him get there with such an aggressive civilization?
Well, let's take a look at the resources, right? Stone kind of open here, but that one looks solid. That gold, I think, the Viper, he needs to control that area. If TaToH can somehow break this, with maybe early towers, early men-at-arms, I think it's looking beautiful for him, because then the Viper, well, he won't have a lot of other resources going for himself.
That's it. If he can hold this position in here, he'll be in a great place. TaToH, though, it does require him playing super aggressively here. Looking down towards TaToH's map, however, things are a little bit spread out for him as well. He's got his major gold towards the left of his town center. He's got the stone towards the right there. Looks like the wood is actually going to be a little bit of an issue as well. But Viper, like you were saying, all those resources are in one spot. It's going to come down to whoever can control that.
Yeah, but he should be able to read into that, build himself up nice and, yeah, early at the front here to zone out that stone and gold, then have better defenses. TaToH, meanwhile, he has kind of an open map, open gold here, but I think will mostly be him dictating the game early on.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're right. Bor is coming in now from TaToH as well. We should see the docks pretty much any minute start to come up now as well. That way we can start getting onto our water, and obviously on a map like this, water is so important.
Agreed. You can pass in all those small rivers, get to the other side. Thing is though, Portuguese, more HP on your ships. That means fire galley against fire galley should go in favor of the snake.
That's it. You'll win the trades over time. It's just about getting that mass up, making sure you're taking the right engagements, and if there's anyone we can trust to take the right engagements, it's going to be Viper.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, you can just camp a bit. You can also patrol in. It's just like if you fight in even numbers, it's always pretty for you.
Exactly. That's exactly what we're after here. TaToH dropping his dock down now. Viper pretty much at the exact same timing as well. Both players doing whatever they can to get ahead in the game, and looks like Viper's dock's going to be up a little bit earlier. And look at that. TaToH taking no chances, putting the palisades up as well.
Makes a lot of sense. You never want to be caught off guard here and lose that villager while trying to build the dock. So just investing like 1 wood here or something is just perfectly fine. You will have the beautiful boom and all the fish boom. Fishing ships, as you said, a bit earlier for the Viper, but not the biggest difference.
That's it. It's going to make the smidgiest of smidge differences at this stage. Second boar in for TaToH as well. Looking like he does have a little bit of a crater-style map there as well, so he hills pretty much in every direction around what he's got from the TC. Look, it's definitely not the worst situation in the world, but not something you exactly want to see.
Yeah, I don't really see the Viper as now controlling the map too heavily with mass amount of organ guns or crossbowmen or something. If we get into the spot that we have 20 crossbowmen around here, TaToH most likely already lost.
Perfect, my man. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. How are we looking in terms of scouting? I would love to see if TaToH's kind of found all his main resources here.
I think TaToH will have a good idea where the TC of Viper is.
A very good one. Oh, this is such an issue for him at the start. He needs to locate where all those resources are, find that kind of crucial spot there, and man, if he can find that crucial spot, it looks like he's managed to find a little bit of the resource, but hasn't found too much. That scout is so close to death now as well.
Oh man, and then it gets really scary, right? You cannot really afford to be close to the wood line. You don't really want to be anywhere where potential villagers could attack or trap you.
What else have we got going on here? TaToH, looks like we can see that Viper is getting a good sense of his opponent here now as well. TaToH going down with Loom, so looking like he's getting just about ready to go up.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, the Viper isn't getting Loom, so TaToH should be the one clicking up earlier, and that is a sharp timing here. Directly doing that. Overlay is back, guys. Don't get confused. TaToH is on the way to Fuel Age.
That's it, currently 10% of the way there. 20 villager up for him, whereas we've got the 21 for Viper as well. Obviously the scout popping here being arrow, but look at that idle there for Viper for a second. There we go. Gold camp underway.
One villager later, so TaToH with an earlier uptime. And, well, he sees two villagers on gold here. Doesn't really know what that indicates. Is it archers? Is it men-at-arms? Doesn't really see the barracks yet. Maybe it's just some water play.
I think that's exactly what we're going to see here, Nilly. They need to kind of take control of that water, get themselves the early advantage if they can. Portuguese, like you were saying, TaToH's going to have to be so careful here with his engagements.
That hurts. Oh, man.
Alright, how much scouting has he kind of got done? How much does he know about Viper's base? He knows the lumber's over there, he knows the stone and the gold are both forward. He can potentially see that one there as well. And look at that, the walls come up behind this for Viper as well. And is that TaToH pushing out a little bit with those villagers there?
Well, it looks like it. Man-at-arm forward from him. He saw the gold spot at the front, so that's a beautiful move by him. The Viper, he won't be in time. And his scout is over here. He sees 4 on gold. That could maybe indicate that TaToH is going for water as well. He doesn't know.
There we go, TaToH is up in a feudal age, so now the game really begins. Villagers moving out towards the front here. What does he want to go down with at the front is the question. Obviously going forward here, wants to try and make it as hard as possible for Viper to continue to take those resources.
Tower could go up here. Always 18 archer range. Not the perfect spot. Could have some archers or skirmishers trapped in here. Don't like that too much. The Viper, he will potentially get that archer range up. We will see men-at-arms now around. We need to see some quick walls. Tries to get some damage done here. Nice blockage.
Oh, that is
TaToH.
beautiful.
Need to pull the villagers here as well. Needs to be a big fight. We will get a lot of HP taken away from those. It's important that TaToH controls this area. Maybe a quick tower behind this could also be an option. Men-at-arms finishing now.
Here we go, Man-at-Arms looking so strong now, pushing Viper back, forces the deletion there as well, will start to take that main goal. Tower comes up on top of it, this is going to be a hard push now for Viper.
And we mentioned earlier, 3 gold spots very aggressively. He has 1 over here at the side. That means no more production here on the water. We only have 130 gold. The Viper towering that area here to secure the stone for himself.
Even getting housed behind this one as well, making things a little bit harder to deal with. And look at this, the archers are out in play for TaToH as well, so we will be able to push beyond this, hopefully denying all these wall-offs as they come on, and just make life so much more difficult for Viper.
Oh, let's take a look. The right-hand side still really open. 3 men-at-arms could get a lot of damage done there. Archer behind this as well. It looks like the Viper will be safe, won't have too many losses, but as we mentioned before, gold control will be the big issue here for our Norwegian.
Absolutely. Looking down back at home, TaToH getting his dock ready here. He does already have a fire galley out ready to go. Viper has sent 1 out across the map, and it looks like TaToH will be able to meet that one head on nice and easily.
Yeah, well, has 110 HP against 100, so we need to have the patrol here from TaToH. And I like that he was greedy. I like that he went for 6 fishing ships compared to the quote-unquote only 3 of the Viper.
That's it, and here we go. Look at that, manages to sting the count as well, and look at this wall-off, dock wall-off, and we see Viper go for absolutely everything here. Doesn't want to let any damage in throughout the map.
Yeah, let's take a look how TaToH will try to break that. Still 3 men arms and 2 archers can put some pressure onto that here. Palisade wall only here at 40 HP, for example.
And there we go, building that one up. He knows exactly what's going on. And Viper taking more gold, already moving quite far away from his town center. But the question is, did TaToH have enough scouting information to know where he needs to be denying these golds?
I would be oh, he actually
There we
knows
go.
about that gold and sees the other 3, so that
This is
could be
good.
an option for him.
This is really good.
Let's take a look how this will play out. TaToH, he is the big underdog for the whole series. Did have some unfortunate first games, but he is back here and, well, he's hungry for some wins.
Oh, let's have a look. What's going to go on here? Obviously moving down, trying to take the fight. Viper just kind of holding the edges at the moment, not wanting to get into any kind of combat here that he doesn't need to take, keeping out all of the towers as well. And look at this, we have some good wins here from TaToH on the water, and we'll have to demolish it because why not? And look at that, game over for you.
Yeah, but, well, killing one on the left-hand side, one on the right-hand side might be sneaking over. And TaToH, well, that one will take some time. And those 2 fire galleys, they will not really get the good engagements, right? And the Viper, he already added fishing ships. Maybe TaToH could have needed to camp a bit more.
Exactly, some really good play here from Viper in general, just getting sneaky with it, moving out a little bit more strategically, and of course those units are going to have to return home, because Viper has of course blocked off the shallows, already utilizing that dock, and that's enough damage now that TaToH can win the 1v1.
Indeed, needs to micro those back. Is still 15 food here, could hurt quite a bit. He needs to go through the center, is running around, and well, we have one defensive tower for the Viper. He knows how to defend.
That's it, look at these towers, have come up so effectively. He's lost his key gold spots there, but unless TaToH decides to go out and harass the other ones, Viper is going to be acting as if nothing's happened here, just a couple of extra defensive towers.
Could maybe try to break through those palisade walls here as well. Do some pressure on the woodline. Could even run through the TC, honestly. Only 2-3 villages around here.
Oh, that would be a very, very greedy and aggressive play, and I would be all about it. But look at this, Viper back in here in the water, trying to do some damage. We do have the demolition raft on the way from TaToH as well. Potentially can get a good collision there, and that will really help him out.
Are we sending a villager there to repair? Not really happening. TaToH, 500 food, 200 gold. Meanwhile, the Viper, he's sitting at 160 food, 500 gold. This is not looking bad for TaToH again.
I agree. He's been putting himself in some fantastic positions here, and this one as well. Look at how low the KDs are. Players are playing so careful now.
TaToH moving around. 20-minute castle age timing after this heavy man-at-arm and archer aggression. Beautiful.
Exactly. He's done such a good job here. He's done such a good job. And look at this. TaToH's on the aggressive side here towards the north as well. Only a single fire galley in play for Viper up in that north pond. And look at this again. TaToH manages to clean it up in the south as well.
What is he doing here? He's everywhere at the moment. Needs to take 2v1 fights here after each other at the moment. Not really fighting back. The Viper, he might defend this here with a higher HP. Another one is coming over though. At the moment, land aggression somewhat stopped here. Is going to the right hand side, but now at some stables.
Here we go, look at this. Viper managing to start the fight on the water here. Is going to win it. That Portuguese advantage helping him out so much here. Has also increased the amount of fishing ships he has available to himself as well.
Yeah, we are looking at 6 from the Viper, or 6 from TaToH. Now tries to increase that by building a dock here at the left hand side. But maybe wants to go for the stable first. Watchtower now being built. Viper building a tower behind that.
Oh, wow, Viper does not want to let this gold spot go at all, making him work as hard as he can to keep it here. And look, the archers are just like greedy for something now. They want to find somewhere to push, and they're jumping in the tower, and they're not going to make life easy.
Oh man, do we want to see a second stable or not? I think that would be really lovely. We don't have a lot of farms working for ourselves. Berries, I think, went just dry, so it's only those 3 villagers actually getting all the food eco, except those fishing ships, obviously.
That's it. TaToH's done such a good job here controlling the water. He's definitely been dictating the pace of the game across there. There's Castle Age for TaToH. He has bloodlines already. I saw that happening before. Siege Workshop on the front. Look at this. TaToH is ready to go aggressive.
Where is the rest of the army? Didn't we have more archers?
Sitting in the tower.
Sitting in the tower. Okay, makes a lot of sense, yeah, and does the damage. Nice spot there. What is the Viper up to? He needs to run away. 450 stone from him. You know what that means.
He wants to get those organ guns out so badly. The classic Viper play behind this one. Hopefully TaToH can keep the engagement here in a good spot. He wants to hold this one. He's got his offensive units up. He's got his siege workshop at the front. He needs to do the damage, but if Viper drops a defensive castle, it is going to be so hard for him to engage it.
Viper is so sneaky. Look at that. We're always trying to go for some aggression here on the water, but he is always around. Stands another fire galley in. It's so tricky to defend here for TaToH, who's trying to micro back. Will do a lot of damage, but I think it will not be enough. And Mangonel now as well. Where are we getting gold? I think he will just build a castle over here.
Yep, and then
Should be
push
fine.
everything back down the center there. Then he'll be in a good position, but if TaToH at the moment can keep bleeding this one out, keep the gold low, he's in a good position to be able to push this. Like, looking at the score, it's a great 6 there, but really we need to see some of those knights that he was producing do some damage, get the rating in, and really just hold whatever he can. And exactly right, look at this. Castle down on the hill at the front here, and this doesn't make things easy for TaToH now.
Both players with a very late double bit X timing here. Is maybe sending some villagers. Oh, what is this? Send some watchtowers behind here. Wants to block that gold that way. Kind of an interesting move. Snake one villager here. What's the answer to the Orient guns?
The answer to the organ guns. Look, if you can get his siege playing out well, deal with it with the mangonels, hopefully that'll be a bit. We know as soon as they're in mass, they are so hard to deal with. So the answer is going to be try and deny him the gold, try and deny him the ability to get him out in mass.
20 more population at the moment for TaToH, but that will dwindle quite a bit because fire ships are now out. We have the upgrade here. Tower still trying to deny that gold. Will be tricky though. I think he needs a lot of mangonels maybe.
Here we go. The first organ gun has made its appearance. The knights from TaToH really need to get to work here, but Viper has sealed off his economy almost expertly.
Oh man, beautiful job. And look at that, 18 damage by the organ gun from the hill against that tower alone. That's going to be really rough. The Mangonel, he will be around, tries to deny this. Castle range at the moment at 8.
This is not looking good now. TaToH's been in such a great position here. He's got the villager lead, he had the fishing ship lead, but war galleys coming in from Viper has made this so hard to deal with.
Those 3 men-at-arms and archers still trying to find any way of dealing damage. And another dock here at the right-hand side. Did they rethink the idea of building it at the left-hand side?
It could definitely help him out here, I think. But looking back to the action here, the knights are trying to find something. They've killed off the mangonel. There's organ guns still sitting behind the castle.
We are lacking bot canary. I think that could really help out. Maybe some CA as well. Mangonel's actually ground attacking that barracks, I believe, so that he doesn't hit his own tower.
Look, you've got to think about these little things, and it's what makes the players so good. You do have the second mangonel out here from Viper as well. Knights, of course, on par to be able to red in, kill it, get it out of there. He is worried about this one being pushed back. He needs to find a way to hold this gold off from Viper.
3 TC is rolling for TaToH here. The Viper, he's playing this 1 TC kind of all in with all his Orient guns, but uh-oh, more towers here. Can we see another tower from TaToH? He's trying to stay with his aggression. He continues with the mangonels. He's doing a good job here.
He's doing a very good job of holding on. Look at that. Even gets the villager kill in front of the castle there. Wants to make sure that Viper is stuck in his little hole and has to stay there for the remainder of the game. The organ gun's trying to keep the numbers down as best he can now, but look at this. How brutal is this getting? Extra tower coming down from TaToH as well.
I think bot canary could help so much here. Viper, he's trying to use the market's wood price now at 63 gold per 100 wood sold.
Ooh, and TaToH, of course, starting to snowball affect his economy now as well. 44 villagers compared to the 54. Come on, get a good mangonel hit, and oh, this is where we're going to see some ridiculous micro. One mangonel goes down for TaToH there, and look at this, manages to hold on top of those towers. But there we go, another one goes down.
And that's before guard towers here. That's really good for TaToH. He's next some villagers. He will get another mangonel.
Oh no, gets taken down there. Look at the mangonel. Oh, out of resources for Viper. Can't actually get the repair behind this. This could be a game-deciding moment. And look at that. Utilizes it, gets it in there. Knights move in, try and take out that mangonel. But look at those organ guns go. They are such a strong unit.
Sold some food to get more gold for the repair. Villagers very low here, but 2 towers up again. Those Orient guns, I'm not really sure what they can get done. The repair is continuing. Knights are moving in. Another mangonel could be so good. He's just focusing down the towers, but loses some of those Orient guns.
Oh, there's organ guns. He just has to keep the numbers low. Look at this. We've got the knights on top as well, but look at how quickly they get... Oh, man, they just get destroyed. They've got the castle there as well, so it makes things very, very hard to deal with. And there's all the knights have been taken down. One mangonel. This is the defense here from TaToH. He needs to hold this line.
Oh god, and he is doing that just perfectly. Most of the knights went down. The Viper, he's kind of all in this one. He does not have gold behind this. Remember this, guys. He is heavily abusing the market. You can see it at the left-hand side. The tower defense here is real. TaToH, he knows exactly what he needs to do.
That's it. TaToH just needs to hold this one out now. If he can keep Viper in this position, he'll be in a really good spot for the rest of the game here. And like you were saying, Bodkin Arrow coming down here now as well. Gonna get that small advantage. The Doritos for TaToH in the chat are coming up.
Oh god, this could be a good shot here. Mangonel. Ooh. Gets 2 here. We need more villagers to repair those towers, in my opinion. There's a lot of archers in there now to get the damage done. Some knights moving forward. I'm not sure if that's the best move in here.
Oh,
Is that really what he wants to do?
Look at those organ guns just take down those knights so effectively under the castle fire as well. It makes things so hard. The repairs trying to happen on the organ guns at the front here, but the towers, look at it, they are fully garrisoned, doing as much damage as they can. Look at the amount of villagers Vipers here having to pull.
But he cannot repair anymore. Look at that. Now he sold another 500 wood to only get 250 gold. He's trying to go for the big repair. Queued up 2 more organ guns. 1 tower still alive. If TaToH is getting a Mangonel kill here, he is probably winning this game.
This is the moment. Come on, TaToH. Sail this one. Get it for us. Or just doesn't get it. Mangonel survives.
Beautiful.
And the tower gets the next one. Viper is so low on gold now. This is becoming impossibly hard for him to deal with. Even has to throw up a... Oh, man, look at that. He's trying to get onto that gold so badly now. And the knight moves forward. 1 hit and that Mangonel will be down. There we go.
And gets the organ gun over here. Archers now moving forward. We only have 180 HP here. Villagers need to be here. Viper has to
There we go.
What a
GG.
game! What a game here. Incredible play by TaToH. He realized what's going on here. He had vision over all the goal spot. Blocked this area beautifully. A tower rush from Hans against the Portuguese player in Cáceres, which Organs and Mangonels have never seen something like that before.
I think that is something new for everyone watching here in the chat, guys. What a game we have ended up with. This is the kind of masterpiece we expect for TaToH. He knows how to play these games. He's the one with the ridiculous strategies. He knew all those resources there in the center had to be locked down, and he achieved just that.
Oh, that was so beautiful. I'm tearing up a bit. Like, honestly, like, what was this beautiful game here?
Oh, man, this is what I like to see. Viper had that castle up so early, but it just was not enough.
Oh, and behind this, like, everything of that doesn't even matter. Even if TaToH only had 30 villagers here, he had the full gold control. And then the Viper, you saw how heavily the market was abused. At 46 here, the Viper this whole eco was actually wood to horrible efficiency.
That's absolutely brutal. This has been so much fun here. Who would have thought we would have ended up with a game like this? And here we go, going back over. Let's have a look at the achievements here. TaToH playing an amazing game. 35 units killed, 27 lost. Look at those resources. Had less wood income. Had less income across a lot of things there. But managed to hold it out, and it shows just how much map control really affects the game.
And that's what we said. Hans, they're so good. He had the greedy approach, had more fishing ships. The Viper invested a lot of his gold into water as well. But TaToH, just pure land aggression, pure control.
This is fantastic. And if we jump back to the draft as well, I think you'll probably agree with me. Like, looking in the draft here, we've still got Franks available for TaToH. We've still got Saracens, which you said he had a plan with this. He's got the Saracens left. He's looking pretty strong, especially with Graveyards up next.
We have Slavs as well.
Oh, yeah, we do. He's looking like he's about to turn this into one hell of a matchup.
Oh boy, I'm so happy that we are alive and here today, kicking this series around. And, well, Portuguese are now done. Next map, indeed, Graveyards. I think Slavs are incredible here.
That's it. If he can get the Slavs win now, then he's got Land Madness coming up. Can be Franks behind that as well. He can put himself in such a good spot. And even then, he's got Incas remaining as well. TaToH has such strong civilizations left where Viper pretty much scratching the bottom of the barrel in terms of his picks here at the moment. He's got Khmer, Magyars, Persian. Berber's always pretty strong, but he can't risk getting the defeat with them.
Yeah, that's so true. If he picks Berbers now against potentially the Slavs of TaToH, and he loses his kind of best civilization,
That's it.
Really tough for him.
Exactly. It's going to be a complete uphill battle the rest of the way. And TaToH, you are giving us the games we wanted to see from you. Congratulations on your play already. But let's see what they can do with this one. Game is about to launch, guys. We are going into... Dun, 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 dun. Let's have a look here. 6 wins for the Viper. Not 6 yet for TaToH. Potentially spoilers coming up here. But we've got 6 wins for the Viper, 3 for TaToH. We are going into map number 10, Graveyards, as picked by Viper. Nearly went down to the game there for a second.
9,000 people around, and this is the time where you call everyone in your family, Twitter it out, message all your Facebook friends, log in into ICQ, message everyone on
That's it.
MSN Messenger, and tell them that this is happening. We need to break.
This is the
10K at
moment.
least.
We'll hit that 9K. It's going to happen. We're having the best series here I have seen in a long time. TaToH has stepped up to the plate in the last couple of games, and let's have a look at what we've got.
Oh boy, and this is, I believe, a pretty good matchup for our player in the red trunks, because we will have the Viper playing the Magias.
In the blue towards the west of the map, as Nilly has said, we have the Viper as the Magias. Towards the east, playing in the red, we do have TaToH as the Incas.
Whew, what a tough match. Magias, obviously you have the free forging upgrades. Well, didn't really find the sheep properly. This might actually be something that we cannot really call a restart on, but the Viper, this is a restart. We don't even need to talk and hype too much about it. He won't have a sheep in his TC pretty soon. That is just an unfortunate map generation, but it's not an admin restart. TaToH even around, what is happening here?
TaToH, if he finds the sheep and gets... He found the 3. He knows that's Viper's starting. He's found both the boars as well.
This is just madness.
Come on, go the steal. Come on, TaToH, make it happen.
And those are blocking each other now.
Oh,
this is so
no,
bad.
this has been a horrible start. You can see it on Viper's face as well. He's quite frustrated with this one. Good news is he still has both of his restarts available, however.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, man, look at that. TaToH's found even more of Viper's sheep now.
No, those are 2 intercepted here, but oh yeah,
And look at
yeah.
the 2 up there as
He
well,
got
just
those.
pulling him out from where he wants them.
What is this? He's playing with Mavex.
What is this? TaToH, you have done an amazing job here, but I think you're right. This has to be a re.
I'll have it all visible on. Like, look at that. Stealing 4 of those sheep, even thinking about attacking the scout here. And the Viper, he's just in a horrible spot. This has to be a restart.
It has to be. If not, he's truly the most resilient player. Of course, waiting out to the 4-minute mark, wants to get as much kind of details as he can about everything going on here. And look at this little sheep train heading around the side there. He's found both his boars, so he's not in that kind of position, but there's the re.
Yeah, for cases like those, we have the restarts here. Both players can
Exactly.
call a restart before the 4-minute mark here to just not have like super unfortunate wild games like those happening.
Well, that's it. End of the day, this is random map generation. Things are going to happen, so there are an allowed amount of restarts for each player. It has to be called before the 4-minute mark. For the series, both players had 2 restarts available. I believe both players have now used 1, so they're down to the bottom of the barrel again on civilizations and on restarts.
Indeed, and well, still, let's talk a bit about Magias against Incas. Personally, I think Incas is really good on this map. You can have a lot of infantry aggression, you can go onto a lot of eagles, and Magias, well, are they forced to go into a lot of heavy CA? Not too shabby, but once we get couriers, those heavy CA don't do too much damage anymore.
That's it. Those eagles, they don't even care. They will take the arrows, keep on running as eagle warriors truly do. Obviously from the Magyars as well, could see that particular scout opening and then basically try and take map control. But like you were saying with Incas, those villagers get so beefy as well. Once we see any kind of play in terms of the infantry, those villagers can take a hit and potentially might even see TaToH decide to go forward with them.
We will see, and they will take a small break as well. And I think we will just rest our throat for a minute or 2 before they come back. Listen to you in... Well, no, they're back already.
No, we're good to go here. If they're good to go, we're good to go. We've got a little bit of water kicking around still. We're going to utilize this. Keep on talking.
Oh boy. Okay, Incas. I think we will have a man-at-arm opening into maybe 1 spearman. The Viper probably needs to defend with some scouts. Maybe he will just go for man-at-arms as well, then heavily wall up. I think he will try to play with Magia Hassa here, not Magia Hassa, Magia CA with the recurve bow, +1 range,
Plus one attack.
Exactly.
So looking good from that. Absolutely got the option there. Gives him great map control. Means he can keep up with the Eagle Warriors as well. But like you were saying, once Couriers comes in for those Eagle Warriors, they just become so hard to deal with.
And the problem against Incas as well, they can just have a lot of map control in mid-castle age if they just spam those eagles out. And mid-castle age is the spot where I want to see TaToH build 1, maybe even 2 monasteries and collect a lot of those 11 relics on this map.
Well, that's it. It's a really interesting map on that. Kind of very spread out, very Arabia kind of feeling. Does have so many relics on it. It's much easier to wall with the way the trees kind of sit around as well. So wall it off, collect the relics, prepare for late game.
That's the plan here for sure. And, well, even if we kind of try to go into something that counters the eagles, like, let's say, for example, Mass Knights or something, well, we still have Kameyuks on the menu as well.
Oh, absolutely. We've got so many options here, and this is why we love seeing these Civ matchups. The way this was played out with the draft, Obviously, it makes it harder and harder the further we go on. These are the civilizations people weren't intending to play. But TaToH, though, look at him. He's saved his civilization so well, especially considering we're into a lot of games here. This is game number 10 coming up in a row. These players are starting to get tired. Those little kind of civ advantages, they start to matter more and more.
Yeah, and like this is the reason why we took the break at 5-0, because we knew TaToH, he has it in himself, and well, after the break, 3 wins for him, 1 for the Viper.
It's looking very good. Viper, of course, only 1 win away from a victory here. TaToH still a lot of work to do to come back, but with the civilizations he's got in the maps, it is absolutely possible. Let's have a look at what we've got in the blue, playing towards the west of the map. We do have the Viper as the Magyars in the blue. Over towards the eastern corner, we do have TaToH in the red, playing as the Incas.
Indeed, and well, he has a very clumped up map. Look at that, some easy walls possible over here, and then he only needs to care about that area. That could be a good spot for maybe even a Drush FC, or at least a very safe man-at-arm opening and an easy transition into Castle Age.
Alright, let's see if we see the same play here from TaToH. He's going to move out with that Eagle Warrior, and it looks exactly like what he's going to do here. Move out straight across the map and try and lame his opponent a little bit here. Get some information, pick up all the details he can, potentially even get a boar steal. We'll see what he decides to go for any second here.
Let's take a look where those boars are to find out if TaToH can get anything done. Where is he going? He will scout through the center, will scout the stone spot here, so shouldn't really run into the TC. Now he should know that the TC has to be close by. Please, TaToH, don't do that.
He sees the stragglers.
Otherwise he needs to call the reset. Sees it instantly, 0 lag.
I love it. This is how much micro we're getting out of this. Players are playing so phenomenally here today. Gonna get that scout out around him as well. Wants to try and find any of these resources. Know where the main gold is now. He's managed to find that one. He's gonna find, look at this, in the back, looking pretty open as well. Finds that graveyard over there. There will be a relic kind of hiding around here eventually as well. So he's gonna run into the barracks. There we go. And relic off towards the right.
Okay, now the question is, one boar spotted over here. Is he trying to go for it? Is he trying to go for that boar? Or is he just trying to hide himself over here and then try to go for some blocks? That could be a pretty ugly area for the Viper to get all his boars.
Absolutely. Look how far that one is behind the town center there. Over behind the wood line as well. Behind the berries. All TaToH needs to do is look at this. He's just hanging out here and he's looking for that villager. Will Viper see it? Yes. Viper sees it, converts to the lumberjack.
Yeah, he wanted to get that boar and then thought like, uh-oh, eagle around.
That's it, and it makes it so hard to deal with. All that eagle has to do is hang out just there. Viper's scout is on the other side of the world comparatively. And look at this. TaToH looks like he thinks his opponent might go for the other boar over here as well. TaToH having a great read now, an absolutely great read, but Viper finding a couple of those sheep from TaToH and sending him home. Here he comes.
Now tries to go for it
Here
again.
he goes.
Could
He's
be
going
out
to see
of
it. Will he see the eagle?
position. Oh, TaToH, is he around? He moves in again. This could be pretty ugly.
This is a great timing from TaToH. Just needs to get in front of that villager there. Hopefully.
Can he squeeze himself through or not really? Oh, look
no.
at that.
Blocked by the villager.
What a beautiful move indeed, and well, that was just very well done so that the board can never be trapped. Meanwhile,
Oh, no.
did he ungarrison?
He must have ungarrisoned. Only 1 arrow fired there at the end. That makes it so hard to deal with, but look how many sheep the Viper has stolen. That's probably my way to put it. He has stolen 4 sheep from his opponent, and look, this is the risk you run. If you want to move out to your opponent straight away, you can absolutely go for the lane behind it, but you can lose all your sheep as easy as that. TaToH's making this a little bit harder for himself now, and abandons the other boar.
But why is he not trying to lame that boar as well? Like, he could have been around. He knows that he can take reasonable fights against the scout if he comes over. I think he will need to mill that back area.
Yeah, it's so hard playing without those extra 4 sheep as well. There we go. Boar going to be lured back in as well. That boar is quite far away, but look, absolutely manageable here.
And, well, that won't be something like Drush FC because he already built a farm. Quite unfortunate for him. Not the perfect build order behind this. Will scout a really nice map for him, but, well, he can search for quite some time if he really wants to get to those 4 missing sheep.
Exactly, it's going to hurt here. And look at this, Viper bringing all the sheep home. He's going to have all the food he wants to walk with here, which is going to be absolutely great for him. That last boar still hasn't been brought in. Has he actually not seen it? Has he... villager? There we go, he's seen the boar now, and there we go, converted to hunter, and away we go.
Okay, that makes way more sense. For a small second, I thought he just accepted that TaToH stole it, but, well, he just went for it and now is getting it home as well. That won't be very early fuel edge summons here from either player.
Oh, not at all. Both players, however, looking very, very even. 19 villagers to 19. Neither of them missing a beat here.
barracks now from the Viper. Might be just a normal man-at-arm opening from him. 4 villagers here on the berries. Same is something we should expect from TaToH, but he only has 3. Now pushed 1 deer in. Still not pretty when it comes to his overall food. Is he starting to wall?
Exactly, exactly. Needs that wall off nice and early here. Doesn't want to sacrifice anything. Gets a couple of extra gold spots in there as well, so works out very, very well for him. However, back at Viper's base, look at what he's got available to him. He's got so many gold spots there. He can make this work so easily for himself.
That's so true as well. And, well, it's simply how the map is designed, right? TaToH plays a solid 10:35 timing here. 5 seconds behind the perfect timing.
This isn't too bad at all here, guys. This is what we want to see. 21 villages apiece and 22 for TaToH, looking at that, actually. There we go. And Barracks getting thrown up towards the front for TaToH. Barracks already thrown up for Viper, and Viper going down with those militia, of course.
And what's the approach here from TaToH? I'm expecting indeed 2 villagers on gold. That will just be man-at-arm against man-at-arm. We have to remember that Magyar should have the advantage here, having
Of
+1
course.
attack. And oh god, those are a lot of villagers on Will he go with 6 on gold?
That's an interesting play.
What is that for?
Look, I'm just gonna back TaToH here. TaToH knows what he's doing generally, so hopefully this works out really well. Continues luring those deer towards the town center as well, making things as easy as possible for himself. And Viper should be scouting this any minute now. Is that the double barracks?
That's double barracks for Mass Eagles, which shouldn't really perform too well against Mass Man-at-Arms. So let's see about that. TaToH, he has a pretty easy wall over here. Should prevent the Man-at-Arms from doing too much damage. A double eagle? Not what I expected.
Not what I expected at all, but look, let's hope he can make something happen here, make it work out, and look at that. We have the Magyars at front with the militia, of course, going to have that +1 attack on them already, and men-at-arms already on the way.
The Viper only scouted that 1 barrack. He might actually consider an archer approach here from TaToH, because he saw the 1 barracks really late.
Yeah.
Oh, this villager, she needs to have some good vision. Remember, those men-at-arms, they have some serious damage output. Now moving in here, we need to see some quick walls here. TaToH,
Come on,
this is
TaToH,
horrible
wall
for
it, it's
him.
coming.
Oh no, that's just horrible for him. Can we get something done? And that's just massive damage output. Tries to pull all his villagers. That's so ugly. 1 villager going down.
1 gets blocked already. Second one potential here as well. We've got 3 men-at-arms. They've got the +1 attack already. Look at that damage, and
Well,
just gets away.
needs to wall
just.
behind that though. Can we see a trap? Oh, TaToH.
TaToH!
Oh no.
No.
Oh, what a horrible start, and those Eagles won't perform too well. TaToH, he was having so many good games in a row now, performed incredibly well, but that's a rough start for him.
Absolutely, and can he peg the scout out of there as well? And that scout's going to get away home free. Look at that one, and now he denies the berries as well. Those men-at-arms, 2 villagers. Those men-at-arms showing how they're so strong. That +1 attack makes a huge difference. I'm not sure what we're going to really be able to see accomplished on this one on the way back.
Oh man, this is so ugly. The Viper now 2 villagers ahead, and well, those Eagles, they cannot take any good finds. The mill will even be killed. Would love to see a mill over here, but well, TaToH, he needs to wall this one up. If he wants to win, this game has to go long.
Absolutely. He needs to find a way here, even if he can get some damage done with the Eagle Warriors. Just try and even it up. It makes it so difficult, though. Viper getting himself such an early lead here, and that's what Viper seems to be doing. His play has been absolutely flawless throughout the entire tournament, trying to find those early wins. Double archery range coming down from Viper, though, as well.
He is completely walled. Those Eagles will do 0 damage. TaToH walled behind this, but the villagers blocking each other. Kind of a small area. Kind of ugly to play this as well there. TaToH now even forced into an archer range. Something he didn't really want to go for.
Not at all. The double barracks play pretty much means he wants to commit to that if he can, but look at this. He needs a way to clean up the men-at-arms, and the archery range is the easiest way to do it.
Cast age timings will just be not even close. I believe the Viper, he might have something like in the 20s, and TaToH, he will struggle quite heavily. He's still trying to run around. Maybe he could debate a bit here, but maybe he also thought he could find or snack a villager.
But look at this, the full walls from Viper. He's been so careful here. He's managed to put himself ahead, and he's not going to have any issues holding on to this one by the looks of things. Could potentially push through the walls with the Eagle Warrior, but we know how it works walling up behind it. You need a skirmish or at least an archer or something to be able to push that one back. And Viper already open. He's got the archers here. He's going to force these palisades open.
Take a look of those Eagles can maybe intercept some of the archers. 1 archer came into the front, but well, we can see Viper losing a scout here. Interesting. And TaToH with 1 archer, he should be fine with defending this. I mean, TaToH.
There we go, market gets thrown down as well, going to reinforce those walls. Viper having wheelbarrow on the way as well, really trying to buff that economy. 2 villages difference, which is basically just the 2 villages we saw Viper kill off earlier. But that is a low HP palisade, and it just survives.
It just survives indeed. Take a look, what's the next step here? Man-at-Arms still around. Shouldn't be too close to the TC. Market is going up. 3 archers to defend. We will have TaToH being safe. But as I said, Castle Age timings. Look at that, 400 food, 400 gold compared to TaToH. Well, he will heavily abuse the market for sure.
Oh, absolutely. He has to here. He's got a lot of gold income to work with. He's going to be able to swap that over. Like you were saying earlier on, 6 on gold, what we're expecting there. So much gold in the bank now. Hopefully he will be able to buy his way up because like you were saying, Viper is so close to Castle Age now. And that Castle Age army, it is brutal to work with.
Now the question is, did Viper ever spot those eagles? He did see the double barracks, so yeah, he knows what's up. Didn't really see the eagle numbers per se, but he should at least know what TaToH's initial plan was.
Exactly. He's full walled at home as well, so he's going to deny any of that initial eagle push. And look at this, even going down with the extra layers behind it as well. He knows where the issues can come from, and he doesn't want to have it happen.
And oh boy, did I say TaToH will be late in Castle Age, but
he's up first.
this guy came here to prove me wrong, apparently.
This has been very, very good for TaToH, actually, if he can hold this one and get into Castle Age first. I'm surprised. Look, he had, like, the worst run up to it. In fact, he's even got the villager lead now as well.
Yeah, I think this has to be no wheelbarrow against wheelbarrow,
Has
right?
to be.
Otherwise, I couldn't really explain that. Let's take a look here at the numbers, and, well... yeah, this is no wheelbarrow, and do we have wheelbarrow over here? It's very likely.
Let's have a look. Yes. Here we go. What are we putting up behind this as well? So we've got the double archery already in play there. We've got the stable, and looks like we've got the archery range coming up behind as well. Viper is looking at getting very aggressive on this one. Bloodline's getting popped down for Viper as well, and TaToH needs a way to find something to happen here. He's got the archers on the front. Looks like he hasn't denied that house yet, though, so it will take increasingly longer for him to get in there and do any kind of damage.
And that will be indeed the mass CA approach. If you remember the best of 37 series where we had the Eagle approach against the Vipers, Magia, CA, his micro is just out of this world.
Exactly. Absolutely exactly. Slowly pushing down that palisade gate, but slowly is definitely the word to use there. Managing to hopefully get into the economy, but look, Viper can just wall up behind it further and further. Scale mail armor coming down from TaToH as well, so signifying he does want to try and get into some kind of eagle play here. He's got the double barracks already, he's got the eagle scouts. Of course, it's going to affect the villagers as well, so it's going to make him a little bit hard to kill off with the standard rating.
I don't think we will see a lot of ratings here. I think it will be really just sitting behind stone walls, right? We have everything reinforced here. It will just be double barracks, some eagles, triple archery in CA, and then, well, we will have to transition into Imperial Age. This game indeed could go long.
And I really hope it does, because this is a map this is going to go long on. Make it graveyards. All the relics, we can see gold units for absolute days coming through. Town Center getting dropped down for TaToH. Looks like he wants to play that game as much as he can, aiming for late game here. I think we even saw the 2 coming down for him as well. How's Viper looking back at home? 3 archery production. Be a bit greedy, but what have we got? University coming down. Wants that ballistics.
I'm surprised that he isn't adding extra TCs here.
He wants to end it.
He cannot end it. He has to know that TaToH has to be walled here. This is a weird approach. I thought he'd instantly add 2 TCs and only later catch
I agree
ballistics.
entirely.
That's weird. That is really good for TaToH.
Really good, especially because he's got the town centers coming up behind this as well. His macro is going to be in an absolutely great place. He's managed to get Eagle Warrior behind this as well, so hopefully he should manage to take some map control. And there's the monastery.
And that's what we said, right? Maybe that's the reason why the Viper is playing it so aggressively, because he didn't want to give away 7, 8 relics. But TaToH, it's very likely that he will snag at least 3 for himself.
So for those wondering, back at home, Graveyards contains 11 relics to work with.
And those are giving you an incredible amount of income, especially because those players will go for very gold-heavy units here with the Eagle Warriors and the Heavy CA.
Absolutely, this is going to be very intense. It is just a fight for map control. Everyone wants to kind of get on there, push your opponent back into their little hole. The reason being, getting those relics so early, it gives you such an effect in terms of the late game. It helps you out throughout the entire game, but when all the gold spots are gone, when you're pushed into a corner, it means you still have options.
Indeed, and those options is what TaToH and the Viper are probably aiming for. TaToH, He only has 5 on gold. Barracks not really working. He is going for the full boom approach. I wouldn't be surprised if he buys himself another 100 stone and just goes for 40Cs.
There we go. He's going to push that macro as much as possible. And look at this. Viper obviously starting to get the military numbers under his favor now. Neglecting to go for extra town centers behind this. So TaToH is starting to skyrocket in terms of his village account. 50 versus 44. The military count for Viper, though, taking over very quickly. Just has to be careful he doesn't get left in the dust behind his opponent's economy.
We will see about that. I think this is the spot where you maybe even need to add some more barracks here behind, or maybe heavily switch onto stone to get the defensive castle up, because the Viper, he will have the big army advantage. He won't have the greatest eco, but can do a lot of pressure, and those 2 barracks kind of on the wall could be a weak spot.
That's it. Let's have a look here. Where can Viper push in? Try and find any way to do some damage. He's moving around with the cavalry archers. He's probing. He's trying to find those weak points. Extra town centers coming up for Viper now. But look, TaToH's already got himself a nice early lead. But Viper, however, look at the map control he's gained himself.
Will it be enough? This is completely walled, so even if he breaks through here, he has to attack the market. This was all housed, walled up as well. 2 monks behind here. TaToH, he's fine, and he is pulling ahead in villages.
That's it, my friend. He needs to pull it ahead now, keep the advantage. He needs to find a way to get map control back, though, as soon as possible. Doesn't want Viper, of course, snagging all those relics nice and early, because otherwise he's going to find himself in a serious issue as the game goes on. Siege Workshop, though, out for TaToH as well. Mangonel coming out into play, so hopefully we'll be able to deny any kind of push that's coming in now.
And TaToH plays it so greedy that he is not adding any more eager warriors. It's just out of this world. Like, this is balls of steel.
Absolute balls of steel, and we've seen that from TaToH in so many plays here. He's generally got a great read on the map, and hopefully that's what's happening here. Viper coming forward with a Siege Workshop. Viper does not like the passive play from TaToH.
And TaToH, he doesn't see enough. He sees some more CA. He sees +2, +1. He saw the knight numbers. I think this might not be enough. Is it enough villages on stone? Not really. Maybe don't reseed those farms. You want to have a defensive castle over here later on. This will be a lot of aggression. Tries to get some conversions rolling for himself. Even did the HP upgrade.
Here we go. Look at this. He's trying to get the kills. That monk. Look at that dance. Not enough, but the micro was good.
Against ballistics there. Let's take a look. TaToH, he goes for more mangonels. Gets 1 conversion. And now has a bit of vision that this is happening. Does not see the Siege Workshop though. Another stable. This looks like a castle edge all in from here, from the Viper here. TaToH, this will be tricky. He needs to defend. Look at his resources.
That's it. If he can survive this one, he'll be in a really good place. He's got a lot to work with here. He just needs to stay alive. And this is the exact same situation we ran into in the Fortress Regicide game as well. Nearly a big hit on top of the cavalry archers there. Tries to pull it back, but look at this. The barracks are soaking so much damage now as well.
Please close that gate, man. Oh, good. That's a solid shot. That's a solid shot. TaToH goes back here. In timing as well. Eagle Warriors could be so good. TaToH needs to survive this second. Mangonel could be around here as well. Mangonel is getting good shots off. What's the go here from the Viper? He continues with his castle edge in LEC. Adds more stables.
More stables. He's got the Siege Workshop on the front. He wants to make this push work. He needs to figure out how to hold this one at the moment. TaToH in his base. He's seeming pretty happy here. Just needs to pull off the Imperial Age. He needs to get his upgrades. This is on a timer now for Viper. He needs to move in. He needs to do the damage.
He's buying some stone. I love that he leads that farm. A castle over here would just be perfect. Maybe even then the Viper might just jump onto it regardless.
There's the castle.
Castle's now being built. Kill that Mangonel could be so good. He's even going out of there. Oh god, CAs are doing a lot of damage. The barracks is getting very low on HP. It's important that TaToH will hold this 600 HP here. Turkmen, this is getting scary.
This is so tense right now. If Viper can manage to push through this straight into the economy, we know it's game over. Look at this. Couple of Eagle Warriors being sacrificed. If anything, he's delaying the Mangonels. May not get all the kills on it, but look at that. He has managed to delay it. Chainmail armor on the way. This has given him enough time, hopefully, to get that castle up. Look at this. Stone Gate coming up as well. Wants to force everything past the castle. Where's that castle percentage-wise? 99. He should hold this.
Let's see. It's a possibility that the Viper tries to jump under it. No, it's not. Look at those 2 perfect gates.
Oh, TaToH showing exactly why you're so good now. Showing absolutely everything. Imperial Age just about there for him. He's got chainmail armor underway as well. Just needs to move out, take map control back. That's all he needs to do.
Oh man, so beautiful here. And well, let's take a look. This could be the game where we break 10k viewers, guys. Get your nearly 10k ready, because this looks good for TaToH again. Barrack count, not that scary though.
Oh man, this is hurting my absolute soul. I don't know where this one is going to go. It's all I want out of an Age of Empires game. We've got extra barracks coming out from TaToH behind this. Squires, of course. There's Imperial for TaToH. How's Viper looking? He's nearly got the resources to get there, but for now, TaToH is going to have that edge. Plate mail armor, conscription, everything on the way. He wants to get those Eagles out into play.
And we always said mid-castle age control is so important that you collect all the relics. We didn't have a monastery prior, so this is actually the spot where the Viper could have collected 4 or 5 relics. He had none.
Oh man, it makes it such an issue. He had so much map control, but he dedicated so many of his resources just to keeping the map control behind, mounting that early push against TaToH. But look at this, TaToH's economy now, 86 villages. He's getting all of his ups. He's just about ready to go.
My body is ready, and oh, the Viper, is he switching into champions here as well? Look at that!
What is this?
Barracks added!
Scale mail armor getting dropped down for Viper. He's getting ready for the tech switch here. He knows what's about to come in. Incas, they just need to push now. He needs to do some kind of damage with it. He's got the 3+4 armor on those Eagle Warriors. Elite Eagle Warrior on the way. We've got Forging on the way here. TaToH is going for all the ups, and the push is going to be devastating.
Let's take a look into that. So, CA are now moving forward here. We have the longsword tech. What can the Elite Eagle Warrior with +4 defense do? Look at that. 8 armor against 8 damage output.
It's just so little damage. They can soak up so much damage here. And here comes the push. He's going to notice all the barracks as well. So TaToH knows this is coming. Here comes the fight. Look at that, scouting everything. He knows exactly what's going on. Longsword's already on the way from Viper. Here come the Elite Eagles, though, doing everything they can to delay all the military count of his opponent.
Yeah, the thing, though, is, well, Eagles, they will not get a lot of raids in, right? They are getting some reasonable engagements over here, and those CA being lost just shortly before Imperial Age could hurt him quite a bit as well.
Oh yeah, this is TaToH's chance. He needs to whittle down those numbers of Viper. Viper on 35 military count compared to the 18. He's seeing the tech switch coming in. The question is, how can TaToH deal with this?
Is he maybe going for Arbalist himself? Is he maybe going for Slingers? I cannot really advise him too well here. I love the champion choice here for the Viper.
Oh, absolutely. The man's just reading this game like an absolute pro, which is to be expected here in this level of gameplay. Viper going down with chainmail armor. He's trying to get all his ups behind this. It was no doubt the Eagles were coming. He was just prepared for it.
But look at that. His production is so sick. He cannot really afford any of the upgrades, right? Eagle Warriors are now moving forward. We still don't have couriers. We now have Bracer. We have the +2 on the way. They're trying to increase the strength of their armies.
Oh, absolutely. That's what it's about now, trying to make every single unit worth as much as possible. And look at this. Mike potentially gets a villager kills here. Gonna force the castle. It's 2% done.
Oh, he could just try to right-click it, but, well, he's just accepting some villager kills. Is going away. TaToH with 20 more villagers, but military count in the favor of our Norwegian player.
I am just so worried here that Viper's taking such good map control. We're seeing him take every single area of the map. Look at this. He's getting the hill control with the castle. He's moving out with his units. He's moving out with his production buildings as well. It's just making things so hard for TaToH to take any kind of control back in the game.
Let's see how the move out continues here. Barrack spam kind of stopped. Is TaToH trying to go for something else? Couriers resources could be here now. Is he maybe just switching into Kamayuks? Kamayuks perform pretty well against champions.
Yes, they perform as soon as they're in mass. They do amazingly well. We've got couriers on the way as well, so going to increase their armor count behind that as well. And look at this. Eagles trying to get into base, but some great quick walls there from Viper. But look at this. Viper running into the issue, having to fall back across the map now. The Eagle Warrior spam is very real. We do have 2 hand swordsmen, however, on the way for Viper. Blast Furnace for TaToH, Couriers for TaToH, just finishing up now as well. It's looking good for him.
Rally count only 2-1, so the advantage not really there for anyone. TaToH, he's just massively trying to take everywhere. Let's take a look if he can break something here. The Viper, he's trying to run away. Now recurve bow for him, and then he gets a lot of damage output, but still also a lot of buff.
That's it. 4+6 PS armor on these guys. Yes, committed to memory. This is what we're looking at. Look how many arrows they can withstand. That was a single Eagle Warrior. The problem I'm running into here is TaToH just doesn't have the masses he needs.
And, well, let's take a look. He is trying to maybe intercept 1 or 2 here. Is snacking another CA for himself. The question is how well... of an answer the champions really are against the Eagles, because the Eagles, they can always outrun the champions.
Exactly, they have that extra mobility factor here. I would say the thing that's best for Viper is the fact he's managing to keep his economy fully walled, but then again, this is the same problem you run into against cavalry archers as well. They can get into the economy, they can do damage, they can get out, they don't have to take the engagements on your turn, they can do whatever they want. But look at these numbers from TaToH. This town center is in trouble.
Indeed, we have all the upgrades on those Eagles, endless amount of Pierce armor. Let's take a look if we can break through here. No double house wall for now. Expanding with some more gold control, right-clicking the TC could be an option. Overall populations are pretty similar. The thing is, we don't have the champion tech yet, and we don't have the spot where we can really attack. No siege at all from the Viper, so even if he has a strong fighting army, he cannot really put the pressure on at one point.
Oh man, this is what we're running into here. Neither player really utilizing siege yet. It's been such about control, but Elite Kamiyuk on the way. The man knows what he's talking about.
Oh boy, and as I said, they're pretty similar when it comes to 1v1 strengths, but just having this +1 range here just makes it so much better for them to engage.
Exactly. You can literally just sit in rows, and the amount of extra hits they get on top, it's absolutely brutal. The economy from TaToH, though, 132 villages. We've got Viper on 110. The thing is, though, Viper has so much more map control. I'm just worried about the gold spots when it comes into it later. The single villager castle from TaToH, which is pretty much becoming his calling card. Champion on the way for Viper, however.
Okay, champion now. We have fletching. Is TaToH switching into something? Maybe skirmishers could be an option. More castles from him. He is so well set up, but I would love to see him pick up some of the relics. He sees some more, but it's also pretty tricky to collect all of those.
Oh yes, there's just so much control here from Viper. We've got a big fight going down towards the top here. That town center will be taken down by the cavalry archers, by the two-handed swords. Eagle warriors jumping into the fight now, going to take him out just before champion works in. Obviously moving more of those villages towards the castle now. That castle is so low, this could potentially just be completely denied.
Oh yeah, the Viper, he will deny that quite easily. 4 villagers, not enough to get that one up. TC is going down, quite unfortunate situation here for TaToH. Can he maybe make a go at the left-hand side? Would be lovely
if he
for
gets a
him.
free trebuchet, that's going to be a nice one to put on the pins. And look at this, the champion's moving into play as well. A lot of those Eagle Warriors just moving out of there. And look at this, Viper going down with more and more aggressive barracks, just keeping his production up. Both of our players starting to hit that maximum pop count at the moment. We're getting up to 185 for both of them.
Oh god, Elite Kamiyuks, when do we ever see those being used? Botkin arrow now, next masonry, and well, look at that. TaToH is trying to collect that hill control, and I think he will easily get it.
And that's what it's about here. He's forcing that engagement. Look at that. The champion's forced to run versus the Kamiyuks versus the Eagles there. There's just too much to work with. The castle, obviously, it has the high ground, but it will go down. The repairs here. How can you repair that with the Eagles? So many villages being pulled.
Yeah, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. He will lose all the villagers. His military count is already 60 to 70. Do we see anything attacking those traps? No, not really. And that is all the villagers going down.
Here we go. The champions look like they're looking for an engagement here. Don't want to fight on the hill if they don't have to. Champions look like they're trying to take the fights, but watch these Kamiyuks work now. Obviously, the castle fire going to help them out a little bit here as well, but those Kamiyuks, they are absolutely decimating. The Eagle Warriors pushing away the cavalry archers now, and TaToH still on 190 population.
Oh boy, look at that. He is winning that fight quite nicely. He's getting out Micros here at the top. Heavy CA now doing more than 1 damage, but that was a nice fight here for TaToH. TaToH fighting.
TaToH doing a great job behind this, still so high in the pop as well. He's got so much to work with here. His economy is absolutely smashing things through. But look at this repop. He goes for the castle on the hill as well, wants to cement the position.
Oh boy, look at that. All the traps moving forward. New relics being freed for himself. He can move this out. How many castles does he have? 4 castles and soon to be 5.
Oh man, the man knows what's up here. He's playing an amazing job. It's just those cavalry archers that need to be dealt with here. They've got so much mobility, but look at this. Pushed away from the center of the map as well, losing some of the production buildings behind this as well.
Oh man, Patreon tactics really late here, and look at that. Then they are fully upgraded. Those heavy CAs, they can really take some fights. Kamiyuks now not that great against the heavy CA. They only have 6 pierce armor.
This is absolutely insanity of a game. It's going to come down from here. Who can control the gold spots? Who can get the best control on the map? And those Eagle Warriors, look at how ridiculously fast they are. They have the ability to control the map almost endlessly on top of the cavalry archers, checking all the gold spots, doing whatever damage they can.
Yeah, controlling the gold spots. That's the name of the game now. But, well, with that castle, he's controlling a lot more of those gold spots. Another monk coming in. Still population. Pretty much both maxed out, and we are having 77 military and against 66. And look at that, the chat is spamming
10K
twice in a row, my good friend.
There we go. That's how we do these things, my friend.
God.
And only upwards from here. This has been a ridiculous game. And look at this. TaToH is forcing off all the raiding as well. This is absolutely amazing play by TaToH. Doing a great job. Look at this. The Eagles coming forward yet again. They just need a spot to harass. They just can't get into the economy.
Oh man, 5 digits in an Age of Empires 2 stream, only broken once before, and that was last weekend here. Let's take a look if this series can carry us to even higher numbers. Tell everyone you know that we want to break the 12k at least for today. The players clearly are delivering.
Exactly. We thought at the start it was going to be a little bit one-sided with the games Viper was taking, but look at TaToH's comeback here. He is forcing every engagement. These trebuchets taking out all the military, and look at this. Viper forced to pull back, regroup. The Kamyok's doing so good. And how many relics does he have? Not in the monastery there.
Yeah, and Garrison, they have no idea what really happened. Heavy CA now, they are taking some good fights. Maybe TaToH needs to go for some siege rams here to have some side attacks, because that is still a scary army, and I think TaToH cannot really take a fight against that.
Absolutely. You've got Siege Ram coming down in the researchers already. Ballistics coming down from TaToH as well. He needs to keep those trebuchets alive, but there they go. Kamyok's taking the engagement versus the champions here, managing to stay alive. But look, this could be really bad for TaToH. Those cavalry archers, they're on the hill. They've got the range attack, but look at those champions just melt.
Champions melt, but then the Kamyuks are left behind here, and I think the Viper needs to micro a bit behind this. Maybe mix in some heavy say lead Maggie Ahasa now even on the way.
Oh man, he knows this is going to come down to the absolute end of the game here. He needs to get those, come on, get those relics back in there, man. That's what he's going for, and look at this. TaToH just needs to hold now. He needs to hold, slowly push. Viper is running out of room to micro in here, and that's what's been keeping him alive for so long. Slingers as well.
Okay, Slingers is his choice against all the champions in the front apparently. Maybe just Slingers Eagle might be better. Kamyuks, they feel nice. Not really sure if that's the best unit. We have some more relics being picked off here. Weird move, maybe some on Garrison unfortunately here.
Well, what are you going to do? The good news for Viper, though, is he is at pop max. TaToH's still sitting a little bit behind this, not sure exactly what he wants to do, but we have all of the options coming in for TaToH now. He's got Siege Ram, he's got Elite Skirmisher on the way, the Archer Armor, he's got Chemistry. He wants to make everything work in his favor, and look at this. TaToH out again. All he wants is the rating. And is that a double castle there from Viper, actually? Or is that Monastery Castle? There we go.
Collected one here. He himself is at 4 relics. TaToH still holding that hill, has all the upgrades, is now switching into Elite Skirmisher, wants to fight against the heavy cavalry archers here from the Magias, but they actually perform okay-ish against Skirms.
Okay-ish, which is probably the big thing behind this. Andrean Sling coming down for TaToH as well, getting all the ups he can at the moment, making things really happen here. And look at that, Elite Kamyuks after Elite Kamyuks in play, the Siege Rams. This is going to come down to one big fight here, and I don't know who's going to be able to repop it.
Let's take a look at the resources. It looks still pretty good for the Viper here. And if we look at the other side, well, gold isn't that good.
He's
for
low. He's low and he's running out of gold across the map here. He needs to find somewhere to get more resources. He needs to keep pushing out and taking map control. He's got that one on the top of the hill there. Viper, though, look at how much map control Viper has.
Yeah, that's so true. This game not going to end too quickly here. And the big problem is he had kind of a nice forward base here with the siege workshops. All of them down for now. So TaToH, he is just camping on a hill for now.
He just needs to hold it. He needs to hold it, do the damage, make things harder to push. And look at this. Cap rounds coming in from Viper. Not going to be enough, of course, versus those Kamyuks. And look at this. In comes the fight. This is going to be one of the definitive ones here. Skirmishes to fight off the heavy cavalry archers. We've got the Kamyuks versus the champions here. I know we saw some slingers, but I don't think they're in this fight.
I don't think so either. And the big problem now is for TaToH. Yeah, he has 130 villagers, which is generally nice, but his army size isn't that big compared to the Viper, who keeps out big numbers, 80 military at the moment.
80 military compared to only 60, but in come the Siege Rams. They're ready for the push. Viper's got the castle up on the hill here as well. Say goodbye to the Trebuchet, though. We know what happens when Siege Rams are involved. That said, look at the champions. They're on top of the Siege Rams already, making things absolutely ridiculous to deal with. And there's the Magyar Hussars as well, making their appearance.
Oh god, and they are great against all those Rams. I would love to see some traps. Indeed, TaToH is queuing those up. Magyar Hussars, they should just get dragged against all the Kamyuks. This is going to be a tricky one. I think TaToH, he needs to camp the hill a bit more, maybe play the long game. Oh, look at that sick army.
Oh, I know. Viper coming in around the side with the wraparound. Going to find the gold spot there. Going to deny the gold. He tries to get the villagers out of the way, but obviously not going to happen too quickly. And look at this front push here. All the champions are just about dead. It's just down to the heavy cavalry archers. We have such big numbers in terms of skirmishes at the moment from TaToH, but he has to find a way to deal with his cavalry archers. Will this be it? We're going to find out very shortly. Look back at home, though. Losing so many units around the back of his production buildings.
Oh yeah, both now at pop 180. Cannot really keep up the full numbers here. Let's take a look. Kamyuks go at the front, going down. The traps are being sniped down as well. Skirmishers trying to go for some kills. Kamyuks will snag all the Rams in the front. Remember that we don't have siege Rams for the Magyar player here. Maybe one of the small advantages here for TaToH, who now picked up the 11th and last relic.
Oh man, TaToH's looking like in a good spot. The later this game goes, the better he'll be. Pop counts is just about dead even for our players. However, Viper having that higher military count at the moment. But look at this, all the gold units slowly getting taken down. TaToH doing a great job of holding on to everything. But there's chain body armor from Viper as well, looking to make that transition. The Magyar Hussar going to be such a good unit in this stage.
Oh god, and the castle was safe for the Viper. Beautiful move here. Skirmishers trying to hold on to this castle. Oh god damn it, defense upgrades all there, and well, let's take a look. Can he maybe snag those heavy CAs? Doesn't really look like Kamayuks will do the great damage, and Eagle's not really around on the map either.
Oh, he needs more map control now. Viper's done a great job isolating all the golds and holding on to those ones. He needs to find a way to deal with these trebuchets, because that is a lot of trebuchets in play there from Viper.
Tries to go for some of his own traps to defend this, but no real repair on that castle. Only one single villager. That won't be enough.
Here come the skirms. Hopefully we'll be able to push through these cavalry archers, but the numbers right now for Viper are looking so strong. That said, TaToH has taken the military lead for the first time in the game here. Needs to find a way to deal with those trebuchets. If he can hold on to them, he can hold on to the castle. But that is just bad timing, champions there. We've got Magyar Hussars in the wood line as well. This could be very, very bad, but look at this. The Rams doing everything they can. The Kamyuks poking away at them very quickly. And then look at this. The champions should be taken down quite quickly under the tower fire there. But that castle might go down any second here, and it will lose the hill advantage for TaToH.
Indeed, and that was so ugly here. The Viper with all the map control in the world. 60 to 60 military. Villager count dead even as well. TaToH is trying to hold this hill. Trap production not as high as he wanted, but still 7 to 4 relics ticking for him.
Oh, the relics make such a big difference in this game. Such a big difference. TaToH in the score lead now as well, but he's lost the castle there. Really needed those gold spots, and sadly, it's not going to happen for him. Trebuchet, he can potentially take out the units there as well, but look at this. The high ground has been lost. Viper still struggling to move out. However, there is so many skirms in play.
Oh yeah, and they are just snaking the champions at the moment, nicely focusing down all the heavy CA in the back. This is kind of okay for TaToH, and well, out of gold, kind of the Viper, with only 4 relics for himself. But still, he has enough resources to get. It's just not enough villagers on it.
He's got so many gold spots to work with here, and look at this. Tries to power up that castle. This could be a bad move indeed. Could lose so many villagers to this one coming up. Needs control of it, but look at what we've got here. So many units. It will force them out of there. 86%. In come the heavy cavalry archers, though. Will it be too late? And it looks like that castle is not coming up for the second time for TaToH.
Oh man, that was a lot of villagers lost. Now going down to 104. He needs to queue up in his TCs. The trap is raining down here as well. Not a lot of cover here, and he is indeed cancelling that castle. Heavy losses for him.
Very heavy losses, not what you want to see, especially in one of the key gold locations of the map that's left at the moment. Kamyuk's doing a great job versus the Magyar Hussars. Look at them go. Needs to save that trebuchet badly, loses it. That's an expensive unit for this stage in the game.
Yeah, Magyar Hussars are just so good in killing traps. We now have to go over here, and the traps are moving forward. The Viper just playing an incredible macro game here.
Absolutely doing an amazing job, taking down all the military buildings behind this one. The cavalry archers, those cavalry archers have been around since nearly the start of the game. It has been so hard for TaToH to be able to deal with them.
Oh, do you think that Kamayuk is really the infantry unit #1 here? I feel like maybe some Eagles could really help out. Oh god, Elite Magyar Hussar, probably the best unit in the game that doesn't cost gold.
Oh, by far. Once you've got those ups on them, they are an incredible unit. Kamyuk's going to come in, try and deal with these ones. TaToH needs to clean up these cavalry archers. However, look at those Hussars. They are just straight on top of them.
Well, enough Kamayuks around as well, and he needs to run with the CA, but look at that, traps moving forward, and that castle only with 1 villager. That's kind of the story of the game.
Absolutely, the 1 villager castle from TaToH doesn't make things easy, and that is so many trebuchets. I don't know how he can begin to deal with this one. Look at this, and then we've got Viper taking over more and more of the gold spots on the map as well. Kamyuk's moving forward, potentially going to be able to take out those trebuchets for us as well.
Okay, trap #1 down, he needs to focus down on trap number... Oh, that's actually 3 behind each other, and... Trap #2 down. Let's take a look. Dropping heavily in numbers. TaToH here sitting at 160. He needs to get the resources on the map ASAP.
Oh, he just doesn't have the resources to be able to repop this. Viper doing such a good job in terms of his trade efficiencies here. Those cavalry archers proving, well, they're such good units, such amazing units.
Misclicking his skirmishes here, kind of tricky. The trap will go down, but is TaToH buying himself enough time? Look at that. That could be such a deadly raid if we ever get into here. But TaToH, he is stonewall up. Oops.
Definitely some overchops there, so it can make things a little bit harder. But look at this. Viper going into Elite Skirmisher now as well. He's starting to feel the push. We do have a little bit of resource there in the bank from TaToH, so hopefully it can pop up for 1 good more hold.
Well, but speaking of resource in the bank, it looks really good here for the Viper, who's now going for the big move in. Could be a big trap. We have some skirmishers around at the left-hand side. Could potentially take a really good engagement if the Viper is trying to do some shenanigans here at the right-hand side. I think he really shouldn't commit.
Oh man, if he gets in on top of the economy though, it will look absolutely hectic. But looking at this,
Blitzcracks!
here they come.
1K donations. Cheers,
1K
man.
donation. We
Cheers.
salute you, my friend.
Oh god. Thank you so much. I will do a long thank you talk after this, and well, just has been incredible. Thank you so much all for the support for the whole 9-day event that we had here.
And it has been insanity from the beginning. We're still here potentially in one of the last games we're going to witness. TaToH is not giving it up anytime soon. He's still at 198 population. Viper sinking a little bit below this. However, just looking at Viper's combination right now, the Camux are just getting thrown away into the cavalry archers are doing so much damage.
The Viper is just in a perfect position here. All the cars set up, the traps here, and oh god, that's a lot of skirmishes. And well, it's like the Prop 200 army is just so much better. Look at how beautiful engagement Viper's getting
those
here.
Camux, look at them go as best they can, but the cavalry archers behind it, look how quickly they shred through absolutely everything. And Viper have a Scorpion on the way behind this as well.
Oh boy, and that's obviously incredibly good against that composition. Mainly the skirmisher, now some halberdiers is around as well. Kamayuks, they all won't do that much, and that's a super creative army composition if I've ever seen one from Magias.
Oh man, Viper's showing his prowess just over and over again here. Heavy Scorpion gonna be able to demolish this one. Look at the Magia Hussars straight on top of such an efficient unit when it comes down to trading.
Oh boy, and what are we doing then? We kind of need to go back into Eagles, and yeah, 7 relics are quite nice, but it's not like you can spam them endlessly.
Exactly the thing now. Such an expensive unit when the gold on the map is getting so low. Viper, though, still controlling the key locations here. Both players at pop max, so they're trying to fight this one off even more so.
Oh yeah, he absolutely is. What a beautiful game. Number 9 here. Oh no, number 10 even. Oh boy, are we deep in the series, Turkey?
We are very deep, and look at that. We have the Halberdier spam now from TaToH as well. TaToH is committing into the full trash. Look at that, managed to wall off a little bit. However, the single overchop there might hurt him. Champions again coming out here from Viper, dealing with the trash so effectively. However, the skirmishes, remember, no minimum range on them.
Oh yeah, that's so sweet. Let's take a look, and well, Heavy CAs are moving in, and for the first time ever, the Viper is suddenly controlling this hill.
And again, there we go. After pretty much game, like minute 30, we had that one turn into an issue here. The heavy cavalry archers, they need to find a way to push in, but more importantly, TaToH needs to find a way with dealing with them. They have been like this since a huge episode.
Okay, let's take a look. TaToH, he's fine with just trading skirmishes against those heavy CA, right? And let's take a look. Can we have another engagement? Magia Hasa move in. We need some stuff in front of that. But he is capped at the moment. Needs to go back. This would be a very bad engagement for him.
Oh, here come the Hussars straight on top of the skirmishes. Again, no minimum range, but that armor on them. They've got 6 armor before they even begin to take any damage. It is absolute insanity. The champions on top of the hill here as well, not making things easy. And TaToH, down goes the pop limit now. He's down to 190. However, popping up just behind this just as quickly. He's not ready for the GG just yet.
No, his production is absolutely on point. Look at that, sniping those CA one after another. Yeah, he will lose some villagers, but they are pretty tanky as well. So they are actually quite some nice buffers into this one. And the Viper, he is going in for the kill, but it feels like TaToH can hold this one. Look at that, the production is still alive.
He's still at 185 behind this. Viper at 191. He needs to find a way to deal with those cavalry archers. We've got arrow slits on the way from TaToH as well. Absolutely everything to happen now to try and make this as useful as possible. But look at it, the skirmishes, he needs some more units here to be able to deal with this one. The heavy cavalry archers are just doing so much damage.
Okay, let's take a look what we can do. Oh god, heavy scorpions as you mentioned. Oh god, they have to be so good. Some more defensive towers here. Look at that, arrow slits as you mentioned. 13 damage here as well. Now researching keep. TaToH realizes this is his map to hold, or he loses the series.
Exactly, he needs to come back from here. Viper in such a strong position. I want to see the difference in gold already, but we're not even close to the end here now. We've got TaToH, he's holding as best as possible. Oh, the siege from Viper though. This could be a nail in the coffin.
Oh boy, look at that. 2 traps only and some flank
The
here.
Eagle
That's
Warriors
so
on the
good.
flank. In they come. Deal with so much of that siege equipment.
Oh god, and they are just incredibly efficient against those. Look at that, 3 slices and a Scorpion is going down. Beautiful move, even catching off some of the reinforcement. Those keeps, they're still alive and kicking.
Oh man, so many trebuchets there from Viper though, taking down the military production. Look at this though, the skirmishers are coming back into the fold. They need to deal with these cavalry archers. TaToH still at 180 population. He's not giving up anytime soon. But look at the numbers plummet. Those Scorpions.
That was a horrible engagement for him. He just sent like 40 of 60 of his army in here, just lost 20 of them and is now going back with the tail behind his legs. This was just horrible. Didn't really patrol in properly.
Look at the production there from TaToH, trying to pop back up as quickly as he can. But Viper has map control now. All the pushes in his court. He can do what he wants to behind this.
Oh man, 100 military here for the Viper. He is not ready to lose his army advantage. And look at this production from behind. He is just swarming in.
Units streaming from every corner of the map. He's got the siege engines here now. This is how you mount an effective push. Tap rams on top of all the units there possible.
Oh man, and the Viper, he is ready to win Nilis Apartment Cup number 2 after failing down in the group stage a bit. He is now in a perfect scenario to finish this off in the playoffs here, fighting against incredibly strong Mr. TaToH. He's still refusing to give it up. He is still pop limit.
One more push from Viper. Just take down all these military buildings and the game can be yours, my friend. TaToH, though, like you said, pop limit. He's not going to let this happen easily.
Oh, man, and now the Rams coming over here. If the castle falls, he even is house for a small second here. This is just a push in. Look at that, 107 military to 61. TaToH is losing so much. This is going to be tricky. The villagers are here to fight. Skirmishers are pushed so much back, but there's no more buffer in front of it.
TaToH is being pushed to his absolute limit here. He's still managing to pop back up into it. 187 pop behind this. But look at this amount of army that's not being used. What is this, TaToH? We need this in the fight.
Oh man, maybe he gives up the left-hand side and just realizes, okay, that's only wood, that's not important. Maybe I can move to the left-hand side. Maybe just gets onto a lot of rams, gives up this area, controls the next hill. Look at that, another siege workshop. He says, okay, you take that. I still have 7 relics. This game is not over, even if I lose the left-hand side.
Oh, of course not. If he can come back with that relic gold, needs to keep his units up. We saw some good raiding in the base there, trying to do whatever damage he can, but TaToH is just getting squeezed back into this corner of the map.
Oh man, 86 villagers here for the Viper. Did have some raids in the back and looks pretty fine now after all. KD pretty brutal here, 900 to 500.
Oh man, when there's a match with this many kills, having a KD this positive is ridiculous. TaToH though struggling to pop back up. Look at it, only at 168 now. Viper at 196 behind this one. 110 military count for Viper. How do you even begin to engage this? Look at them, the hussars, everything in there that he's using.
Well, TaToH, I think he cannot really engage now. He needs to wait, he needs to group up, needs to get to 110 military and only then engage again. He has solid numbers, he's booming away. He is still pop limit, how is that possible, Turkman?
He just keeps bringing games back here. He's lost so many engagements, but he is not ready to call this one over yet. He's finding everything he can, trying to find some engagement back in Viper's base as well, hurting that economy as much as possible. He's got so much food in the bank behind this as well, but every other resource right now, he is struggling on.
Oh man, this is just ridiculous. Look at that. He's killing all the traps. Suddenly, TaToH, I was hype casting it like it was a GG, but look at that. TaToH is ahead in population.
TaToH is ahead in population, beginning to pull things out. He's back at 90 military count. Viper looking for another angle. He's figured out he can't break TaToH on that southern side. He's going to go raiding, try and get in on top of all these buildings. And I guess that's where TaToH has so much trouble here. Viper's mobility is absolutely staggering.
Indeed, the mobility card clearly on his side. Look at that. The traps, even here with the siege engineers, can snipe castle after castle. And the Viper, well, if we look at map control, it looks like 75-25.
Look, TaToH's definitely being pushed back into that corner. He's being squeezed very tight behind this one. We've got the siege rams, though, could potentially run out, take out the trebuchets there. But look, TaToH is not ready to pull this one over. He's losing so much production buildings, though.
Yeah, and buildings in general, right? He's heavily housed. Look at that, 175 is his population limit at the moment. Not really repairing that castle as well. He's trying to get some houses up. Remember that one house gives you 10 population if you're Inca, so that's good for him. But
skirmishers on top of the heavy cavalry archers, though. This is the engagement he's been looking for. Needs to kill off those units, but look at this. The rams and Magyar hussars, it makes it so hard to deal with.
No Mahabharati, he's trying to snipe those one by one. Eagles are joining the party, but they are not really in the numbers that TaToH needs. And now he's finally dropping to real low numbers. 454 Eagles are moving forward. Left hand side, the castle did fall.
Oh, the squeeze is on TaToH right now. It's one of those things where I know he's getting further and further and closer to the eco. But there's the good game from TaToH. He knows he couldn't hold on any further. Good game, well played. Congratulations.
And this is kind of the prediction of so many people. 7-3 here, the Viper. He was so dominant. We kind of feared, like, after the first 5-0, TaToH was just getting stomped, but he played so well after the break.
So well. He just needed that moment, reset, sit down, take a minute, came back in with a fury.
GG indeed, and well, what can we say? 10k viewers here from Age of Empires 2 event, 20-year-old event by, and well, they have just been incredible. I'm so happy what of a performance they delivered today.
The players have given us nothing but amazing games this entire tournament, and I'm so happy that everyone was here to see it in this final game. This may be one of the best games we've seen on Graveyard, pretty much period.
Look at the resources for the Viper in the bank as well. Like, his KD is just out of this world. 1k to not even 600 kills here. Those heavy CA, they were so efficient. It felt like the eager numbers weren't really that high, but obviously they were kind of low because the champions were such a good counter.
Exactly, and it was so hard for TaToH to deal with there. He couldn't get into any of the raiding. Viper's economy was under lock and key the entire game.
Bonodder, thank you so much for another $50. And, well, wasn't that a beautiful game? 7 relics. I can understand why TaToH stayed in there for so long. And it was close of him holding and winning this one.
Oh, man. It's one of those things. He was holding. But look at the resources in the bank there for Viper, like you said. Viper was ready to mount assault after assault here. I'm still impressed that TaToH managed to hold as long as he did.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, he had good units, right? At some point, if the Viper had one single hole at the start of Imperial Age, just everything, and the game would have been over. TaToH would have forced us into a next game. But here it was all set. The Viper with a nice defense, a beautiful army composition.
The army compositions we've seen from Viper throughout this entire tournament have been absolutely brilliant, and he's been teaching some of the best how to utilize some units.
That Gold Rush game, I still can't understand it. Like,
I know.
a quadruple tech switch, and he always had the right units.
Exactly. It's worked out so well for him here. Sadly, we only have one winner, and that is the Viper. 7 wins to 3 in this best of 13 series. Let's have a look at these ridiculous achievements.
Oh boy, the kills. We mentioned that earlier. And
What
look at
even
the
is
army
that?
sizes as well. 115 to 97.
That's insanity to think about. Look at the units killed by Viper. Such a good kill-to-death ratio in a game where so many units were lost.
Oh man, and economy stats, we will take a look at that as well. TaToH with quite a lot of food here, had a lot of stress as well. The Viper, he had more map control apparently, got
Of
all the
course.
extra gold spots.
Of course he did. We saw that very early on in the game. Viper controlled all those spots and just decided to put the pinch on TaToH, and that's how he worked out so well here in the game. But the real question is, I want to see that relic gold.
Let's take a look at that rally gold. We will see the tag timings were pretty similar. Both went for 5 tags here, quite high, and they went for so many different things. 7 to 4k with the relics.
It is such a difference there, and if this had played out maybe just a little bit longer, it might have worked out in TaToH's favor, but you saw how much gold he had in the bank. Everyone saw how much gold they had in the bank.
Look at that, all fighting all along, and we saw that was the timing. Did you see how much army the Viper had here when he pushed so heavily into the base of TaToH? Then he had the castle up, did hold it, and then he produced the army. The Viper kind of stayed at the same, but couldn't be broken.
That's it. It was so quick for both players repopping their army, but at the end there, it's sad to say we can only have one winner.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to interviewing them.
I don't even know what to begin to ask. It's been such a long series, and I'm sure they are absolutely wrecked.
I think you will find a good question here. 7 to 3, the final score. You will head over there. And
Absolutely.
they're sitting behind us already.
Oh, look at that. Their efficiency.
Oh,
Not only in Age of
you didn't
Empires.
realize that.
I didn't. I didn't see him come in.
That was very funny. Like, the 3 times, like, I was like, and you do go over the interview, the couch, the players, and you like, I'm excited for that whenever it happens.
What can I say? I've just been too into it. Let's jump over to the couch and see how the players are doing.
And yeah, that was an impressive series. 7 to 3 in the end. The Viper, your winner. TaToH with an incredible performance. And I'm just looking forward to what they have to say here. Hugging all the hippos and enjoy the post-game interview.
2. Das sind die, right?
5-2.
I'm already complaining about being tired. Everyone's heard me in the chat, but I cannot compare, guys. You've played some magnificent games. TaToH, after the break, the comeback was absolutely beautiful. We're all rooting for you, particularly in the Civ draft there. You had so many good civilizations to work with.
Yeah.
I guess kind of going through it, how are you feeling after that, guys? You must be absolutely ruined. You're looking way too calm for that question, Viper.
Nah, I mean, we're used to playing a lot of Age, so obviously we feel it, but I know. I don't feel that dead.
No,
You?
no.
Yeah. We can play more. Should
We
go
can play more?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come play. No. That'll end up very badly. But congratulations again, Viper, nailing out on the series there. TaToH, the comeback was absolutely phenomenal. Like you've said, you've played a lot of Age of Empires over the time, so this is kind of a little bit normal. No best of 37, which we have seen in the past from you. So look, I guess the stamina is pretty much built up to it. TaToH, particularly after such a long series, does it start to kind of get into your head at all when you're a little bit down? Because before the break, you had a lot of games to make up there. Was there any way you could kind of just relax, bring yourself back into the mode to really get in and play the games you gave us today?
Yes, also because I had I had still really good shift, so I was totally fine.
Totally fine behind that. And as well for you, Viper, you had such a clean set there at the start. Did you start to get a little bit worried towards the end when TaToH started taking all these games in a row? Obviously, you only had the one to go, so there must be a little bit of chill behind that. But you were worried maybe this person's going to get the momentum and really shift into gear?
Yeah, he was playing really well a couple of those last games, and I mean, obviously I only had one more point I needed to get, so there was some sort of comfort knowing that I still had so many extra lives, so to say. But obviously he started to play really well, and yeah, those last couple of games were really tough.
Absolutely. And looking at the Civ draft as well, because it was getting towards the bottom of the barrel there as well,
Yeah.
were you a little bit worried when it came down to TaToH's picks that maybe you would have a little bit of a struggle town going up against some of them?
He had Franks and Slavs left,
Yep.
which are really good civs, obviously. But he also has Saracens, which if I was able to match up Berbers with them, it would have been quite a good advantage for me. I don't know where you plan to use Saracens. Was it for Arabia? Last
Yeah.
Arabia? Yeah,
Yeah.
I was saving Berbers for that as well. So I think if it went to the last game, I would have had a better civ. But obviously, he would have a lot of momentum if we actually got to the last game.
Indeed, and I think Neely was saying a little bit before as well, the pick for the Saracens was on purpose, and you had a little bit of a game plan. I wasn't going to ask you anything about it beforehand, because obviously we need to surprise the man, but still, did you have a plan kind of in mind for what you wanted to do with them?
Well, I like to abuse the market with Saracens. You can do different strategies as well. So yeah, I mean overall Saracens, when you have to pick 14 civilizations, is not that bad.
Absolutely. And then looking into it as well, probably one of the things that Neely and I noticed out the most throughout this entire tournament, your army compositions, you've dived into a lot of the deeper senses, like we've seen a lot of heavy